All right, guys. I think I'm live now on Twitter. Let me confirm that. I think I'm live now. Right. Beautiful. Yeah, I think I'm live now. Hmm. Okay. I think I'm live now. Let me confirm that. All right. So can you guys hear? Can you hear me now, guys? Amara, Tudo, Icon, Ifua, Caleb, Ikinga. Can you guys hear me now? No.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, Jimmy.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Okay, beautiful. Okay, all right. What about others? Icon, Tudo, Ifua, Caleb, Ikinga. Can you guys hear me? Beautiful. Yes. Oh, yes. I think we're back. Oh, my goodness. That was such an horrible feeling. Woo. My goodness. I've never felt so awful before. Man. Okay, yes, I think we're good to go now. We are good to go now. We are good to go. We're good to go. So, yes, 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 yes. We're good to go. Oh, my goodness. Ah, that had me for a second. Um, there we go. I'll just put on that. Okay, welcome, guys. Welcome, 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 welcome. Okay, let me put myself back in that mood so we can get this going. We can kick this off ASAP. I wasted a lot of time, but yeah, I'll recover from that. I'll recover from that definitely. Thanks for being part of this, guys. I can see the regulars. Amara is one of the people that joined early. Chudo, thanks for being part of this. Icon, thanks, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, thanks. So where do I start? Let me take it from the top. So mic check, yes. People can hear me loud and clear. Beautiful. That's a good one. Um, so give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to rush up so I keep up with every single person listening right now. Okay, so hold on a minute. What happened to YouTube? Right, connect. Okay, okay. Streaming on all the platforms. All right, so I just got a message that um, TikTok placed me on subscription. I don't know why that is, but let me check. What happened? What happened? Streaming not applied. Why? Apply. I don't know why that is, but we'll find out in a minute. We'll find out in a minute. Okay, on the review, rest stream. Oh, multiple application. Okay, I get it. All right, fair enough. So today is just gonna be YouTube, X, and Facebook. Okay, that's fine, no problem. I can deal with that. So where do I start from? Where do I start? So today's topic is about causes, impact. Sorry, causes and impact of broken homes and broken children. Right? Whose fault? Daddy or mommy? I know a lot of people are gonna be wondering how are you going to judge who is at fault? How are you going to tell um, whose fault is it? Not the conventional blame game of daddy is meant to go, provide the food, sorry, the money, be the breadwinner of the family, and mom is meant to look after the kids and the house. It's not, that's not the topic here today. Um, I'm gonna come from a different perspective. I have different scenarios that's been well planned out, has been looked into. I'll be using uh, as an example today. So they're gonna be different case studies. Yeah, that's it. Different case studies will exploit to figure out um, who's at fault, right? Um, they're going to be controversial as usual, but we'll paint the scenario so that way we'll make our submission, our reasonings, and our views based on those scenarios. And I think we should be okay from there. Um, that's more like having something concrete to discuss than just beating around the bush and just talking about who is at fault, whose role is to do this, whose role is to do that. But that's not why we're here. We want to get experimental. We want to get down to the real deal to know how to handle these issues and the way we make our decisions on issues like this. That's the whole point for um, today's uh, topic. That's going to be an interesting one, by the way. But before we jump into the topic, I always do um, my I always do my inspirational talk on specific topics um, that I use to encourage people. It's my way of speaking to our conscience and letting us know uh, right from wrong, and reminding us um, of the right things to do and how to go about it. I'm going to be doing that as well today, as usual. I do this every Friday, so I'm going to be doing that as well today. And today, I'm focusing more on accountability. That's the that's the chosen topic for my inspirational talk today, accountability. And I'll speak on that in a minute. But before I do that, myself and my sponsor, so sorry guys, I'm multitasking. I'm trying to rush up with my um, weekly prepping. I'm 2 hours behind thanks to technology. I was shown a different side of technology today, but yeah, we move. So as I said earlier on, we're going to be talking about the topic in a minute. But before we do that, my inspirational talk for today will be based on the topic of accountability. But I had a conversation with my sponsor, and they've given me some vouchers. They've given me some vouchers, but I'm still trying to figure out. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to figure out a way how to um, disperse it to the people. I don't know if we're gonna go by the pools or how many people shares the space. I don't know. It's one thing for me to um, have access to the vouchers. It's another thing for me to know how to actually give it out to people. It's not as easy as people think it is, but we'll get to that bridge in a minute. Um, so today, for the 21 people watching live on live stream right now, within 9 minutes, we just done 9 minutes, and we have 21 people. Thanks for being part of this. I'm sorry I started late. Um, I'm not usually that late, but today is just something else. So um, I'm actually meant to put the topic on. The topic is not even on the live stream um, topic update yet. I'm trying to do that, and at the same time, trying to catch up with other things that I'm actually meant to do that I've not done. So I'll be doing a lot of catching up as I proceed with my conversation. So bear with me, guys. Um, so another point I was going to mention is um, another point I wanted to mention was I totally forgot right now. Okay, so let's do this. I I want to update the topic on all the social media platform right now. So let me do that real quick before we proceed. The topic first, and I also want to add. Right. Okay. So the topic is on the live stream. So I want to add the link at which people can click on to be part of the conversation. Invite guests. Copy. So let me put that in the chat. Okay. So Chooks, your voice keeps breaking up on Twitter Space. Can you fix it, please? Ah, man. Okay. So how do I do this? One second. So I think I need to move this closer to me. Okay. All right, Chooks, what about now? Is it okay now? What about now, Chooks? Is it okay now? Maybe it's the network. I don't get it. Because everything is okay from my side. Amara, can you hear me clearly? I don't know why Chooks cannot hear me.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you, Jimmy. I can hear you loud
But,
and clear.
but people said it's breaking.
No, from my side, it's not.
Yeah, so maybe there's a new, let me check. I think there's a new update for Twitter. So, guys, if you want to update that, it came out yesterday. I updated mine. I'm not sure why it's breaking. Um, Whoever thinks is man. So let me read the messages people are writing. Can't hear. Hello. See, a lot of people cannot hear. I think you should play music to check the mic. Oh, for me, I don't catch all you say. It just keeps quoting. Man. Okay. All right. So guys, I think I need to restart the space on Twitter. I need to restart the space on Twitter. I don't like the fact that people cannot hear me. It doesn't make sense. I need to restart it. Um, right. I'll do that now and come back. Please, guys, bear with me. Um, I don't know why people cannot hear me. So let me try this again. Let me try it again. Uh, Big Johnny Suru. All right, guys, can you hear me properly now? I think it's better now. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm really sorry about that. For people on Twitter, if you can hear me properly, please. Icon, can you hear me properly now? 100%. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh boy. All right. Amara, how about now?
And Jimmy, I just did the update now. I think it's an update thing.
Right?
Why is there should just rush up to the update and come up with it?
Yeah, you can hear me loudly now, right?
Yeah, it's not breaking. It's
Okay. Oh man, because I don't joke with updates like this. So I do my like religiously. I don't joke with it. So when it comes up, I do it. So most of the time, it's almost as if I'm ahead. And when I talk to people on either Twitter call or WhatsApp, it's glitches, and I always have to ask them. So people don't pay attention to these things. A lot of people don't pay attention. They just think. Some people think it does itself automatically, others think it's not necessary. But yeah, um, when there's an update like that, it affects um, the operation of all these apps. That's how it's designed. An update could affect it in a way it will be glitching. It could be something that has been altered for voice, or speech uh, correction. It's crazy. They do this regularly, all the time. They do this regularly. But Chooks, can you hear me now? 100 if you can hear me. Thumbs up, 100 if you can hear me now. Chooks, can you hear me now? It was Chooks' message I saw in the on the live stream that actually caught my attention to that. Chooks, if you can hear me, 100, brilliant. Boom, we can go now. All right, guys, we're good to go. Please tweet and retweet, quote, retweet, and let's share with people. We are live now. Boom. Live now. Boom. Join the conversation. Boom. Okay, so now I need to put up the link. Yes, the link, the link, the link, the link, the link. The link is important. Let me put up the link so people can join if they want to. All right, let's go. What's going on? The link is for whoever wants to join me on Rest Stream. on the live stream, you can be part of that, and let's do this together. Guys, can you still hear me? Amara, are you there?
Yeah, Jimmy, I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for keeping me updated. Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay. This is interesting. Yes, yeah. TikTok they put me on suspension. I don't know why. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Courses. Right. I know in the next couple of minutes now, this place will be filled up. People just gonna be requesting for mic. Everybody wants to talk all of a sudden. It happens all the time. Um, guys, please bear with me. Wow. Today's topic is quite interesting. Um, I'm just checking through. Wow. All right. We're gonna start in a minute, guys. Please bear with me. Hmm. Okay. So I want to put up the copy. I want to put up the link in the comment section. Maybe someone report your page or violate the rules. Yeah, something like that. Omomi, thanks. I'm waiting for them. It's on the review. I'm waiting for them to tell me exactly what it was. Hopefully, I'll get the message and know how to go from there. But yeah, I'll be waiting to hear the review from them. Okay. So while we wait for people to join a little bit more, let's just take a message from our sponsor, guys. They just sent me the Yoruba version of OBG food, so please, guys, let's.
Bóúnjẹ aṣara lóore bá ti ń ṣèṣe amúnúkún lásán ojúlówó àdámọ̀ àdùnnú ẹ̀ ló ṣeé ṣe kó ti bá kẹ́míkà ajílẹ̀ ìsọnù lọ má dá fún tòlú asán mọ́ ọ̀nà àbáyọ ti wà. ní Obidi Foods níbi tí wọ́n gbé ń ta onírúurú oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ wa tá à ń ṣe lọ́jọ̀ tí í ṣara lóore tí wọ́n sì tún dójúlówó. Ṣé tàwọn ewébẹ̀ bí ẹ̀fọ́ ewúro tá a sá lóòrùn tó ṣe é músè lọ́bẹ̀ nígbàkúùgbà ní káwí ni àbí tàwọn ẹja tá a yan tó fi dórí àwọn ìgbín apinnu tá a ti ṣáàyàn ẹ̀ tó gbẹ tó yí tẹ́kítẹ́kí. Ẹ ti rẹ́jà panla wọn sí lórí ayanran tá a kò náà gidi mọ́ láì pa àpẹ̀lẹ́nu pẹ̀lú òórùn aládùn tí ò ní yé ta sánsán nú ọbẹ̀. Ní Obidi Foods gàrí kíkan tí ìròyìn nípa rì ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ wọn pẹ̀lú gàrí elépo pupa rúbẹ̀rúbẹ̀ bí wọ́n ti mọ́ lóló tí wọ́n tún ṣara lóore ẹ̀gàn níhẹ̀. Epo pupa wọn láfiwé ó mọ́ lóló tògéré ti kẹtẹpẹ kì í wò bìnàbìnà kò lẹ́bù nínú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kì í rùn bíi káfetí ìlú ẹ̀wù dímú títa sánsán ní ta sánsán símú ẹni. Wọn kì í fi kẹ́míkà ṣepo tiwọn lọ́jọ̀ kó lè lálòpẹ́ fún sísè lọ́bẹ̀ nílé ìdáná bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ò ní cholesterol nù. Ewé ewúro pẹ̀lú kàzì ọ̀há ń bẹ láàyè tá a ṣe wọ́n lọ́jọ̀ sí gbogbo èròjà aṣara lóore wọ́n pẹ́ síbẹ̀ ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ata tí mọ́bẹ̀ ta yẹ́rìyẹ́rì tí wọ́n ti ṣe fi dín ta àlàáfíà sí ni lẹ́nu tòun tàwọn èròjà mọ́bẹ̀dùn bíi banga spice irú ọ̀fọ̀ ata ìjọsìn ata sóyà sọ́ẹ́sọ́ẹ́ ẹ̀gúsí lílọ̀ akidi àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àti ìṣekúlékúlé Obidi sí ó gbẹ ó dùn ó sì dáa pọ̀ fún gàrí ọ̀sán. L'Amẹ́ríkà wọ́n ń bẹ ní Africa Rib Market, Adam African Market, AA&T African Food Market ní Houston. Ilé ìtànjẹ tútù tilẹ̀ Africa, African Food. Ẹ bá wọn bẹ̀. Ẹ pè Obidi Foods sórí +1832 710 6747 tàbí +234 703 062 3860. Obidi Foods ẹ̀mí gígùn ń bẹ nínú oúnjẹ tó ṣara lóore.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad. Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients for our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obidifoodsLimited.com. Website www.obidifoods.com. Obidi Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, welcome back, guys. That's the advert from Obidi Foods. Thanks for being part of this, the sponsor of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Thanks, guys, for the patience. Before I jump into the topic for today, we've wasted enough time. Causes and impact of broken homes, broken children, whose fault, dad or mom. As I said earlier on, we're going to be diving into different scenarios to break it down to people so we can weigh in based on those scenarios. Okay, I can see Tudo is back now. Tudo, can you hear me clearly now? I got your message about the outcome. People couldn't hear me, but can you hear me clearly now, Tudo? Amara, I'm still with you, right?
100%.
100%. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Thanks for that. So I believe other people can hear me then. So let's just go straight to the point without wasting any much time. So welcome, guys. Welcome to Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where we undress societal wounds, not just to look at scars, but we ask who gave the first cut. Today, we're walking to one of the most hated, one of the most talked about, one of the most controversial um, topics of our generations, and people try to shy away from it. And most of the time, when it comes up, it ends up in, uh, you know, a heated argument, right? It's a conversation that has to do with love and hate, and where love once lived now has the sound of echoes in silence. A broken home, a broken child, a damaged child, a future of uncertainty. And it's almost like society turns its back on the kids one way or the other due to the mismanagement of emotions by two parents or two partners. Um, we're not here to point fingers. We're not here to make judgment based on the conventional mindsets of the father is meant to be the provider, the breadwinner of the family is meant to go out there and get food and put food on the table, while the mother does the um, training and bringing of the kids. This conversation is something we've been having for years, and it's still the same thing. But you see, today we ask certain questions. We're going to be looking at certain scenarios when a child ends up broken. Who should be on trial? The father who left or the mother who remained bitter? The dad who paid but didn't play? Or the mom who played the victim but forgotten to parent? Let's take a lot of scenarios to break down today's topic. And while doing that, the whole point is for us to learn and unlearn. And I'm certain we're going to be doing that today. I have no single doubt, not an ounce. But before we jump into the topic, my inspirational topic for today, I do this every Friday. And I think it's only right I do this, regardless the fact that I started late. I'm so sorry about that. Network uh, played or did his thing with me today. It's quite sad, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Uh, I apologize, and I take the blame for that. I take full responsibility for that. I'm gonna fix it, and I hope it doesn't happen again. Right. Having said that, let's jump right straight so we can begin with today's conversation. But first, my inspirational talk and encouraging, um, thoughts provoking topic for today is accountability. Oof. So before I jump into my monologue, I need to explain something. This is based on what I noticed has been going on during the week, and that is how I've designed my inspirational talks to strike nerves, right? And to touch on things that has been happening on the TL, and that's just what I'm doing right now. So when we say accountability, what does it mean to us? To me, it is a mirror that never lies. It is a mirror you look into, and whatever you see in there shows you who you are and what you should accept as your fault. Today on Off the Cuff with Jimmy, I'm going to break it down realistically, raw, the way I've always been. We talk about something rare on my platform, and I've been receiving a lot of feedbacks regarding how I handle topics on my platform. And I thank you guys for that. That's the whole point of this. But today will be different. It's going to be more hash on every single one of us, including myself. Accountability. a word so heavy that many people avoid. The truth that is so bright, but many people try to hide away from it. Yet, without it, our homes, our offices, even our nations crumble. Even destinies can be derailed simply because of that particular word, accountability. So let's face this head on. What is accountability? It is not just about admitting you are wrong. It is about standing in the mirror of your own action and saying, I did that and I'm going to fix it. It is the courage to own your choices, the things you did, and you're ready to dance to the music of the repercussion it brings up on you, not just on other people. The integrity to correct your wrongs and the humility to learn, grow, and become better in the nearest future. That is what you call accountability. Now, accountability is, um, some people consider it a feature of leadership. But to me, I think it's more than that. Accountability is, it is healing, it is maturity, it is power. If you possess the ability to hold yourself accountable, you have the power to be a great leader. You have what it takes to lead people because people are going to be learning from you. So let's jump into how it's done. It starts with self awareness. Ask yourself, when something happens, what role did you play in that thing? What role did you play in that mess? Not what you did, but what I did. Not what people around you did. Not what people you expect to do something did. Not what people you look up to did. It's not pointing fingers. It is not what they did. And the reason why I'm emphasizing on what they did is when something happens, even we as observers, we see when these things happen, like right before our eyes. We don't act. But when there is a chance for reckoning, when there is a chance for, uh, accountability, we tend to shy away from it. We tend to point the fingers and we say things like, you did that. So, but the question is, when they did that, what did you do? That is you holding yourself accountable that when they did that, did I speak up? You need to start from yourself. You need to start from yourself. When that happened, what did I do? Then the next step is about you apologizing. It's not just apologizing. You need to communicate to the people because it's a breach of trust. It's a breach of integrity. It's a breach of you misusing whatever people see in you to place such, um, duty upon you. You need to communicate. You need to apologize if you must. You need to correct it if you can. But don't stop there. Moving forward, you need to build a system around you to prevent reputation. And when I say reputation, you need to set a standard around you to look up to people that you know they are good at what they do. They are good leaders, they are good role models, they are mentors. You need to be open to feedbacks. You need to be open to speaking to someone and checking with the person regularly to know how you're doing. And when all else fails, you need to be honest to yourself and ask yourself, could could it have been better? Could I have done it better or not? Assessment. You need to check with yourself if you're doing the right thing. And you need to do this even if it's going to cost your popularity. You need to do it even if it's going to cost your comfort. You need to do it, even if it's going to cost your ego. That is accountability. Now, let me paint a story to you to give you guys an understanding, a real life story, by the way, to give you guys an understanding of how powerful, how effective, how transformational accountability is. Sometimes in 1982, I've actually seen the documentary for this. Sometimes in 1982, Tylenol, it's a drug, a medicine, as some people call it in Nigeria, and it's manufactured by Johnson and Johnson. And you see, back then, Tylenol used to come in capsules. You know, capsules, the tablet that you can actually open with your hands. It has the liquid, sorry, the powdered form inside of it, and you can cover it up, right? Which is a good invention, by the way. It's just the misuse of it that has created a lot of chaos. And I recommend it to a lot of people back at home because we have herbs, we have uh, different materials we can blend together to, they might taste bitter, but they're effective, right? So we have, they sell empty capsules, vegan ones, swallowable, edible ones, right? You can put, powdered herbs inside those and you just swallow it like you normally take your tablets. But anyway, back to the story. Sometimes in 1982, Tylenol, Johnson and Johnson, they were used to the capsule um, form of Tylenol. It's just a version of our own Panadol or Fensic in Nigeria. So um, at that point in time, there was a crisis that hit the United States. About 7 people died in Chicago after taking Tylenol capsule laced with cyanide. So apparently, what happened was a deranged fellow has gone into Walgreens and I think CVS back then, bought some Tylenols, opened them up, opened the capsules, and replaced a couple of the powders with um, cyanide. It's a deadly poison. Replaces it, close it back, and did it like I think about a couple of bottles of Tylenols, right? And put them back on the shelf in different stores. Put them back on the shelf. So people bought those Tylenol, they took it back home, they used it, and they died. So Johnson and Johnson, the company behind Tylenol, they did not deny the fact that it is their product. You know what they did? They didn't deny it, they didn't deflect from it or blame the store where it was bought. Instead, they recalled 31 million bottles from the shelves. I repeat, 31 million bottles. Do you know how much that is? It cost them over $100 million. They paused everything. They told people nationwide, do not sell that to people. So they did a callback on all Tylenols in capsules. They did a callback and put everything off shelf. They paid for the compensation, the people that died. They did an investigation. I think they later apprehended the person. But here's the catch: they took full responsibility. They apologized. They had press conferences, talked about it, and they fixed it. You know how they fixed it? They stopped the capsule method and they started using the solid method. So that way, if it's broken, it's broken. You know it's foul. You can't just ingest such. Today, that single act of cooperation effort by the leadership of that company, they've been able to take responsibility. They've been able to show accountability. And guess what? Universities in America, they now study that act in business schools globally, not just in America, globally, because they needed to figure out why that single act has impacted the company positively. They took responsibility of that. It was more than just money to them. They were building a brand and they wanted to put their integrity, they wanted to put their accountability, their trust behind what they sell. So it's not just about profit for them. They took full responsibility. They were not blaming anyone. They were not blaming the fact that it happened in a particular store. I mean, they could actually say it's not their fault. After the investigation, they realized that someone has deliberately been, altering some of the bottles. But instead, regardless the fact that it happened in, I think, couple of states, the person was traveling around to do that. So instead of just figuring on, yeah, instead of just focusing on those particular states, they recalled all the bottles nationwide just to fix that problem, even though it cost them $100 million. Now, $100 million in 1982, let's do the calculation to today's rate. It's probably going to be around, if not $600 million. That is a lot of scratch. But they did that to hold themselves accountable for what happened. And today, the brand not only recovered, they thrived, they gained people's trust. And right now, they're one of the biggest and profitable companies in the whole world. Because of that single act, it could have crumbled and destroyed that company. But due to the fact that they held themselves accountable for that, they went all out, they did what they meant to do, and they moved on. Now, for more clarity, let me make it relatable to um to we Nigerians and how we can see the difference between being accountable and being ignorant of what is meant to be and what is not actually happening in Nigeria. So, for instance, when soldiers opened fire on unarmed protesters at the Lekki toll gate, who is held accountable? That's a question. What's the answer to that? Nobody. So, guess what? That is going to happen again. Because when it happened the first time, there was no repercussion to that. No one did anything to correct that. No one was held accountable. It happened and nothing happened afterwards. Nothing happened afterwards. So, guess what? It's going to happen again. Another example, when billions disappear from subsidy funds, pensions account, and the COVID palliative, who answered to the people? Can you mention one person that's been held accountable for that? None. Nobody. So, guess what? That will keep happening. Subsidy funds will keep disappearing. Pension funds in accounts will keep disappearing. God forbid, if another COVID shows up or any other pandemic shows up, the palliative meant for the people will also disappear, and nothing is gonna be done about it, because when it happened before, no one was held accountable. If someone had been held accountable, the severe punishment that person had faced would do what? Would pass a message to whoever wants to try it. For instance, in China, you'll be dead. So, knowing that is the repercussion of such a thing, no one would dare to do that. No one. I mean, it's so severe in China that when you know you corrupt and they're on you, it's more like a noble thing for you to unalive yourself before they do that. That way, you don't bring shame to your family. I don't know how that works even after when you unalive yourself. But the point is this: there is accountability, and you know when you do this, this will be the repercussion of that. Another example, when the national grid collapsed for the 999th time and darkness blanketed millions of people in Nigeria, who took the blame? Nobody. Guess what? That's going to keep happening. So, do you see the pattern now? No accountability, repeated failure. And nobody pays for wrongdoings. Wrongdoings becomes a culture, and a culture becomes a curse in that country. That is what we're facing right now in Nigeria. And this is based on lack of accountability. Now, it has its emotional challenges, wrapped with questions of stinging stares all over the place. So I'm asking tonight, in your home, Who is holding who accountable in your house? Who is holding who accountable in your workplace? Do you call out the wrongdoings or enable them silently? In your heart, are they apologies you hold to other people or to yourself? In your country, how long will you keep blaming without owning your part in the dysfunctioning system of your country? So I say to you, let's start acting like mature people. Let's start taking accountability seriously. Um, let's stop acting like accountability is a punishment, because it's not. It is a proof that we will have conscience, and we need to answer those conscience. It is not weakness, it is strength in its rawest form. People don't understand how beautiful it is. People try to shy away from it. People try to sweep it under the carpet every time it comes up. And for people to grow moving forward, if you want healing in whatever you're doing, your home, your country, your businesses, your workplace, if you want healing, if you want progress, if you want justice, if you must seek for accountability from our leaders, from our lovers, from whatever you might think about, then we should first want accountability because it's necessary. It's important that we seek it and we go for it because it's the source of how we succeed as a nation, as a family, as a company, as a business entity, name it. If we do not hold ourselves accountable, we cannot move forward. We cannot move forward. So I say unto every single one of us today, um, let's start taking that word seriously. Accountability. It means a lot. And I believe we're going to be doing great. We're going to be doing better if we can focus on this and work on how we can hold ourselves accountable. No one is too big to be held accountable. The moment we have that at the back of our minds, the better it is for us as a country, for us as a company, as a family, and as a society. Thank you so much, guys, for listening to my monologue on accountability. Thank you. I see every single one of you on the Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, and people on Twitter Space. I see every single one of you. Karigwe, Amara, Donatus. I'll bring you up in a minute. Fatai, Tudo, Icon, Chooks, V, Ogadagidi, Ikem, TK, Joy, Citizen, Caleb, Best, Monkey, what's that? Monkey Post War, and the two anonymous listeners. Thank you so much, guys, for being part of today's inspirational talks. Thanks, guys. If you want to join me on the live stream, it's in the comment section. The link to it is in the comment section. Click on it, and I'll see your invitation right here. Without wasting much time, guys, we've wasted enough time. Well, I've wasted enough time trying to trying to set up my podcast for today. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, the whole network just went gaga on me. But I started late. It's better late than never. So I apologize. I take full responsibility of that, and I apologize. I will try and make sure it doesn't happen again. Please bear with me. So today, the topic: causes and impact of broken homes, broken children. Who's at fault? Dad or mom? Again, we don't want to talk about this based on the conventional mindset of that is meant to be the breadwinner, providing, going out to work, while mommy is meant to take care of the family, look after the kids and the house. Our submission will be based on certain scenarios, and I'll break down those scenarios in a minute, about five, six scenarios. So our conversations will be based on this particular scenario. Our submissions will be focused on these scenarios, and that will be what we'll be discussing on. It won't just be random guessing or whatever. But if people do have scenarios, real life scenarios they can paint to us, we can debate on that as well. So I want our conversations to be more realistic, regarding dealing with real life situations, not just preempting or not just guessing. If it's not a matter of assuming this is the case, assuming this is this. Now we have scenarios, we have um, incidents we can use as case studies that listening to will give us a mindset of thinking critically about the situation and morally judging who is to be blamed. In some situations, it could be the father. In some situations, it could be the mother. And most situations, and when I say most, 80% of the situations, it's the both of them, right? But it depends on the situation, how it happened, how it could have been prevented, who could have prevented certain things from happening but didn't, and how it ended. Our submissions will be based on the scenario so we can move forward. But um, before we go in depth, the topic seems broad, so I want to break it down one by one. It says causes and impact of broken homes, broken children, who's at fault. So let's take it one at a time. Causes of broken homes. What are the causes of broken homes? What are the causes of um, broken home? Like when we say a home is broken, what do we mean? What is a broken home? Home where the parents are separated, divorced, emotionally disconnected, abusive, or negligent. Not just about physical absence, but emotional, psychological, and financial disconnections. So, causes of broken homes. I listed some, I'm going to share with us. Causes of broken homes. Number one, infidelity. Number two, domestic violence. Number three, financial instability. Number four, emotional immaturity. Number five, toxic masculinity versus radical feminism. Number six, unrealistic expectations. Number seven, poor communication. Number eight, neglect and selfishness. Number nine, substance abuse and addiction. Number 10, spiritual, emotional incompatibility. These are some of the causes of broken homes. You might agree with me, you might not. You're welcome to weigh in on your own views, right? But these are the causes of broken homes. Now, impact of broken homes. What are the impacts of broken homes? What are the things when the listed happens? What what are what is the repercussion of those things when the things I just listed? When those things happen, what is the repercussion of those things? Now, the repercussion focuses more on the children. When the children notice this infidelity, well, they might not notice it, right? It could be between the parents, but when that happens, there is always a clash, confrontation, yelling, shouting. The kids, they see these things. They might not know the reason why, they might not know why the yelling, the fighting, the screaming, but they see these things. They see the expression on daddy's face. They see the expression on mommy's face, and they watch the both of you. They know when you're happy, they know when you're sad. They know when you're hungry. They know when you're um vulnerable. They know when you're emotional. They see you when you cry. They know what tears are. They know when you're happy, and they know when it's an tears of happiness. Yes, that's the right one I've been looking for. Tears of joy. And they know when it's tears of sorrow. sorrow that makes you break down and just weep. It could be in the middle of the night. It could be when maybe daddy walks out, of the house and just leaves the house. They know all these things. They see through all these things. And let's push it a little bit further. When it gets violence, they see it. They see when daddy raises his hand to smack mom. And in some cases, they see when mommy yells at daddy or slaps daddy. They see all these things and they learn. They learn from these things. Emotional immaturity, they observe these things because at that stage they grasp whatever it is happening within their vicinity. They're at the stage of growing rapidly, so whatever it is they hear, their hairs are sharper than ours. Whatever it is they see, their sight are sharper than ours. Whatever it is they feel their feelings, it's all over the place, right? They don't know how to feel. They don't know how to control their feelings, but they know something is going on. Sometimes they lash out, and it's the duty of the parents to put them through, to correct them, to let them know this is when you're angry, don't stamp your feet. Do not yell at people. Do not stamp. When they see when they see their parents doing these things, they replicate it. It sticks in their head. So they know when something bad happens, the reaction or how you can express yourself is stamping your feet, is standing up, is breaking a cup of water, whatever, throw something. These things are things they learn. When daddy's watching something on his phone and he's angry, he just uses the F word. They say that too. They grasp these things. And when it gets toxic, when daddy is shouting, I'm the father of the house, whatever he says, what will happen? And mommy too is saying, yeah, you cannot control me. I'm not your slave. And we have this toxic masculinity thing going on in the home when you have kids, growing kids. And the feminism part of it, you're trying to stand your ground because you're not a slave, clearly. But daddy has this mentality of, I don't know, whatever might have happened, but yeah, he believes he's the father of the house and whatever he says is going to be final. And the kids are watching this, they are listening to these things. They learn from that. When that kids grow up, he's going to have that mentality. If it's not corrected, he's just going to start yelling, I'm the man. You have to obey me. You have to listen to me. Poor communication. When we assume this is what you should know, I mean, we're not magicians. It's always good to open that line of communication. A friend of mine, a female friend of mine, taught me a beautiful method on how she communicates with her husband. It's quite interesting. Like, if you want to talk to your husband or your partner and you want it to be something, you know what? I don't want you to judge me. I just need you to listen to me. And there's a code that they normally use to communicate. And the code is asking the partner, can I be vulnerable? The moment that question is asked, it's passing a message to tell them, you know what? I want to express myself to you, how I feel. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to be defensive. I just need you to listen. In fact, you don't need to see anything. You just need to listen, observe it, understand where I'm coming from. And if you need to act, you just see things from my view and maybe just give me a hug. And we can talk about it later on. But just listen to me. That is a beautiful strategy of having a conversation because that way it's not going to be, oh, yeah, it's because you did this. That's the reason why I did that. No, the word can I be vulnerable has already broken it down to, you know what? I don't need you to give me any excuse. I just need you to listen to me, please. And that's a beautiful way of communicating with your spouse. Can I be vulnerable? Imagine your kids listening to this. Can I be vulnerable? And that way, daddy sits down and listens to what mommy has to say. Can I be vulnerable? That way, mommy sit down and listens to what daddy is saying. And eventually, mommy could be like, oh, I didn't know that's how you feel. I'm so sorry. and it ends with a hug or a kiss. And the same way, vice versa. You're setting a standard for your kids, and they're watching you. They are watching you closely. They know these things. So it creates a huge effect on them. That is the causes of broken home. Now, the impact of broken home, my goodness, it is so devastating that based on studies and reality, they've noticed that a broken home affects the children psychologically. And when I say psychologically, that involves depression, trauma, anxiety, and even sometimes suicidal thoughts. Oh, yeah. It affects them psychologically. It affects them, the impact on them, negative impact, by the way, behavioral impact. Some of them get into drug abuse, cultism, prostitution, violence, name it. And if it's not that, it affects them educationally. Many of them drop out of school, lack of motivation. They don't have a role model. They don't want to be like daddy that goes to office in the morning in a with his suitcase and his nice car. There is no motivation, no one to see them through doing their homework. Poor performances in class. They can't think straight because they know mommy is going to be at work. When they get back home, they're going to have to figure out what to eat because daddy left. Now mommy needs to work 9 to 5 to put food on the table. And they are exposed, they are vulnerable to the neighbors. Wow. It affects them socially. Broken relationship, trust issue, toxic masculinity or feminism, fear of marriage. They have the fear of, I don't want to have this with any woman when I get married. What daddy and mommy had, I don't want to have it. The fear is there for them. They don't want to go through that again. And
Jimmy, you are forgetting philophobia and inferiority complex.
we'll get it there. Don't worry. We'll get it there. They have this mindset of, I don't want to be where daddy went. I don't want to turn into an alcoholic. I don't want to be in a position whereby when I talk to a woman or a girl, I feel I feel let down. No, it affects them socially. Now, some people don't believe in spirituality, but to some extent, it affects kids spiritually. The bitterness towards God, that God, why would you let this happen? We pray every day, we pay our tithes, we do this, we do that. They want to be rebellious that, you know what? I don't think there is God, because if there is God, I don't think daddy and mommy should be fighting. We go to church every Sunday, we do the needful, we do everything the Bible tells us to do, but guess what? They're still broken. Daddy and mommy are not together anymore. Where is God? They cry, they pray, they fast every single day, but nothing is done. They come back from church. On their way back home, mommy slaps daddy while driving, or daddy slaps mommy in the car from church. They see all these things and it breaks them. It breaks them. Relationship impact. They don't feel like getting any relation. They don't even feel like having a female friend or a male friend because they see what daddy and mommy are doing and how it ended or what it led to. They see all these things. It's there. Now, financial impact. It affects them financially because at that point in time, it's meant to be division of labor, right? But daddy's gone. Mommy's the only person doing it. In Yoruba, they will say, "Ojume anisi doju meji," like 4 eyes, now 2 eyes. It could have been effective, helpful, if 2 people walking hand in hand, bringing money together to pay school fees, to buy groceries in the house. But right now, daddy has left the house, and it's only mommy trying to pay school fees for 2, 3, 4 kids. You pay the school fees for the 4 kids. You feed them, you clothe them, you look after them, welfare. It's not gonna be easy. You're not gonna. There's gonna be some loopholes. You're not gonna have the luxury of what other kids has in your school. You're not. Well, maybe in some extreme cases when mommy is probably a millionaire and can afford whatever it is. Mommy can even hire a housemaid. But regardless, the lack of parental presence plays a very vital role in kids' lives. So today, we're going to be engaging in a lot of debate, but the first controversial case study I want us to look into, it's the Maku family, Maku, Maku family fallout. It happened in Lagos in 2021. It was controversial and it was discussed on the radio program. So there is Dayo Maku, a successful banker, and Ada Maku. Ada is a businesswoman, and they divorced after 13 years. Guys, I always say this on my platform. Um, I encourage people to come with pen and papers on my platform so they can note things down for references and to articulate their points. It's quite vital. I do that a lot. It creates, it gives a mindset of intellectualism, and that way we stay on topic. Remember whatever it is we want to talk about, and we talk based on facts. So I always say that every single time I go on live with my listeners. So let me start again. The Maku family. So hold on a minute. I think I skipped one part. Okay, yeah, no, it's good. It happened in Lagos, Nigeria, 2021. So Dayo is the father of the husband, a successful banker, and Ada Maku is the wife, a businesswoman. So they divorced after 13 years. The kids, they have two kids, a boy and a girl. There is Fikayo, 13-year-old, and there is Chidima, 10-year-old. Now, when the couple split it up, they had to split the kids. So the father took one, the mother took one. Okay. Now, 2 years later, Fikayo, the elder one, was arrested in a robbery operation. Do you see that? Fikayo is the son, and he was the one living with the father. 2 years after the parents' divorce, Fikayo was arrested in a robbery operation. Chidima got pregnant at the age of 14, and it was a neighbor that impregnated her. Now, the wife, Ada, is blaming Dayo for being absent and remarrying so quickly. And it's like, you caused this. It is your own fault. As the man of the house, you're meant to take responsibility of making sure we stay intact, and the divorce shouldn't have happened in the first place. This is our argument. And she's blaming Dio for being absent and the fact that Dio remarried so quickly. So this is a broken home, broken children, and the question is, who's at fault, dad or mom? So we're gonna be talking about this scenario for now. There are other scenarios, but I've just dropped the first one for us to debate on. Now, the reason why I brought up this is, again, for us not to jump on the conventional, father is meant to be providing, mother is meant to be looking after the house, and training the kids and bringing them up in the right manner. So in this case, it's a real life situation, by the way. So which to be blamed? Which to be blamed? Because it's not as if the kids were, maybe two of the kids went to the father or two of the kids went to the mother. The father took one, the mother took one, and the disaster happened on the father's side and the disaster happened on the mother's side. But at the same time, none of them wants to be accountable for the misfortune of their kids. Now they're throwing fingers, they're pointing fingers. So who is to be blamed in this case? So when I say who is to be blamed, we need to put a lot of things into consideration. We need to consider what might have happened to create that breakup. What might have happened, regardless of what might have happened to have caused that breakup. The bottom line is they decided to have a divorce after 13 years. Let's remember, guys, after 13 years. So a lot had happened during that 13 years before they decided to call it off. So 13 years, and after the breakup, 2 years after the breakup, the son was arrested in a robbery. The same 2 years after that, almost coincidental to when the son was arrested, the daughter got pregnant at the age of 14 by a neighbor. A neighbor impregnated her. That's the topic. That's the controversial scenario we'll be looking at today to address this issue. To address it from a different perspective, causes, impact of broken home, broken children, who is at fault, dad or mom? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of today's Off the Cuff with Jimmy. That will be the topic we'll be conversing on today. Karigu, I can see you're itching to speak and you cannot wait. Jump in. How you doing?
All right, good evening, guys. This your scenario is just two people that shouldn't have had children at the first place.
Okay.
No particular person is supposed to be blamed. Their divorce was good. They had a divorce, but the problem is they shouldn't have had children because both of them are shitty parents.
Fair enough.
First of all, the both of them are people that don't take responsibilities for actions they took.
Right.
That is the reason why the both children failed under their watch. So the two of them are to be blamed. They are just two people that shouldn't have gotten married in the first place, and they went into a marriage that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah. So in as much as you're right about that, but now that they actually got married, let's agree that the deed has already been done. Clearly, they're not even matured enough to get married, but now that they've gotten married, so do you think who do you think is at fault again? Because the woman is now saying,
I don't know.
Because the woman is now saying, remember from one of the examples I gave, the causes, the masculinity and the feminism thing, right? So I won't be, I cannot erase that from the possibility of what might have happened, right? So, but again, it is the woman now blaming the man. And the reason why the woman was now blaming the man, they probably didn't mention the real cause of the divorce, but I listed out different, possibilities, infidelity, a lot of reasons that might have actually broken them up. But the woman is now saying it is the man's fault, simply because as the man, you're meant to have the responsibility of accountability and being matured and handling whatever misunderstanding we might have had to have caused the breakup. You're meant to be the one in charge to make sure that did not happen. You're meant to keep us under one roof, but you didn't. You made sure the divorce went. She's absolving herself from the problem. So now blaming the guy.
That is the reason why I say that the two of them are very shitty people. Let me explain.
Go ahead.
First of all, the man did not take the boy to another state. The woman did not take the girl to another state. You wouldn't tell me that they just took away the children and never saw each other. You did not notice that your child became so bad that he started stealing to the extent that he became an armed robber.
Correct.
The two of them should have noticed it. And they didn't let me say the woman noticed it and complained and the man didn't do anything.
Right. Right.
But you should have noticed that your son is behaving somehow if you really cared. Then the child, the girl in your own watch, was being abused to the extent that she got pregnant and you did not notice. You must have been a shitty mother for the girl not to open up things to you. So the both of them are just very stupid people that shouldn't have had children in the first place.
So another part you missed, let me remind you, another part at the beginning of this scenario, if you remember, at the beginning of this scenario, it's clearly stated. It said, Dayo Maku, a successful banker, meaning he doesn't joke with his work. He doesn't joke with his job, right? He's a 9 to 5 guy. He's looking at the promotion and everything. Probably got a housemaid or something to look after the child, the boy. And the wife, Ada Maku, a businesswoman. So now it was specifically pointed that they are religiously focused and addicted to their work ethics and businesses, right? It is so important to them more than their kids. That's the reason why I think the man did not pay attention to what's going on in the son's life.
That's why I'm blaming the two of them. The two of them are so focused on their career that
There you go.
they have children. And I'm very, very sure it's that focusing on their career that ruined their relationship.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's a good one. Right.
Because they are so focused in other things, they must have not been communicating very well, and the relationship got ruined. Then they separated the children that would have been together to work. Because when a family breaks up,
Right.
kids learn how to work with each other. So if you separate them, you're breaking that bond that would have kept them
Right.
with each other.
100.
So they separated the children because of their selfishness. Now they ruined the children's life as well. That's why I say the two of them are just two people that, if God really existed, God wouldn't have given them children in the first place. That's my own share. I don't know what other people say, but for me, that is exactly what I think happened. And those two people, if they have other children, like the man remarried, according to the woman, that man's children still suffer in that marriage if the man doesn't change. If this woman remarries, her own kids as well will suffer in her hands if she doesn't change.
Mind you, remember Dayo remarried though.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. The
Okay.
man, his children in his new marriage will suffer if he doesn't change who he is.
You think so?
Yeah. The only way you can fix your kids is if you change yourself. But from what you're saying, they are throwing blames around, showing they are not. You can only change. You accept where you went wrong and do a self-check.
Hold on, let me.
When you're busy throwing blames, you won't accept anything, and you're just going to compound the issue.
No, welcome.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, your voice is low. I can hear you, but it's low.
Oh, really? How about
Oh,
now?
now it's good. It's good now.
I'm on this. This thing don't change your interface. Yeah.
I can't hear you. You're going in and out. I don't know.
For real?
Yeah, I don't know why. Is your phone far away from you?
No, it's like literally inside my mouth.
Are you using earpiece or something?
I am not.
It's
Let me leave. Let me leave.
yeah, it's kind of echoing. I want to hear from your view. So I'm reading the story further now. Karigwe, here's another interesting part of that story. Now, Dayo remarried and had another baby with another woman, and they're doing great. And since then till I think 2020, since then till 2020, that's more than how many years? About 7 years. Yeah, about 7 years. So they have 2 kids. They have 2 kids with the new woman. Now, there is no problem whatsoever between the two of them, and the kids, two kids are doing great in school. From the new wife, they're doing great, except the boy, Fikayo, from the first marriage. Now, mind you, Ada decided not to remarry. She's still, handling her thing, and I think they had to go for an abortion with the other child, the daughter. They went for an abortion. So they've not disclosed any information regarding that. But Ada has decided not to remarry since then. So now, the new wife has no issue with Dio. The new wife has no issues with Dio. And the new wife's name, do you want to guess? Karigwe?
Ada?
Nah. Bimpe.
What?
Bimpe.
What is Bimpe?
It's a Yoruba name.
Yeah, okay. The guy went and married a
Yoruba girl. That's the point. This is quite interesting. So, wow. So now, the guy, Dio, now ended up marrying another woman. The first wife was Ada. The second wife is Bingli. So now, if you notice another thing from the first marriage, they had two kids, right? So the first child, remember the first child's name? Fikayo. Good. Fikayo is the son's name. Fikayo. Remember the daughter's name?
She has an Igbo name, I've forgotten.
Chidimma.
Yeah, you know what? I think culture difference played a part in their relationship as well. From what I would say, let me make a conclusion.
No. So you made a very great point, which was why I had to read further with to the story. So Ada was attacking Dio for being absent and remarrying so quickly. Now Dio is blaming Ada for turning the kids against him and raising them in a bitter manner. So the debate now is, did splitting up the kids do more harm than good? Should either parent have fought harder for full custody? Is emotional absence worse than physical absence? So the question is this, as I've mentioned earlier on, do you think either of them would have done better if they had both kids on their sides? Like, for the instance, if the father had both the daughter and the son with him, do you think it would have ended in a better way? Or
I think the best thing they would have done is they would have kept the kids in one house. Then one person would be visiting. But the problem is, the kind of people they are, they have to share the children.
Right.
Yeah, because of the kind of people, because of the selfishness that I was talking about.
Right.
They did not care how the children would fare. What they cared about is to win. It was the fight was, I must get what I want. The kids doesn't matter, and that is the reason why the kids turned out bad. That's why I blamed the two of them.
Okay. So what do you say to the fact that the new marriage is now is doing great? The new marriage.
The new marriage might be doing great because first, the guy married a Yoruba girl, so maybe that cultural issue went away. Second, the guy learned from the mistake of his past marriage.
Meaning it could be coincidental.
Third, another angle. We are not hearing the main story. Maybe if somebody calls that his new wife to her side and talk now, the story will come out.
How do you mean?
I'm saying
Right.
Because they are the same culture, they understand
each other. Okay.
Then the second part, maybe the guy learns from every mistake he made in the past.
Right.
Decided to fix it in the new marriage.
And make sure it doesn't happen again.
The third part, maybe they are not telling us the full story in that new marriage. Maybe the new marriage is having issue, but they're just keeping it
to themselves. Okay, because I mean, the first marriage lasted for 13 years, right? Before they broke up. Yeah, so this one is just 7 years. So this one is just, yeah.
Okay, 7 years from
when they divorced.
Yeah, you said 2 years after the divorce was when the boy was arrested, right?
Yeah, 2 years after.
Okay, so this story has been very long then.
Yeah. So 7 years from what's it called? 7 years from when that happened. Sorry, hold on. I think I'm mixing it up to themselves. So they have. Oh yeah, I mixed it up. So it happened. So the break up happened in 2021. The break up happened in 2021, right? So 2021 so 4 years from, yeah. So the child is 4 years. It's the second story I'm skipping. So I saw 7 years for the second story. So it's the second story. So it's 4 years. So clearly they have 2 kids. Bingpe and Dio has 2 kids now, and the 2 kids are doing okay so far, so good with the 2 parents. It's only the guy that got arrested, got arrested for armed robbery. So not just any robbery, armed robbery, involved in armed robbery. So we don't.
Actually, people don't just graduate to armed robbery. They start from
petty thieves, right? So I was.
So that's why I keep saying the parents fail. They should have noticed that their child became a petty thief if they were paying attention to the child.
So are you saying it might have started even before they divorced, but they were not paying attention to it?
Yeah, it might have started even before they divorced, because I have an example. I have a friend who came out. She's in a broken marriage that she doesn't want to leave because she's religious. She's believing that God will fix it, and every time she's cheating on the husband. The children have caught her in bed with another man. The husband beats her up every time they argue. Their first son and their second son is doing drugs now. So sometimes it starts in the house. If you talk to the first son, she will tell you that the reason why he's taking drugs is to distract himself from all the emotional traumas he's getting from the parents' marriage. So maybe the boy started joining bad company from when they were together. That is the reason why he could graduate to armed robbery within 2 years of living alone with the dad. Because when I think he graduated, when the dad started living alone with him and wasn't paying attention to him because of his work, and his stepmother would not pay. Nigerian stepmothers are the way they are. So that boy was left to fend for himself. So he took the normal actions that an average Nigerian that was left to fend for himself would take, which is joining the people that you feel will take care of you.
Okay. I like that angle. So, in your view now, do you think if if Ada remarries, do you think it might be a situation whereby, I mean, there's a possibility that if Ada remarries, Ada might even marry a Yoruba person, and
yeah, she might remarry and the marriage
go on well, exactly.
She might have learned from the mistake she made with her former husband.
With Dio. Yeah, with Dio. So, but now Dio is claiming emotional abuse, from Ada, and that Ada taught the kids against him to be bitter and all sort of things. So now nobody even knows the situation with the girl that got pregnant, the daughter that got pregnant. The
Jimmy, in a broken relationship, you don't do it alone. You will always have help. Even if you're the one that is majorly at fault, your partner played the part. So that you're saying emotional abuse. Did you try to communicate? You're a banker. I know Nigerian bankers go out as early as 5 o'clock and come back as late as 10. So when did you have time to actually be with your family? The woman is a businesswoman. Probably she's traveling everywhere.
True.
They are now what they are now doing to show you the kind of stupid and shitty people they are. They are now using the children as a weapon against each other. And that is what broke the children.
Right. Absolutely correct. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So, but now, I'm not sure if that guy is still in jail. I'm not sure if the son is still incarcerated. But yeah, the father is blaming okay. So let me use their name. Dayo is blaming Ada for making sure, for being negligent, that the daughter got pregnant by the neighbor. So Dayo is saying, if you're a good mother.
You forgot that your son became an armed robber.
Of course. So
That's to show you the kind of people these people are.
So that's what they're now using against each other. So Dayo is saying, you're a very useless mother, that as a woman, you didn't know when your daughter started menstruating till when she got involved in sexual activities and got impregnated by a neighbor. So it's a situation of, okay, so no one is ready to take responsibility of any kind.
Let me blame the man again for the girl. If it's only the woman that was a bad person and you were the good one, how come your child was being abused and she couldn't communicate with you, even if she can't talk to the mother? So the both of them, the children just knew. The children, I think what happened is the children decided we are on our own. We fend for ourselves. That is the reason why the girl is being abused. She didn't tell the mom. She didn't tell the dad. Because probably if she does, they wouldn't listen or they would blame her.
So, but
the way they blame each other.
So, but currently now, Dayo and Binkwe's marriage is going fine so far, and they have 2 kids, and they have 2 kids.
It's going far as
we know, right? Because the point now is people might say maybe Binkwe, maybe Ada is the one with the problem, that Binkwe with Dayo now, they're doing well. Their family is moving on fine. There is no problem. The kids are growing. They're communicating. But I mean, it's just 4 years, right? It's just 4 years compared to how the wedding or the marriage crashed after 13 years. Remember, it's 13. They had to divorce after 13 years. So I mean, this is just 4 years, and they've got 2 kids, a boy and a girl. So maybe we should just give them 9 more years to figure it out. We don't know exactly what is going on in that house, but as far as I'm concerned, they are currently together. They are still together currently. But based on that, the discussion is who is at fault. So, in conclusion, Karigwe, who do you think is at fault in this situation?
That is one. I started by telling you that it's the 2 of them. It's not only one person.
Right.
The 2 of them are just very stupid, shitty people that shouldn't have gotten married and brought innocent children into their mess.
Okay.
So the two of them are just fucked up people. They share the blame. They messed up their children and they should just find a way to fix whatever. And those children need serious therapy to get over whatever messed system. But if that boy comes out from incarceration, he needs to go through serious counseling.
And that's a big if.
The girl that is free should be put under watch. And sure, if Nigeria don't have that kind of system, if Nigeria don't have that kind of system, that girl should have been pushed into the system. The children should be taken away from them. And social services as well should start monitoring the man's new family and his children, the way they have been raised.
Okay. So, hold on a minute. Someone is asking me to check my message. I've not seen it. DM. Okay. Which of the DMs? I can't see any of. The person that sent that message. Which of the DMs? Okay. All right. Thanks, Karigwe. Tudo, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Crystal. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I sent the same thing to Tudo. I also sent it to Tudo. But please, Jimmy, it's really urgent that you help me look at it. Please, I beg you. Check the particular page where I usually send you a message on Twitter.
Oh, okay. All right.
Your other Twitter handle, please.
Can you send it to the one I'm using to host right now? Send it to the.
Okay, let me try.
Please, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So coincidentally, we have one Bimpe in our midst here. BIM Bimp. Welcome. We just mentioned the Bimpe situation now, but anyway, we'll get to that in a minute if you like. You say you understand? I hope so. Tudo, jump in. How you doing?
Hey, Ade, how's Karigwe Alpha, and greetings to everybody on the space, and great show. I've been listening. I mean, I don't want to dwell too much on the story that you shared. You guys have done a fantastic job dissecting that story. The only thing I would say before I go into what I wanted to say, sometimes it's hard to apportion blame in many of these stories. What we know is what we know, even with a narrative. Right. There are other things that may be going on in the life of that relationship that we don't know, and especially what you said, they're still together. So
the new marriage.
Oh, okay, not the old one. Okay, so
the new one.
Yeah, it's difficult to apportion blame, and secondly, when it comes to relationships and marriage, I tend to not dwell too much on blame or who is at fault, because it doesn't change anything. It doesn't. It's just people make choices, Jimmy. Regardless of what you promised each other from the start, people change, circumstances change. The promise you made or the commitment level you had, the circumstances when you had that commitment might change, and this change might be all kinds of things that you may be able to control, and some you may not be able to control. It could be between the both of you. It could be your own self. It could be family, in-laws. Just all. It could be mental, psychological, all kinds of things. Just the pursuit of happiness and life altogether. It's a very complicated thing, and so I'm always cautious when it comes to these things in terms of apportioning blame. And but for the sake of the conversation, sometimes when you know the facts like you have presented them today, and we pretend for a moment this is a court of public opinion. They can say, okay, we can point out one or two things. Okay, this person did this, person did that. So yeah, but like I said, I don't want to dwell too much on the story. I wanted to talk about broken home. The term broken home, Jimmy. So the APA, at the American Psychological Association,
Right.
they have stopped using that term.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I will explain why. So social scientists have stopped using it because it denigrates. It assumes, number one, that for your home to not be broken, two parents have to be involved in the home.
So what term do they use now?
Well, they don't even use. We just talk about other things. We don't. It's like saying bastard, for instance, Jimmy. These are anachronistic. I mean, we're still going to talk about broken home, but let me land. You see where I'm going?
Right.
Yeah. So broken is still relevant, but the definition has changed. Is what I'm saying. So, the assumption when you say broken home, you are assuming divorce or separation, right? So that home is broken. But the definition has expanded now to abuse and neglect, so that you may still be together, but the home is broken. You see? So I'll tell you a quick story. I had a friend, an older gentleman, moved from Nigeria to America. And these two people, Christian family, very churchy, everything. But the moment they moved to America, can you hear me, Jimmy?
Yes, I can hear. I'm actually going through what Sonia sent me, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was reading your body language. I thought you were struggling hearing me. So the moment they moved to America, they began to have issues and problems. And anyway, the man was just telling me how frustrated he is, that his wife doesn't respect him anymore like she used to when they were in Nigeria. This whole comparing Nigeria and America, But the worst for him was one day he walked in. In fact, his children don't respect him anymore. Similar to the story you're sharing, he believes that the woman has turned the children against him. So they don't even listen to him anymore. He commands, and they don't even listen to what he's saying. So one day he comes home, the mother was not home, and he was hearing this sound in the attic, right? So he goes up there in the attic. Jimmy, guess what he saw?
What?
He saw a boy on top of his daughter.
Jesus Christ. A boy. When you say a boy, define age.
Jimmy,
yeah, I want to put Jesus Christ. Okay, let's put it this way. Minor, right?
These are two minors.
Jesus Christ.
They are teenagers. I think they were under 18 at the time he was telling me this story. And they were having sex in the attic. And that was the day the man felt he has lost his family. And he was so frustrated when he was sharing this story with me. Eventually, they had to get a divorce. Eventually, right? They separated, and eventually they had to get a divorce. But Jimmy, let me ask you: that family, do you think is a broken home?
Well, they divorced, didn't they?
I mean, ultimately, but I'm saying before the final divorce paper was signed, do you think the home was already broken?
Of course.
It's not funny. I shouldn't be laughing, but that's the point.
The signs are there. So
yeah.
So again, a broken home doesn't necessarily mean separation.
Exactly.
It doesn't
exactly.
Separation.
So
Separation is just like the final, like, you know,
it's like the final nail in the coffin. It's like
stand you again.
we were just, it's like that thing that to announce to us that okay, we are done, it's official. But before we arrived there, we were already there the whole time. So now what they're saying is the converse of that, Jimmy, is that if you define broken home as the mere separation or divorce, which means a household that only has one parent, you are basically denigrating single parenthood.
Right.
Even if those homes are healthier than the kind of homes I just described in my story, or the kind that you described before the couple got a divorce. And also, there are people who have never married. There are women who have never married. They have children. Men have children. And many of them are raising amazing children, well-adjusted children, healthy, everything. We can't call them broken because the life in those homes are even healthier than the so-called two parents where there's basbos every day, screaming and yelling.
Right.
You know? So it goes back to this thing we do in our African society, especially where we want to denigrate single mothers. Nobody is saying that anything is ideal in any case. For instance, a lot of people who end up being single parents, it's not, we assume that they must have done something wrong. They must have been horrible. That's why they ended up, but that's not true. That's not what real life experience shows, right? And many of those people, whether they were married for 1 day, 1 week, 1 year, or whether the spouse died, or whatever life happened to them, many of them go on to lead amazing lives by all benchmarks, raise amazing children by all benchmarks. But we want to stick to these olden days of defining things to now say, because there is no man and woman involved, there is a broken home. No. So that's why I was quoting the APA to say that they refrain from using that term, because not only does it's a mischaracterization of the reality in a two-parent home where there is already chaos. But because two parents are involved, you don't see them as broken. The children are suffering. All the screaming, the yelling, the fighting, the punching, the children are there. And the children will pick up on those things and go to repeat those same things. So things were already broken, even though two parents were involved. Conversely, when you have one individual raising a child, they may not be experiencing all of those things, but society wants to say, because there's only one parent involved, it's broken. It's not true. It's not true. So that's just what I wanted to share regarding so bottom line is to say any home, any arrangement, single or double or dual, whatever, can be broken. It is not the number of people involved that makes it broken. It is what is going on in the home and the relationship that makes it broken. I don't know if that makes sense, Jimmy.
It does, and that's a very good angle at looking at. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people will be thinking it's until the separation, happens, that's when it's broken. No, there are a lot of broken homes whereby they're still living together. In fact, the husband might just stay in one room, might be sleeping in the living room, and the wife will be sleeping in the room.
Absolutely, that's a good point.
Yeah, so people will see that they'll go to church. They'll go to church together. They will hold hands in public, and the moment they enter, their house, it's like a war zone, and the kids, one might want to sleep on daddy's chest, the other might want to sleep, next to mommy and all that, and the kids are they are paying attention to these things. They are paying close attention to these things. They see that mom doesn't cook for dad anymore, or when mom cooks for dad doesn't eat mom's food again. And mom will just probably angrily throw it away, and things like that. It affects the kids, right, in one way or another, and it only takes maturity and communications, right? For these things for you to understand yourself. And even if you're not going to be together again, it's something you can talk about instead of, especially when kids are involved, instead of acting so dangerously around the kids that might lead to something else. And that's the fact. And this is where religion plays a very nasty role. You know, this mindset of what God has joined together, not let no man put
Let no man put asunder.
Yeah. So, but I mean, if a marriage has gotten to a point at which it needs to be dissolved, right? Let it be so. Why should someone lose their life because of that? And talking of loss of life, Sonia, I saw the messages you sent me, and I've actually changed the topic. I'll give you the mic to break the whole thing down. So, guys, it has to do with my topic today, and it still stands on causes and impacts of broken homes. And now I updated it to abuse leading to death. Sonia sent me some sad pictures and some videos. A man actually beats his pregnant wife to death in Nigeria. They sent me the video, pictures. Bro, it's disgusting. The man beat that woman, the picture of the man and everything, the woman, and it's a it's something that's been happening over over a long time, right? But now the woman is dead. The woman is dead. And that's the reason why I pointed out what you said about it doesn't need to leave. You need to leave that marriage. Leave because of your own your own life. Now it has led to something. We'll handle this.
Yeah, sure. Hold on.
But I want us to hear from Sonia. She reached out to me about it. I believe it's a broken home issue. I don't know how recent this is. Seems like something that happened today. I'm not certain, but she's here to share the story with us, to give us a perspective into this. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the videos you sent me. My goodness. And from the woman's body, I can see that there's been scars and marks on her body, showing this is not the first, second, third, or fourth, fifth time that she's been abused. Now, considering the fact that she's pregnant, Sonia, you there?
I'm here. Jimmy, good evening.
How you doing?
Sudo, good evening.
Is listening.
I'm very well. I'm so sorry that I had to disrupt your space.
No, it's all right.
So this evening, someone sent me a link. I was like, oh, please, because this friend of mine is abroad. So like, Sonia, please, can you help? So I was like, what's going on? So she sent me a TikTok link. So I went to the link. I had a conversation with the girl. Is a really young girl. Maybe she's in her early 20s. I had a conversation with her. So apparently her sister was married to the man in the thingy that I sent to you.
Yeah.
And even though I didn't ask her, because when people are still really, it's still fresh. You don't want to ask too many questions. So, so I asked her. So she said the man beat her. And beat her so much. She's heavily pregnant. I mean, I showed you a video of her, the pregnancy. She was heavily pregnant. He beat her. I do feel like he used belts and canes on her. And, she was rushed to the hospital and she passed on shortly after with the pregnancy. Now, here's my problem with the Nigerian police. The Nigerian police, they frustrate people like me, right? They annoy me with every fiber of my being. And I want to say that while I understand that the reason why people remain in abusive situations, I mean, there's so many angles to it. When we talk about, just a few days ago, people were dragging single mothers on the timeline, right? And I always tell people that until people destigmatize how they see women who run away from situations like this, we still going to keep having cases like this. That's number one. But above all, I want to tell you the role the Nigerian government plays in this type of wickedness. Because now this family went to the police, right? They went to the police this happened in some place in Edo State, maybe a smaller village. So they did the right thing, which is go to Benin City to like report. The Benin City police officers, no thought in sight, could not say, you know what? This is not, it didn't happen in our jurisdiction, but this is what we can do. We can decide that we can write a reference for you to go to this person in that part of that police station close to your place to ensure this case is pursued. No, they just send them, say it's not here, go back to where it happened and report them. And they went back there. They took the police to, we said, first of all, the police said, one of the policemen they met said, there is family issue, that they should just go and bury their dead. And what do I think they said it? They see the family is poor, right? They see the family is poor. They will be unable to extort them. So instead of wasting their time, they said, go and bury your dead. That's what they said. No autopsy. And they too, they're not educated. They went and buried the girl yesterday. Right? She's been buried now. Yesterday, she was buried yesterday with her pregnancy. Now, let me tell you one of the things that I find very annoying. The police went to this guy's house. His family locked him somewhere. They didn't search for this guy because I hear he comes from, like, you know how they say a family is big. It's necessarily not about them having money. A family is big might be because they maybe they're a large family. You understand? Or they are notorious or something. But they hit the guy, told the police that they were going to bring the guy. Until this day, there has not been any arrest. This woman has now left a daughter and a son. They're always if you go to the girl's page on TikTok, you see pictures of the children crying for their mother. I mean, the last child of this woman should be around 5, and then maybe her older daughter should be around 7. You understand? And it feels like there's no justice. I live in Lagos. I don't live in Edo State. I don't even know how to go about the case. I'm just confused, angry, and frustrated. You know, all I did today was, first send them money because I know that they're poor, right? And I know that those children will need to eat while they're pursuing justice. And I know that justice is not cheap because for some reason, our country has made fighting for any form of justice a money-making venture, where the police will finish you. When the police finishes you and they finally get you to pay to take the culprits to prison or to courts, you tell you to pay for bus, for fuel. When you get there, every time they want to bring the person to court, the correctional officers will ask you for money to ensure that they bring that person to court. Like, it is a very horrible thing. But please, I just want to beg you people, please. I mean, all you need to do is please help me just I shared some parts of it. I don't even know what to say. I'm just I don't know what to say. But all I want to say is please help me retweet, tag the police force. Anybody who has large following, please just help me keep retweeting, tagging the police force until they give this the least they can do for this woman is to just ensure that her children remember that their mother got justice.
Wow. So
that her children remember.
Kids. How many kids does she have?
2 plus the one she was pregnant for. So he has killed her and that one now.
So she left 2 kids behind, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Where is this man now? So the man, that's the picture of the man you sent me, right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna make a tweet about it. Do you know the woman's name?
I'm going to. I'll get their name, but I know that the sister that I sent money to tonight, her name is Naomi.
Yeah. So find out the name of the woman. I can see the man's name is John, right? The man's name is John. Is that correct? Sorry, are you
Sorry,
there?
the man's name is John. Yes. The man's name is John.
All
I
right.
was trying to
Yeah.
check.
So
Mm.
yeah, check. So I'm seeing the videos, and I won't post the video yet. I'll just post the pictures because the videos I probably need to edit it. There's some sensitive parts that I don't think needs to be out there. But I'll put out I'll make a tweet about it. This man beat the wife to death. It's disgusting. So, oh my goodness. So this woman is dead
I
now,
think
She's
what
dead.
is just the man's picture.
right? Karigu, I'm listening to you. I have the man's picture here, but I mean,
Yeah, I said what we should share is just only the man's picture, just to protect the man's image. Although she's dead, the man's picture needs to spread and have the police for to do it. Another thing, I don't know whether Dr. O knows any NGO in those states.
so it happened in Edo states, right?
Yeah, Jimmy, I was going to talk about the NGO thing too. The Carigo just mentioned. I was just waiting for Sonia to land.
Yeah.
If you guys are in connection to any NGO locally, they can put some voice and some action behind it.
I've
That will
called a
also help.
couple, but I think it's really far. But I've called a couple. I think they're in one of these villages in Edo State. Most
Oh
of the ones
wow.
the one I called, they say they're in Benin. But I told them, I said, even if it means me paying for their CPay, I have to, because I see they are helpless. And the police, they are capitalizing. Like, first of all, I know that until there's some noise on Twitter. Our police people, they like showmanship. When
Yeah,
there's some noise on
they like to
Twitter,
save face.
ex- exactly.
Yeah.
I do think that Twitter, social media would help them more than even an NGO. And I'm saying this even as an NGO, someone who runs an NGO. Sometimes you need to scream.
Mm.
You need to act like a mad person for them to
And
do
shame them.
something.
Yeah, and that's when they will now be forced to respond to whatever you are saying. It's really sad. It's a sad story.
Because even if that NGO goes there, Jimmy, they will extort them.
So
I'm not gonna lie. They will start collecting money from them.
so I need to tag. What are the names of I know there's one Benjamin and there's one Ife Bright or something like that.
Yeah, that if a bright where they do showmanship all the time.
Yeah, Ife Bright.
That one at Delta State too.
It doesn't matter. He has connection. He knows how to jump from one place to
So
another.
you can tag all of them. Prince Monye, Adejobi, Nigerian police, at police NG.
Prince what?
That's Muyiwa Adejobi. Prince Monye 1.
Muyiwa Adejobi.
That's the public. I think that's the PRO of police.
Okay, and who else?
That if a bride, be a Dafe, whatever his name is. Just, I mean, we can look up so many of their handles and just tag them.
Let's share with big handles so they can retweet it. So I put up this picture. So I just put out the woman's back and the ham.
IG of police too, Jimmy. IG of police.
Okay, the woman's hand looks broken.
I don't know what it looks like he used plank on her.
Sad.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That guy is an animal. He belongs in prison.
Ooh.
If they can get it to Harry is somebody that if he takes over this thing, he will push it till he dies.
Okay.
So somebody like him should
So
also be aware.
Yeah, VDM too can help in cases like this.
All right, so I'll make a tweet about it and I'll tag all the people you guys have mentioned, and we'll take it from there. Man, this guy looks like a sadist, and for you to actually beat a pregnant woman.
I've sent you the name of the woman. Her name is Franca Ediawe, and the man's name is John Ediawe.
Beautiful. All right, so
Jimmy, I beg, we need to tag Minister of Information and National Orientation too.
All right, I'll do all that now. So
We need to do anything.
Sonia, so this is sad. All right, so I'm doing that. Icon, jump in. What we got to say to this? I mean, it has to do with the topic as well. It's clearly it's a broken home, to be fair. A lot has been happening in the background to have led to this. There's been a lot of back and forth to have led. The woman has been beaten all over and over again. I can see the scar all over her body. So, at what point do we pull back? I've seen some of the videos, and I can't put out the video because it's sensitive, right? But it I don't know. I can't jump in. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you, Jimmy? I'm very well. It's very sad. May has so rest in peace. It's just, I think this thing is like multifaceted, and there's so many reasons. A lot of women can't leave because maybe they're not educated, they're not empowered, and so they don't know. It's like I can't survive without this man. A lot of times it's financial, not all the time, but I think it takes a big chunk of it. And like everyone here has said, we talked about like another time it's like religion. For some other women, it's their families who will tell them that you cannot come home once you get married. You have pastors that will say, what's that thing they say? Something about God hates divorce. And so it's, for a lot of women, it's every direction that they could turn, they be betrayed, right? And so there's nothing else they can do. They try to go and pray for the man. Or you have these men who are very manipulative. They will beat her to the edge of her life, come back, start begging with everybody, and then people, instead of telling her that the first sign of violence needs to come out, she goes back in because she's too deep in, or she just knows that she's not going to get any support. And this, I don't want to call. I think we need to find a different name for it. I don't like the stigma of a broken home, right? I don't know. I think I'll start playing with that. I just don't like that name because enough of times for a lot of couples, breaking up is the best thing that can happen to their families, right? For their children, for everyone involved. The best thing that can happen is that they break up. Yes, are they, and I think if both parents are active, if both parents are intentional, breaking up, yes, will not make things, things could be better, but it does not mean that your kids have to suffer if you put your children first. But the truth is that a lot of times, children are not put first. And this has nothing to do with it. It's not just abuse. It's just one person is scorned, one person is angry, and then they decide to teach the other person a lesson by essentially neglecting their children. And then that's when I think kids, begin to suffer for these things. And then when it comes to something like our environment, our culture, it's worse, right? Because there's so much stigma. Like I've been seeing something like floating around social media about I think it's like I'll never marry a single mother, blah 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 blah. So things like that. So why would anybody want to come out of that when it's like the society has already told you the fact that this is that this thing has happened to you automatically means that you're less than, right? Instead of hating a woman or encouraging a woman that she was able to come out, or a man, whichever because I know it goes both ways, and encouraging her and helping her to rebuild her life as other people do. So it's very unfortunate, but it's like, especially in our culture, in our country, it's just difficult to leave a situation unless you maybe have like a strong family background, like in terms of like where you have support for family and things like that. So we don't exactly have like charities, we don't have women's shelters. So there's really nowhere for a lot of people to go, right? And so there's nothing else they can do but try to survive in circumstances that they find themselves. And yeah, so I've seen things, I've talked about it before, where you have people highly educated that should know better, very exposed, and they will literally say, oh, my child cannot marry this person because they're from a broken home. And the person that they're talking about is a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, doing very well, just all rounded, but for the simple reason that maybe their father wasn't around because their father got father was beating their mother, or the marriage just didn't work out, it becomes a problem, and this child has to carry that burden, right? And so you see a lot of mothers, like staying in marriages because of their children, because they don't want their children to get a bad label, bad name. But I've seen very few children that, when people are in unhappy marriages and unhappy situations, that you don't see the kids when they are growing up talk about how miserable that their parents were and how they wish their parents, separated, instead of staying in something that they shouldn't be in and then making everybody miserable. So, staying should not be an option, when there's just no joy, when there's no love. But when it comes down, obviously, other countries have, you see other countries where, people are more liberal, you see more women being able to walk away. But in Nigeria, it's still, unfortunately, not the norm, right? Because of the way society will treat you. So I'll come back and tell other stories, just examples of things that I have seen around. But I just wanted to start with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for that. I mean, so what name do you suggest instead of what term do you suggest instead of broken home?
I'll really think about it, because I think every time I just heard broken home, I think it just made me flinch. I don't like it, right? And even today, there was something I saw, and everybody will have a different opinion about it, of course. It was somebody saying, "Oh, don't compare widows to single mothers." But what was it? Because her husband is no longer here. They're essentially trying to say, it felt like they were trying to say, a widow is better than is better than a single mother, right? So it's like, don't say that yes, the same thing. And it bothered the heck out of me. And I was like, both unfortunate circumstances. Of course, one is, it's beyond your control in terms of what happened. In fact, both of them might be beyond your control. But one person has passed away. But in terms of what you guys experienced, it's probably very similar, right? In terms of raising those kids, whether their father is around or their father is not around, a child will miss its father. So I don't like that we're everything we're trying to classist about it or whatever. And I just that just bothers me. It should be, if a woman or a man is left to raise their kids alone and going through it, the goal should be for people to come together to help, right? Versus, because it happened this way, then we're going to help you, or because it happened that other way, we're not being then somehow you're different. So anyway, I'll think of a name when it really.
Yeah, see, icon. Instead of thinking of a name, I think is to understand exactly the real meaning of broken home. Before that divorce happens, the home is already broken. Broken home is when two relationships is not working out, when a home is not functioning the way it's supposed to function, not necessarily when they divorce.
So can we call it fractured family then?
Yeah, dysfunctional relationship or fractured
family. Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, because broken home, before a man or a woman divorces their spouse, their home is already broken. So that broken home happens when they are together, not when they are divorced.
Icon, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
I was saying I agree with Carrie, but the reason I want it different is because I feel like as long as a man and a woman are still together, they are giving some sort of credit, right? Even though, like you said, they are broken. But a lot of times, when a man and a woman separate because they needed to separate, I almost feel like they are more whole in terms of if they were both unhappy, and I don't know if that makes sense, and then they're able to help their kids better, right? Because they are no longer together. Because a lot of times you're together and that does feel broken. But sometimes, or quite often, it's us being separate is actually better for the children. And so it doesn't feel like, yes, we're not together, but it just doesn't feel as toxic and as damaging to the children as it does when we're both together. So I think, for me, that's why I don't like that being broken. But I get you, most people don't. I don't think most people think about it the way you're thinking about it, which is they're already broken within the family, but society does not call them broken because they are together.
All right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that part. So I'm just gonna change it to dysfunctional family. Sorry, Sonia, I'm trying to multitask here. So does anyone know?
Oh no, Jimmy, you don't have to change it. This is just me. You don't have to change it. Sorry, this is just me.
Yeah. So yeah. So what I've got to realize is the term itself is something they try to censor as a phrase on social media. Tudo called my attention to it, so I was doing some search and I got to realize that the term broken home is something they're trying to change that perspective for what it is. So I don't want a situation whereby certain phrases might block people from viewing the platform, because it might be censored, it might be prevented from reaching some places due to some phrases, which I believe is probably one of the reasons why TikTok is acting funny. I'll push for that one later on. But does anyone knows Very Dark Man's Twitter handle? I don't know. I don't follow him, so I don't know his handle. And I've seen different kinds of handles
I think Very Dark
claiming.
Man is not on Twitter. Just
Peter.
There you go. So it's not on Twitter.
if it goes viral, Very Dark Man is somebody that launches some viral topic.
Right.
If it goes viral, he will pick it up.
So what about Aris Ando? Aris Ando. I actually
I
understand.
think it's Trey Bautista.
You even know it. You know it offhand. At 3 gods. Hey, Carigwe. Hey, confirm. 3 gods. Tista. That's the Tista sounds like an Italian. All right, so I just composed a message regarding that, and I hope they do something about it real quick. So John Ediawe beats his wife Franca to death. When did the woman die? Yesterday, right?
No, I think sometime this week. I'm trying to get all the info from the woman's sister. She was buried yesterday. Her parents came out and made the video. I'll send you the video.
So
Begging.
today is Friday, but it happened this week, right? So today is Friday, but you said so it happened
She
this
was
week,
buried
right?
yesterday.
Okay. Wow.
The name of the Imio. Sorry, please don't. Where it happened.
Please type it and send to me. Yeah, type and send it to me.
Jimmy, I will it be futile if I say to tag Okpewolo?
Who?
Okpewolo.
Does he have Twitter handle? Will he understand it if he reads it? Or if can he read it?
Monday, Okpewolo, governor.
Can he read?
At least maybe his people will see it.
Oh,
And
fair
they will-
enough.
Gee.
Beautiful. That's a good one.
What did Carigwe
He
say?
said it's going to go a long
Women
way.
affairs.
Yeah,
Women- Yeah,
all those government agencies within the states,
right.
it's just mass tag all of them and see
Do we
everything
know?
comes out.
Right. So right. So Sonia, what role did you say the Nigerian police are playing about this?
So the
They're
girl, she
trying to
went to the
cover it
police and they
up.
told her she should go and bury her dead. That's yes.
They're trying to cover it up, right?
Yes.
All right, so I've tagged the Nigerian
Yes.
police.
Yes.
So let me tag IG police. What's the handle of IGPSF? All these people, me, I don't know them all. Nigeria IG of police. What's the handle of Nigerian IG of police?
Jimmy, just look up his name. Kayode Egbetokun.
Oh. Kayode
Tudo, can you speak
Egbetokun.
Yoruba?
Now I'm Yoruba ni mi now.
Omo Yoruba o.
Okay, no wonder.
Tainted blood. Tainted blood.
Tainted blood. Omo Yoruba o. Okay, someone sent me a message say tag show ready.
So, Jimmy,
yeah,
there's a. Let me see if it's functional. I don't think the guy tweets. There's an account in his name, but it doesn't. It's not functional. So
you mean Egbetokun?
Yeah, Egbetokun. Yeah, I'm looking up. There's an account in his name, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, but those other ones will do actually because they all see those things.
Right. So okay. So let me.
Especially Muiwa Adejobi.
So
Prince Moye won.
Yeah, I got that one. And Ife Bright, I got that one too. Who else? So the tweet says John Ideawe beat his wife Franca to death this weekend. She was buried yesterday. She was buried with
Sorry, Jimmy. Edo State Police Command. Edo Police NG at Edo Police NG.
Okay, let me get that. At Edo Police
NG.
At Edo Police NG. Got it. What else? Who else? Let's put it all out there. Because I'm certain they'll probably try to cover it up. That's the normal thing they do every time.
Jimmy, CSP Moses Yamu at Yamu Joel. At Yamu Joel.
At CSP
No, at Yamu. YAMU.
YAMU.
Joel. JOEL. That's the public PRO of the command.
Got it.
And then let me get the commissioner.
Great. That's beautiful. So the question is, will you be complicit in this murder? A woman's blood is crying out. We demand justice, not silence, not cover up. Justice now. Then hashtag justice for Franca Ediawe. Okay. So I'm going to make a tweet about it when we compile all the all the handles, and we'll send it out there, and we can tweet and retweet it. I'll put it on a jumbotron. We can send it to people we know might, do something about it. So let me attach some pictures to it. That's John's face and the wife. Man. Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can put up. Let me see if I can put up the other video. Okay. Jesus Christ. Damn. Here we go. Okay, so that video is okay. Nothing special. Which other handle, guys? Which other handle? Let's put it out there so we can tackle this issue once and for all. You see, these are the things we keep talking about. Only God knows how long this has been going on, and the fact that this is not the only person going through this right now. She's not going to be the first. She's not going to be the last. In fact, maybe someone is being beaten to death right now, and same scenario, pregnant as well. So how long is this going to keep happening? And I made a tweet on my other handle sometimes this week. I said the poor are always guilty in Nigeria. The poor are always guilty in Nigeria. And in cases like this, nothing is going to happen. Absolutely nothing is going to happen. And these are the kind of things people get away with. And that man will probably pay a couple of people and he's going to walk free. He's going to remarry and keep doing the same thing because he considers women as disposable, and he believes he can get away with anything. And now, people that listen to my inspirational talk for today, you can relate to what I spoke about: accountability. These are things that have been happening in that country for a very long time, and no one is held accountable. If a couple of people have been held accountable regarding things like this, it won't be happen. There won't be repetition of issues or instances or cases like this. A woman, a pregnant woman, it is one thing for a woman to conceive. It is another thing for her to now get pregnant and nurse it for 9 months. During that 9 months, it is not guaranteed that she's going to survive. And if she does, the very day she meant to put to bed, she might give up the ghost that day. She might kick the bucket. Might be a situation whereby they need to operate her, get the baby out, just save one of them. And sadly, it might be a situation where they'll lose both of them. But whatever the case may be, the point is, you think that a woman, a pregnant woman, it's bad enough to lay your hands on any woman, but a pregnant woman, you're not just laying your hands on her, you're laying your hands on two people. You're laying your hands on two lives. The one inside and the one carrying the baby. It's bad enough you're raising your hand. It's now a different thing entirely. You leaving a mark on that woman. When I make the tweet, you guys will see the marks on that woman's body. There's a short clip of her body, about 16 seconds. It shows the mark on her. So the severity of the marks shows the impact, the brutal impact of the kind of beating she got. It wasn't a slap. It wasn't.
Jimmy, I think Dr. O is trying to request the mic.
Where? Speaker section?
I'm not sure.
Let me see. There we go. Right. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I want to compile all the names first. Okay, so here's the local government area. Got it. So let me have that too. Welcome, guys. Dr. Ho, did you hear about the story? Sorry? No vex. I was given a short monologue. I wasn't looking at the screen. I beg, no vex. You and Will. I apologize. I'm taking accountability. Hey, get out! I no apologize. I don't know. I don't know how you, was it you, Chris, and who? I think KO Yusuf. I don't know how you guys do that. The way you guys say that, get out, when you're having a go at yourselves. Man, did you hear about the story, bro?
Yeah, I started on Senior Page and I already commented. I reached out to somebody already. I'm trying to chat to Dr. Owen in the background.
Is she in Edo?
Yeah, she's not in Edo State, but she has so many strong links on ground in Edo State.
Right.
She lives in Lagos.
Okay.
You can get that not practically very soon.
Okay.
All those people we are tagging, they will not move except we get somebody on ground.
to push them. Fair enough. Yeah, but I mean, I think if the noise is loud enough, they'll probably do something. Don't you think?
Yeah, I'm not saying we are taking wrong steps. I'm saying we still need somebody on ground.
Right, definitely.
So we have to do like the two factor authentication.
Okay, all right, I get it.
Yeah.
I get that part. I get that part.
I'm already chatting with her. Once she responds properly, I'll link out with Sonia and South.
Okay. That's.
I saw the images. Sonia, I already saw it on Sonia's elimination, and I commented that, and it's just really sad. It's really sad. It's just, I don't know. The madness in Nigeria is just everywhere. We've got to have respect for her. Imagine beating your own wife to the extent you killed her and her baby. If it was a country where there is even medical care, people would still rescue a baby. But it's Nigeria. Everything is not, there's nothing working except for the looting and the criminality.
It's disgusting. Honestly speaking, it's disgusting. I made a tweet about it already. It's on the Jumbotron, guys. Right. So guys, retweet it. Right. Right. Yeah. I hope something is done about it. And thanks Sonia for bringing it to our notice. I mean, it's coincidental to the topic we're treating today, which is cause and impact of dysfunctional families, abuse leading to death. It's crazy. It's a disgusting thought. I saw the videos. There was a particular video showing the woman's tummy. How she was beating blue black. Man, it's ridiculous. And that man will just probably pay them chicken change and they'll just let him go. I hope something is really done about it. I hope they take serious action against this guy, and I hope they respond to this. As a matter of fact, hopefully it gets to the right authority and people blow it out as much as possible. Send it to people that will let this thing go viral. They need to cut it out for what it is. This man needs to remain in there, and it should be used as an example. There's no way you beat your wife and leave so much scar on her, and she's pregnant and you still beat her till she dies. It doesn't make any sense. And she's pregnant. It is ridiculous. And Dr. Ho, you're right. When that happened, they had options, they had chances of saving the child, but they don't care. They're not interested in all those. Who's going to pay for it? So they rather bury both the child. So when they say Nigeria can happen to anybody anytime, this is what we mean. It can happen to anybody, anytime, anywhere. This is a typical example. And Dr. Ho, you're not just saying it simply because you think, it's possible. In the same climate, the priority will be to save the child. Once they realize the woman is losing consciousness or they declare her dead, the next move will be saving that child, but they cannot be bothered. And before you know it, it's the pace at which they just bury people, as in just like that. But then again, you cannot blame them.
You know, here the stupid police tell them say they go bury their dead.
Yeah, so
You can't even
It is a crime scene. Doesn't belong to the family. It belongs to the government. That body belongs to the government because they will do autopsy to find out. Besides the obvious, we can see the beating, the marks, the scars on our body. Abused before then. Thank you. Violence there. And if they find a very good what's it called? What's the name of this people that does autopsies? Pathologist. Yeah, pathologist. If they find a very good pathologist, they will figure out how long, because she has scars on her body, they will figure out scars that were put on her forcefully and mistakenly. There are ways they figure out those things, and they can figure out the kinds of materials that was used in beating her. If it was iron, they will tell you. If it was wood, they will tell you. If it was leather, they will tell you. The patterns are there. But they just carry the body, throw inside there. This was the exact same thing that happened with my younger brother. When my younger brother died, they claim he committed suicide. But please, the only saving grace was the fact that I told them I need a video recording of the scene. That was the only thing that made a difference. Karigwe, they were ready to go and bury my brother that very day. I only told them I needed a video of the scene. And they sent me that video, Karigwe. The video they sent me, about 3-minute video, I used that video to break down what happened to my brother. I used that single video, 3-minute video. I did the breaking down myself from the evidences and everything they've been screaming, they've been talking about. I used the video. They said he committed suicide. Okay, fine. Karigwe, there was no suicide note. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no suicide note. There was no canister of any drug. You know, say you won't swallow many medicine. There will be a container or paper or even those plastic bag where they put all the medicine. None was on the ground. None. I told them, I said, look very closely. Look everywhere. They don't find any. And I was confused. But guess what? They were still videoing, and I told them, you know what? All right, carry the body. They should put it in the body bag. I was viewing, they were doing video and they sent it to me. And when they tried lifting the body up, and I cited something, I said, hold up. What was that? Right behind his head was blood. It was bleeding. His head was bleeding. There was blood coming out of his nose, and there was blood coming out of his ears. Person will commit suicide. And guess what? The body was swollen. It was like balloon. The body was swollen. I said, hold on a minute. I'm way more smarter to know that this is not a fresh dead body. The body has been there for a while. Then they called ambulance. The people that works at mortuary, they came. Those ones came. And when those ones got there, I was on the phone. And those ones were trying, Kilo de Telo Aiza, why is so much Aiza smelling all over the place? Aiza and the all over the place. All over the place. There's too much. It's too conk. I heard that statement when they entered the room where the body was. And the man was like, why didn't you guys call us since? Why are you just calling us now? And they were like, no, it's yesterday that he died. And the man said, no way. He's been working at the mortuary for over 13 years. This is not a fresh dead body. And I said to myself, oh yeah, we're getting somewhere. But guess what? They were in a hurry to go and bury that guy. So I told them, I asked the guy, the mortuary guy, where was the smell of Aiza coming from? And the guy walked the hallway down to the kitchen. And I said, yes, that was what happened. And a neighbor was saying they heard my brother and one person having misunderstanding in the kitchen, and they were hearing pots scattering and everything. And that was the last thing they heard. But he went to his room to sleep. And I said to myself, I said, hell no. It was my dad's house. We have tenants. My brother is huge. He's huge, bigger than me. He looks like grandmaster's, stature. He's huge. No one in that house was capable of handling him. He probably beat that person, one of the tenants. They had a misunderstanding in the kitchen. He beat that person and probably slammed the person on the ground. And he walked out of the kitchen, walking to his own room, and the person grabbed something in the kitchen, knowing he cannot handle him, slammed it on his head, at the back of his head, and he lost consciousness. They probably now use it to hand whatever it is they did. They now dragged the body from the kitchen into his room, and they now put him there. I narrated this story to them, that this was what happened. So the Isaiah, there was blood when they were pulling him. He's a very hefty person. They cannot carry him. They now dragged him to his room. So the trail of blood was what they tried using Isaiah. I was not there. I did Chicago here. But I had to break it down. When I heard the information, the testimonies from different people, and the video that I saw, I broke it down. And I said, we're having an autopsy. And that was what caused one of the major problems I have with my parents. They say, no, they don't want to do autopsy. Let's leave it to God. I've not gotten over that still now. Because these are the things, when something like that happened, we always hand it over to God. No, someone killed my brother. And you are the parent. You don't want to know what killed your child. It is ridiculous. And we go through all these things in Nigeria. They wanted to just make sure they're very, 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 very big. They want to make sure they do that. It is ridiculous. And this is exactly what happened to this woman now. This is exactly what happened to this woman. They are not bothered about finding out what happened, how it happened. All they are bothered about is to get rid. And again, I understand why. Because guess what? It's either they leave her like that to rot, or they take her to the mortuary. And when they take her to the mortuary, they have to pay for the mortuary. They'll pay for the service. Now, it's one thing for you to have a slot, because they put them on a tray-looking thing like that. It's one thing for you to have that slot to be placed on that table, that metal-looking table. It's another thing for you to be able to pay for them to keep them in a frozen, cooler-looking kind of thing. But guess what? There is no light. There is no electricity to power anything. Now, you're left to now volunteer to buy fuel for generator, depending on the kind of generator they are using. It could be diesel or petrol. And you want to use that. You pay for that so they can keep the body cool. And while you do that, remember, you have to they'll put on the gen to keep everyone else bodies cool there. But the moment you stop, whenever you come to collect the body, you just meet maggots coming out of everywhere. It's crazy. So instead of they will tell you, instead of going through all that, why don't you just go and bury your dead? And that way they bury the evidence. Everything just goes off. That is the madness we are going through in that country. Now, this man killed his wife. His wife killed his wife. Do you know what might have happened? The level at which this act had repeated itself to have led to this conclusion of him killing his wife. And the truth of the matter is, they will end up releasing him. I hope this tweet, does the job and gets to the right people, and they do something about it. They tweet and retweet it, and it gets to the right people that will take proper action. Otherwise, this story is just going to die. It's just going to die the way many other stories just dies. Thank you, Sonia, for bringing this to our awareness. It's coincidental to the topic we're treating today, but yeah, that's what it is. So we'll be revisiting it every now and then. But before, okay, someone is requesting for Mike. All right. So before then, I think it's only fair to go back to the topic we're actually handling, and we lay down a scenario. I'm going to repeat that scenario again. We lay down a scenario of a dysfunctional home that led into a huge problem for the kids, So again, let me take it again. Whoever has question or submission regarding that, then we can move to the second scenario. So there's a case of a particular family, the Maku family. It's happened in Lagos in 2021. Well, the divorce, no, not the divorce, the incident happened in 2021. So there is Dayo Maku, a Yoruba guy, a successful banker, married to Ada Maku, a businesswoman. They divorced after 13 years of marriage. They have 2 kids, a boy and a girl. The boy's name is Fikayo, a 13-year-old boy. And the girl's name is Chidinma, a 10-year-old girl. So they divorced, they separated their ways, and the father took the boy and the mother took the daughter when they broke up. 2 years after the breakup, Fikayo, the son, was arrested in a armed robbery operation. Remember, he was 13 when the divorce happened. And 2 years after, he's 15. And he was arrested in an armed robbery operation. So when they say armed robbery operation, we don't know if it was just there coincidentally when it happened. We don't know if they found a gun on him, if he was with the people that were robbing, but it was arrested in an armed robbery operation. Okay. Chidinma, the daughter, the one staying with the mother, got pregnant at the age of 14. Is it 14? Nah, not 14. From the calculation of the dates, it shouldn't be 14, but it says 14 here. Got pregnant at the age of 14. Mind you, this is a true life story. I had to pull different stories up to make the topic more realistic and debatable. We don't want to place our argument based on ifs, presumptions, and whatnot. We want to go through them logically, realistically, based on real events that happened. So Chidinma got pregnant at the age of 14, and it was a neighbor that impregnated her. Now, when that happened, there was a reaction. Everywhere was on fire, and Ada, the mother, blames Dayo, the father, for being absent and remarrying so quickly. Like the moment they got divorced, Dayo just remarried. It was almost as if he's been having an affair and needed a breakup so he can focus on that affair. He married almost instantaneously after the divorce was finalized. So Ada is using that as an excuse to blaming Dayo. It's your carelessness that had led to this. So now she's not taking any blame. She's solely blaming the man for the misfortunes of the 2 kids, because it was under Dayo's nose that Fikayo was arrested in an armed robbery operation. And if Dayo had not abandoned the family, if he had done his fatherly role as the man of the house and making sure he puts his emotions in check in making sure the family is together, regardless their differences. They wouldn't have split it up, and she wouldn't have gone her own separate ways with the child. Now this is blame shifting, right? And she doesn't want to take a blame for how the daughter got pregnant under her own nose. So she's now blaming Dio. That if Dio had not remarried, there might be chances of them figuring it out or coming back. But on another side, maybe from Dio's perspective, Dio thought remarrying could help Fikayo, the son, having a motherly figure to look after him. Clearly, that didn't work out. Remember, Dio remarried almost instantly afterwards. So the question is this. Dio too is now accusing Ada for turning the kids against him and raising them to be bitter. Maybe there are cases where Dio talks to Fikayo and Fikayo doesn't listen to his father. So maybe there are different cases, and the man thought, oh yeah, this was how your mother brought you guys up. Now, at the beginning of the story, if you remember, it stated clearly that Dio Mako is a successful banker. A successful banker. The emphasis is letting you know how busy and focused they are in their careers. Dio is a successful banker, meaning he doesn't joke with his work, 9 to 5. Ada is a successful businesswoman, meaning she doesn't joke around with her work as well. So these are two people that are more focused on their work than their kids, than their families, right? They are more focused on their career than the kids. So eventually, what's the name of the girl? Chidinma, the daughter. I think they took out the pregnancy. She had an abortion. And Fikayo is still probably in jail. But guess what? The guy remarried. He remarried and he has 2 kids now. Now, here's the catch. He remarried to another lady called Bingwe. Remember, the guy's name is Dio. Initially, he married Ada. It didn't work out. Now, Dio has remarried again with another woman called Bingwe. And they are living happily. And they've got 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Ada, on the other hand, has decided not to remarry. She wants to remain that way. So, the questions, who is to be blamed? Karigwe gave a crippling submission on his view on that scenario, and I couldn't have agreed less on that. And he broke it down to let us know his stand that, look, the 2 of them are both useless and they are both at fault. But I would like to hear from other people. Did the splitting the kids do more harm than good? Should neither parent have fought harder for full custody? Meaning, should the father had actually fought for both kids to be under his roof? Maybe he could have paid more attention, considering they are now 2. Or maybe it's not worth it that if one can go wrong under your roof, then 2 will be a disaster. What if both were under the roof of the mother? Do you think the daughter would have gotten pregnant? Do you think the brother wouldn't have kept an eye on the sister? Do you think the brother wouldn't have been seeing neighbors coming around, or the sister going to the neighbors' houses? Do you think the daughter was forcefully impregnated? Do you think if the brother was around, he might have heard the sister scream? A lot of questions going on here. But the realistic question is, Should neither parent have fought harder for full custody, what would have happened? Is emotional absence worse than physical absence? Like, you can be emotionally absent with your kids, and you can also be physically absent with your kids. Meaning, you can be spending time with your kids every day. You guys are sleeping in the same house, but you are not emotionally present with them. You don't bond with them. You don't interact with them. You don't know what they feel. You don't know how they're feeling. You don't know what they do or how they do what they do. You don't know anything. You think you just being in the house, seeing them eat, drink, go to the toilet, bath, sleep. That's not it. You need to be able to key into their emotions, know how they feel, what is going on in their heads, how they reason, what happened in school. At a certain age, oh yeah, who's your boyfriend? You like a boy in school? Who's your girlfriend? There's someone you're looking at sitting right behind you. What's her name? No matter how old or young they are human beings. So when do we start speaking about these things with them? Emotional conversation with our kids, connection, bonding, building a trust line where your kids can feel free and comfortable in talking to you as a father, as a guardian, knowing you're not going to overreact when you hear certain things. How we handle these things does matter. It's not an echo chamber. I'm glad to have Karigwe, Icon, Integrity, Dr. O, and Will up here. Karigwe already gave his submission. I probably certain he's going to say something else afterwards. Icon Nuzo gave her own view as well. Beautiful take. And I would love to hear from Integrity, Dr. O, and Will. Sonia has not been able to speak about that. She's been, our emotions has been brought down due to what happened in Edo State. She brought it to our notice. But as time goes on, I believe she's going to be with us to give our own view regarding this. I have other scenarios. Again, I just don't want it to be based on the conventional, hey, the father is the father of the house, the breadwinner, his job is to provide, go out and make sure, provide for the family and protect the family. And the mother is to keep the house clean, do this, do that, and look after the kids, cook and all that. I don't want this to be the conventional argument, the conventional back and forth. And I decided to come with different scenarios, real life scenarios, where we can think and question ourselves, put ourselves into consideration, put ourselves in the position of whatever the scenario may be. What are you going to do? Would you let it get to this stage? What could have been done to prevent this? What happened? What went wrong? And above all, for us to learn from these things and know how to handle issues. Maybe because Karigo went first, he covered the topic very well, making sure we know that both of them are both crazy and they took their careers more serious than their relationship with their kids. Like their careers, because at the end of the day, they had this functionality with their kids, but not with their jobs. They're doing well with the businesses and their jobs and their office jobs. Nothing happened to their, to their businesses, just the kids. But now, another thing is, could it be a tribal thing? Because remember, Dayo, the husband, Dayo is a Yoruba guy, married to an Igbo woman. And they have 2 kids. And that is besides the fact that I don't know why they decided to name their kids, different names. One took the Yoruba name, the second one took an Igbo name. So they had a son, Fikayo, and a daughter, Chidinma. Now, that being said, when Dayo had the divorce, he remarried. Now, he married a woman called Bingbe, a Yoruba woman, right? It might be a coincidence that marrying a Yoruba woman, because they're still together, the marriage is doing great now. In fact, they have 2 kids and there's no problem. And that's within a span of how many? I think 4 years, thereabouts, because the case happened in 2021. So could it have been a situation whereby it's just a coincidence? Maybe if the woman decides to remarry and she marries another Yoruba man, there's a possibility that the marriage might last. It's we can conclude on that being a coincidence. So it's definitely not, well, let me rephrase, not totally about tribe. It might just be coincidental.
Jimmy, do you know why the possibility might be tribe is high?
Right.
The way they share the children as well.
There you go. The names, right?
Yeah, the Igbo woman took the girl with the Igbo girl, and the Yoruba man took the Yoruba boy.
Exactly my point. So why not give the first child an Igbo name and the second one a Yoruba name? Is it because the first one was a boy and the second one was a girl? So there are a lot of things we need to put into consideration in this scenario to pass our submission. So Integrity, welcome. Let's hear from you, then we'll go to Dr. Ho.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hello. Nice to have you around.
Thank you. I've been in and out. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah. I wasn't really following. I know you have a lot of words there. You were pretty fast, so I wasn't really following. And I see the topic has changed. I know it was different, right? It had to do with children initially, but I see it has changed. From my experience, I mean, I've done this for a while. I've not just raised my children, I've raised my nieces and nephews and, a lot of young people around me. I don't think there's a template to raising children.
100%.
Yeah, there's no, because I've seen people who have done everything, failed, made mistakes, went back to the drawing board. And, children still want to, particularly when they become, grown, they become adolescents, they make choices. And at times, the choices will not match their upbringing. And, at times too, the same children, by the time they get to a certain age, they progress to a certain age, they come back again. So there is actually no, and, we always think that this mentality that a lady who is not pregnant did not have sex. I think we fool ourselves when we try to, a woman who isn't pregnant or a lady who married, without having a child, never had sex. The only difference is one, at times they get pregnant and they decide to keep it. Or the parents say, oh no, you're not going to get an abortion. So there's really no difference. The only difference is one got pregnant, the adventure got pregnant, the other one did not. Everybody's having sex, right?
Right.
But we point out that the person whose own has been, exposed, and then every other person starts feeling like a holy person. And of course, we know that is not the case. So, I know there is one recipe, and this is my opinion, because we all raise children differently. I believe in tough love. I'm a tough love person. Because I was raised in a very strict, but my mom was extremely strict. My mom was into a lot of etiquettes. You greet, greet loud. You stand and look when you're talking. You don't Your cutlery shouldn't touch your teeth while you're eating. You sit straight, when you're in the dining table.
Table manners.
My mom was big on all those,
etiquette.
It was a principle. So you used to always tell us, "Oh no, I'm not going to be training other people's children, and my children will be, an embarrassment." So, and I applied those templates too. We applied those templates, my husband and I, and it worked for us. Of course, I didn't do everything that my parents did. And mom did not talk about sex. My father talked about sex. So one recipe I know that works is when the couple, a husband and a wife, have one voice. You cannot be saying one thing to the children and your husband is saying another thing to the children. You must have one voice. You cannot fight in front of the children, no matter how grown or whatever they are. You cannot. So those little basics. And when children see that the parents love each other, or when you're talking with two of you, you call them inside, or whoever it's you want to call, you call all of them inside, and you have one voice, and you have a discussion, and there's communication. There has to be communication. You must talk about sex. When they are of an age that they should be sexually active, you must talk about sex. You can't run away from it. But if you don't discuss it, someone else will discuss it with them outside.
Right.
You must talk about sex, talk about the implication. My mother used to say, if the man talks, the boy says hello to you, you get pregnant. That was my mother's style. I didn't do that style. We didn't do that style. We made it very clear. You sleep with him, you'll get pregnant. And this is what getting pregnant before marriage does to you. This is what so we have to be open. But first of all, there must be love. There must be love in the family. There must be love. And when you show that love among the two, I'm talking about a man and a woman. You show that love, you practice it, extend it to the children, not just the children, extend it to the people outside. Teach the children how to be kind, how to be compassionate, how to be empathetic, how to have integrity. All those, things that we should typically have as human beings, where a normal human being should be. As much as possible, try not to make the home a dysfunctional one. Money or no money, teach them about money. Teach them about money. Let them know that the values of life. So when we have all those things, and at a certain age, they should be free enough to invite the opposite sex to the house. But when you talk to them about sex, then they understand those things. And at a certain age, you're not going to stop buying them from bringing in the opposite sex, and you think they're not doing it out there. Particularly in today's world, today's world is so much exposure. You can't even keep up as a parent. And not just as a parent, it takes a village to raise children. Your neighbors should be part of it. Your neighbors, that community, when we have that community, then everybody's keeping an eye on the other person. And we don't have that anymore. We don't have, but that is not to say that, during our mother's time, we didn't have people who were getting pregnant and having children outside wedlock. So that is one. And then the second one, I think I heard Trudeau talk about it. The fact that a woman, I've been saying this trend about single mothers. The fact that a woman is raising a child on her own, or a man is raised, does not make that her own unit that's functional. It doesn't. Being that functional does not have to have the two parents in a home. Because we know life happens. So we can't be expecting perfection. I think our problem is we expect perfection. Give me 1 second, please.
No problem.
Let the next person go on. I'll continue after the next person, please.
Okay. All right. No, it's fine. I noticed your family is probably trying to call you.
Yeah, I have delivery.
Okay. All right. So I mean, I love the angle you came from, and it's something we need to discuss. It's something we need to pay close attention to. But I would love you to wrap up with that before I give my submission and my own perspective on that point you just brought up. But before then, let's move on to Dr. O. I would love to hear from Dr. Ho a different perspective, maybe from a medical view. I already spoke about the emotional impact, the psychological impact, the financial impact as. Oh, okay, that was quick. All right. So, right. Yeah, I can hear you. I know you're not a medical doctor. No. So besides the fact that you're not a medical doctor, you always bring the scientific perspective to things when it comes to your submission. So you try to practice what you have within your field, and it comes in a very intellectual manner. I love it. So you bring in everything, biology, chemistry, physics. You bring it in to just make a very intellectual submission. So that's what I meant by that. I know you're not a medical doctor. I know we have medical expertise in the house. We have Nurse Ray here. We have Fatai here. We have some doctors. Dr. Nasa left, but yeah, she's a doctor, and I'll be looking forward to hearing her home perspective. But yeah, integrity. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna round up so I don't. I know you were. Yeah, so I'm not going to. So that's functional. Look, I always tell people it doesn't make sense if it's not working. You can find your way. If you've tried everything, it's better than having that functional family where you're fighting all the time. Of course, if you keep fighting all the time, no matter how you hide it from the children, they'll see it. They'll see it. There's nothing as beautiful as a home that is carved in love. It has nothing to do with money. Money is good. Money will help it, but we all know, I want to believe not all of us here are coming from very rich homes. We all know, and my parents were not rich. It has to be love. What you have, you make do with what you have. Whatever lemons you have, you make, as much lemonade as you can. And it will extend to the children. And then, as parents, we have to be there. You have to be there for your partner, you have to be there for the children. You can't be so successful at work and then your home is a mess. It doesn't make sense. So, we can't, I know people don't set out to, have a messy home, but if things are not working out, it's better to leave. It's better to separate. And be that single mother that people are denigrating. It's much better. And find your peace. And raise that child, as best as you can. So, there is no template for. There is no template. At times you go in, you try your best, and it's just not working. I know people want to stay at times because of the children. People want to stay to see if things will change. But at a certain point, it's a waste of time. I am a big. I've lived it before. I'm a big, advocate for separation when things are not working. Because it's going to affect the children. Not just the children, it's going to affect you, it affects everything. So what's the point? And then the abusive parts. Once marriage, abuse leading to death. Once Jimmy is married, right? The abuse, or is it just abuse from parents to children?
No. Marriage, everyone, everything. Yeah.
Okay. Once there is abuse, any form of abuse, whether it's verbal, psychological, physical, no trumps the other. They should be at par. Once there is abuse, you have no business being in that environment. You have no business being in that environment. Oh, what's the point? What is the point? Life is short. So why do you want to be, in a family be in an environment where there is abuse? You're not living. Or expose the children to, that kind of an environment. At the end of the day, everybody loses. So why don't you just, make hay, as quickly as you can. So, I don't know if other people or there's anyone who is going to, justify, that dysfunction or abuse. Ask anyone to continue staying. I don't believe in that. There's no look. There's a point in life you get to as an adult. You have to tell yourself the truth. If something is not working out, it's not working out. You'll try everything that you can. Then at the stage it gets to you're on a wild goose chase. It's a waste of time. And I want to tell the single mothers here, don't let anybody, you see, not even single mothers, nobody has a right to validate you. Nobody has a right. That is the reason why we find people in abusive relationships or marriages. Because we're afraid, what will people say? Nobody has a right to validate you. Whether you're married, you don't have children yet, which our society does a lot. Once people get married, they say, why have you not had children? And when it's 2 or 3 years, they start to shame them. We love to shame each other. We are a society of shame. I'm talking about Nigeria right now. We are a society of shame. And it is very sad that our young ones are doing the same thing. The young people in Nigeria. But when you go on social media, you see it. We love to shame each other. Oh, you're a single mother. You've not had children. Your children are not fine. You've not yet married. You're getting married to you. We always find a way to shame each other. And the only person who survives it is somebody who does not give a damn about what other people think. Those people are small-minded. If only a small-minded person, an deeply ignorant person, that will want to shame the other person controlling life. So, if it's not working out, leave. You've tried your best, put in everything you can, do everything that you can. If it is not working out, leave. If it means you being a single parent, but I don't even see people shame single fathers. It's always the single mothers. Leave. Or you got pregnant and you've not been able, and you have that child and you've not been able to find a man. It's okay. It is okay. We have to leave and let other people leave also. If you're not happy, keep your own happiness to yourself. Somebody else should not be, a recipient of your unhappiness. If you try everything that you can, it's not working out, find your way. Life is short. If we can always remember that life is short, and look, the essence of life is the pursuit of happiness. You're not happy, you're not living. You're not living. So, Jimmy, I'll leave it here and let other people speak, then I can comment. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks, Integrity. So, but I mean, we're still on the topic, which is dysfunctional families and dysfunctional home, and the children who is to be blamed. We're still on that. I just had to edit the topic because of the breaking news we got, right? So based on the scenario I painted, I'm still gonna go to the next scenario. But who is to be blamed for what happened to Fikayo and Chidinma? Fikayo is the boy that actually ended up in jail, and Chidinma got pregnant, at the age of 14, as they claim. in that case, who is to be blamed? Because the father is now saying nothing happened to his newly wedded wife and the kids they just had, but then again, it's just 4 years, and it took them 13 years of marriage before they actually divorced. So, should we still wait till the next 13 years to call it a fair period to give a judgment or to analyze the situation of breaking it down to conclude that, okay, you know what, maybe the first marriage is bad, you know? Even though Ada has decided not to remarry, but it doesn't change the fact that the both refuse to take responsibilities of what they've done. Okay, they refuse to take the responsibility of being selfish. They placed their businesses and work career above their children, and that's the major problem. That is the major problem. There are other.
I'm so sorry. Sorry to cut you short. Is this a true life story, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. And we know all the details.
Of course.
We have all the details.
Yes, I broke it down. Did you get the part? Did you get the whole thing, or you want me to repeat it so you can have an idea of what's
No,
what
it's
happened?
okay. No, it's fine. No matter how much we try to think that we know what goes on in people's homes, between a couple, at times you don't really get the true picture because, he said, she said, and the truth too. One person tells their own story, the other person, and then the truth. That version, the other version, and the truth. So at times I think it is a very difficult. What do you call it? It's difficult as a third party to really know what really goes on. Like 100% in a home. But if a marriage fails, and children, it affects the children. Like in this case, somebody, one of the children, I really don't believe that because children get pregnant, then the parents should be blamed totally. I'm not one of those people that think that, okay, because your child got pregnant, then you take all the blame as a parent. The child also went to have sex. What of the other person's child that did not have sex and got pregnant? Does she have two heads? So, both parties should be blamed. It will be difficult for us to say we know the real story, or we're not there. Other than what we were told. The two of them, I believe, maybe the percentages might be, may not be the same, but if children fail, what parents should be held accountable, hold themselves accountable.
Right.
Your integrity, the issue is that these two stupid people are using the children.
Failure as an excuse.
Each other. They are using it to say, I mean, the boy, he's not only one.
Both of them.
The boy became an armed robber and went to jail. The girl got pregnant at 14. Meaning she was abused.
And the girl was in the custody of the wife, and the boy.
The custody of the wife. The boy is in the
custody of father.
So how did the boy become an armed robber? Why did the armed robber?
Yeah.
He didn't have money, or one of the parents. The father is a successful banker. So why is the son an armed robber?
That's the thing.
What I'm saying is, the broken relationship must have affected that boy mentally, and he went to seek refuge.
Right.
Where he felt he would find it.
Comfort.
Most of the time, broken relationship pushes children to start doing drugs.
Right.
And from doing drugs, he starts stealing.
Right.
Yeah, that is true, but I agree. I understand what you're saying, and that is why I said both parents. And it doesn't matter if one person goes on, gets married and is having all is going well with that second marriage. I mean, people learn and unlearn and relearn. People do better, after mistakes and all that. And that is why, no matter what, we should always make sure we marry our kind. Make sure we are compatible. Make sure we have a structure as a couple, you must have a structure. You must have a structure. You know, how you operate amongst yourselves, between yourselves, how you operate with the children, how the children should go, the future plans for the children, how you know, there must be that. But if you're a parent here, I'm sure you know what I'm about to say now. No matter times you try as much as you can. There are some children that you do everything. I'm not talking about this case right now. At times you do your best as a parent, and that child will still turn out how they want to turn out. So you're not going to kill yourself. At times, just try your best.
That's a good one.
Your best does not mean that things will be perfect. We
That's a
always
good
think
point.
that once our parents are together and everything, I understand. I mean, a loving home. I've seen homes where, if I was watching one video yesterday, pastor, I could just see he was playing with the children. You just see the love. Not everybody vibes like that. There are people who are very strict and their children turn out well. Some, so there is no. At times it's just I don't know what to say. I have seen people who have tried, done everything, and the children do not turn out well. That is not to say that if some things are not put in place, it will not help. But at times we know that a daughter getting pregnant, at times might be out of the parents' hands.
Really?
Yes, at times. Jimmy, are you following her? Are you moving around with that? Oh, see, integrity. In this case, the child is a minor. It's totally the parents' fault. If you happen to
Right.
if you happen to the same client, I agree. If you happen to the same client, you're losing that child.
You're losing custody straight up.
We're not talking about minors here.
Yeah, but this one is minor.
This person we are talking about is a minor. How old is she?
14.
And she got pregnant.
Yeah.
For sure. If she was impregnated by their neighbor.
By the neighbor. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
And the son as well. He's a minor, 15 years old.
Okay, but we know that it's not a very common thing to see 14-year-olds getting pregnant anyway.
Right.
So that is a very unusual case.
Well, no. Integrity is not. It's not unusual. It is common in Nigeria. Oh my goodness, it is rampant in Nigeria, and all they do is just cover it up.
Do you mean in urban areas or the rural areas?
Everywhere in Nigeria. So yeah, 14, even less than 14 years old. So
then we have a very big problem.
a major problem, integrity. A major problem. I've been able to connect with one a woman that operates an NGO. She matters, and she handles issues like this. I'm gonna bring her up on my platform to talk about this.
Society where we shame each other. You will think that Nigeria is one very holy place.
There you go.
But the level of sex, sexual things, money, anything financial, people are ready to kill themselves and do all kinds of things because of money. The immorality in that society is so huge. But when you see the way we shame each other, you will actually think that Nigeria is one monastery. But Jimmy, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
I don't know.
I do. Clearly.
There's a stage, there's an age. I'm not referring to this. I mean general.
Of course.
When you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
At times, you can try your best as a parent. By the time you have 4 or 5 kids, one will give you a headache. One out of those 4 or 5 children will give problem to you. So at times, parents are not responsible for the direction that their children take. And I'm not talking about minors here. If you have minors, you should be in control by the parents.
Okay.
I'm talking about at times how they turn out at times. It's not within the control of their parents. I'm talking about how they turn out as adults, not minors. If you have minors, you should be in charge.
Right.
And if you're not in charge, then you are failed. Yeah. So, Jimmy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very great topic. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Integrity. Thank you. So I have 3 other um, bonus scenarios that someone just sent me in regards to the topic. So, and these are real life issues, by the way. One happened in California 2013, one happened in Abuja 2020, and one happened in London 2017. So they're just brief, scenarios. So the first one, it happened in the USA. Happened to Gabriel Fernandez, an 8-year-old boy beaten to death by his mother's boyfriend. His father was incarcerated but had previously tried to gain custody. Question: would Gabriel have survived in his father's custody despite the father's criminal record? The question is, would Gabriel, the dead boy, would have survived if the father was not incarcerated? So this is a situation of couples breaking up. I don't know, maybe due to the father's anyhowness, somehow finds himself arrested and in jail. So the mother remarries. Now, the mother's boyfriend, she didn't even remarry, she was dating someone. So the mother's boyfriend beats the 8-year-old son to death. A real life story. Beats the boy to death. Now the question is, do you think if that useless father was not in jail, do you think that boy would have been alive? Or do you think the mother shouldn't have remarried because the remarrying or dating someone else was what led to the son's death? So who is to be blamed here? Now, let me move to the next one. This one happened in Nigeria. Cynthia and Emeka custody battle, Abuja 2020. Both parents fought for their 2 kids. The court awarded custody to the mother. The father claimed alienation and child stopped contacting him. So years later, one child ran away from home citing emotional abuse. Should the father have insisted more, or was the court biased? So in this case, couple Cynthia and Emeka fighting over the custody of 2 kids, and the court awarded the custody to the mother. The father claimed that the mother has taught the kids to hate him. They've seen the father as, an outsider, an alien. So he's been seen as the bad person. And the children stopped contacting their father based on that. So this is something the mother did.
Jimmy, how old is the children?
So let me see. It doesn't state, but they are minor from the explanation here. And the reason why I say minor is because they said the father claimed the kids have been taught by their mom to dislike him and to stop contacting him. So at the point in time, they probably have smartphone to be able to communicate with their father. Now, years later, when they didn't specify how long, 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, one child ran away from home, citing that the mother is emotionally abusing them. So the question is, should the father has insisted more, or was the court biased? Because the reason why the man was fighting for the custody, he realized the woman was abusing everyone in the house emotionally. So when they tried breaking up, he wanted to have the kids, knowing the woman, might inflict them with emotional abuse. But the court gave the custody to the mother. And the woman, I don't know, maybe blackmailing emotionally the kids to, dislike their father. And that happened because the kids stopped contacting their father. And years later, again, they didn't specify the duration. One child out of the 2 kids ran away from home, citing emotional abuse. So when they say ran away from home, they didn't state if he ran back to the father. I mean, obviously, after years, they've lost contact with the father. So, but the fact that they declared one of the child missing at a point in time, so ran away from home. So maybe the woman will probably contact the father to let the father know, yeah, one of your picking don't run come off for house. But the question is, should the father have insisted more? Should he have fought more, even after the court judgment? Or was the court itself biased in that situation, in that judgment? That's the second one. Then the last one, UK, it happens in 2017. The Thomas brothers, they were raised by a single father after their mother abandoned them. Two brothers, single father, raising them after the mother abandoned them. She didn't die, they didn't have any divorce, she just left, she abandoned them. Afterwards, one of the boys, became a social worker. The other boy, became a convicted gang member. One became a social worker. The second one, these are real life issues, though, real life scenarios. The second one became a convicted gang member. So the question is, can love from one parent ever replace the balance of both? That's a very tricky one. So in this case, who is to be blamed? Which goes back to the point integrity made. Even if the father is clearly, I mean, how can you blame the father? Because if you say the father is a bad dad, one at least became a social worker. So what happened to the second one?
Jimmy, sometimes I'll use a friend of mine as an example.
Go ahead.
Yeah, their father was abusing their mom when they were small.
Right.
So the mom died from the injuries she got
from the father.
From the father's testing when
abuse.
One of them was 16 and the other one was 14. These boys was practically raised by that abusive father. One of them decided, I wouldn't be like my dad, I will make something with myself, and became a respectable person in the society. Then the other one couldn't recover from that abuse that he witnessed, and he joined cults.
Right.
So sometimes those things that happened, the trauma, the problem is how people handle trauma differently.
Right.
So it's still when the children are still minors, you need to make sure that trauma is not affecting them. And that is what some parents fail to do. Your mother leaving you is a very traumatic something.
Right.
So when it happens, you need to make sure it is not affecting these people, because some people can use trauma to springboard their life and become successful. Some people can use that trauma and become self-destructive.
Right. It can either become a weapon or a tool.
Yeah, it can become a weapon or
tool. Right.
Yeah, so
yeah, that makes sense. I like that angle because it fits into this last scenario, because it's almost as if this guy, the social worker, decided, you know what, I know what this is, and I'm going to use it to help people that might be in this situation. So why can't he use it to help his brother, the convicted? Hey, you're picking from the Bible, Karigwe. Oh my goodness.
Jimmy, I know to a certain level.
Right.
But whenever I talk to my family members about things concerning mental health, they don't take me seriously.
Mm.
But other people, some people, they put their lives in my hands. But my people don't never take me seriously when I'm the wife. Like my younger brother, I always do him about.
Yeah.
St. Thomas.
Now see finish.
That's what he would tell me that because they don't see this.
Right.
So sometimes that you are a social worker doesn't mean you can help your family. And sometimes being a social worker, you can only help your family on a personal basis. You can't do it officially.
And I think, is there anything that has to do with ethics regarding that? Because I know doctors cannot treat, their family.
If a case is close to you too much, you can't do it because
emotionally you might be partial bias. Okay.
And social work is a judgment
right
area.
correct
So you can't really judge a case that is close to home for you.
Okay, that makes sense. And after you go talk, say I expect your medical views about it, and you don't give us tunnel vision now.
Jimmy, now finish they make the talk the healthcare professionals not to handle case that are close to home.
There you go.
Because you've seen the best, sometimes because you've seen the best, you might go and pass a wrong judgment on the person.
That's another angle. That's a good point. I love that. That's another view to seeing it. That's good. I love those scenarios because I've learned a couple of things now from those scenarios, and the good part is these are real life incidents. So it's not just me creating scenarios to have a discussion. No, these are things that impacted real people in real life, and it damaged people's family togetherness or home. So it's one thing for us to hear the stories. It's another thing for us to learn and prevent something like this from happening. It's not necessarily, to us, but people around us. How we can step in situations like this. When we start seeing the traces of these things, we can do the little we can to speak and advise people. Thank you so much, guys, for chiming in. So Anatu, welcome. I see you. OG, I see you too. Let's jump to Dr. O, and we take Anatu afterwards in that order. Thanks, guys.
Please, don't, a few seconds before you go, there's something I'm itching to say.
Go ahead.
Another way to avoid all these issues is we Nigerians especially, we need to know that it's okay sometimes to get married to a girl you love and say we are not going to have children. It's perfectly okay. And it's okay for you as a single person to say, I don't want to get married. I can't handle it. It is okay. Don't be. Our society makes this kind of thing difficult, and it makes people go into marriages they are not ready for. And have children they are not ready for as well.
That's a good one.
It's okay for you to, like me, I say that because I said I don't want to marry, people have called me gay and called me also before.
Right.
My dad has called me on phone before and told me that I want to kill him. I told him if you die, you killed yourself, not me. But I don't want to marry because I don't want to marry. You're not going to force me. In fact, when you people were pushing me to become Reverend Father, did you think I was going to marry them?
Right, that's a good one. Because Reverend Fathers don't get married.
Yeah, that is it. He supported me being a Reverend Father, but he doesn't support me not marrying now.
Yeah, so I think it's a societal thing. They want to present you in a certain form to the people. They want to brag about you in a good light to their friends and associates around. Because at a point in time, while growing up, they believe the definition of being successful is being a doctor, lawyer, and all these professional things, and parents are now pushing their kids into the impossibilities. Your kids, naturally, they don't know maths, and you want them to be an astronaut. How is that possible? And you get lesson teacher, they're going to flog them. They knock them for head. So open your head. It is a beautiful thing to be enlightened. Here, the first time I actually understood the concept of knowing the capability of children was in the UK. My niece and my nephew, I always take them to school. And back then, I went to pick them in school one day, and they were in this room. The room is filled up with any kind of things you can do. think about. I mean, games, instrument. They have Rubik cube. They have all these is this fidget toys. They have chess, draft. They have piano. They have, name it, all sort of musical instrument. They have everything. And they have Daniel's computer, Windows 98, different kinds of stuff in there. And they have the kids there playing, just jumping from one place, running around and everything. So the whole idea is to put them there to exploit. They make use of everything. They have access to everything. They exploit. And you see not more than 10 teachers there, just walking around, looking at them, watching them. They might just hear one play one tune on keyboard, and they'll be like, no book, nothing. You're just making a rhythm, and from there, how are you doing it? They pick that up and they build on it. They work on it. They build on that child. They work on that child. They might see one with a Rubik cube, and it solves it within 5 minutes, making all the color match up just within minutes. And they pick up on that. They'll be like, you know what, let's try another one. They'll mix it up, make it other, give it to the child. They are exploring their talent. So now they've made all these things available to them. They're not restricting them from don't touch that one. No. They just open the room and everyone just goes in there. Draft, chess, video games. So they want people to exploit. And if they see that they don't have anything that they like there, they add more things to it. They take them to different rooms. They take them to labs. It's almost as if they're experimenting to know what they're good at. So they don't want to force them into, by force, by fire. This is what you do. No. Different children, different kids comes with different talent. They come with different gifts. It is one thing for you to understand that gift. Is it another? You see some solving maths, further maths, kids. It is one thing for you to understand that different kids comes with different talents. It's another thing for you to be ready to exploit those talents or to guess what those talents are. And it's another thing entirely for you to be lucky enough to know the talent. Then you build on that, right? But we don't have all those in Nigeria. That's when they will flog someone. Flog. Lesson teacher, open your bum. You have K. They don't beat kids in the Western world. They don't. And this spare the rod, spoil the child. They don't. There are other ways to discipline them in certain ways. But the point is this: how do you know what they're capable of doing? How do you know what they're capable of doing? But due to restriction of maybe your work and mommy's work, you get housemaid, you get people that will be doing different kind of things to you get this job done. Without the emotional connection with your kids, it is difficult to understand what they are going through. It is difficult to know the pain they feel. It is difficult to connect with them. When they are feeling pain, you have to be there with them, hold them, hug them, let them know you know they're feeling pain, pet them, let them lie on your chest. Off them. Let them know you know they're feeling pain. Sweet talk them, put on their favorite cartoon. You watch the cartoon with them. They laugh, you laugh. You play their cartoon character in the room. You play with them. These are memories that will stick in their head for a very long time. And there are some things that, people will be wondering that my boy, Jason, most of the time when I'm on the space, he'll come and meet me. Daddy, can I have some milk? Daddy, can I have some milk? People will be wondering, where did Mama be? The mom is always there. But guess what? Anytime I say, go and meet your mom, they'll be like, no, I want daddy's milk. Daddy don't get breasts. Daddy doesn't have any milk. But he loves the way I prepare the milk for him. As a father, he loves the way I prepare it. Sometimes when you pay close attention to your kids, you would understand that they are observing. Sometimes if my boy asks for food, I'll just from the pot, I'll just put it in the bowl for him, and I give it to him. He'll be like, "Daddy, put it there." He's pointing to the microwave. He wants it hot. And when I put it in the microwave and I get carried away, and the microwave is doing, time up, he'll call you, "Daddy, microwave, Dad, it's done. It's done." They are paying attention to these things, and they are grasping things. And when that happens, you're having a connection with them. If they want to make any other kind of food, they will not come and meet me. It is their mom. But you see that milk, it prevents it to be made by daddy. Because number one, I make it creamy for him, and it's warm. It's not too hot, not too cold, but it calms his nerves. He loves it. These are the kind of relationship we should have with our kids. But if you go out in the morning, 9 to 5, when you come back, you are tired, you want to shower, you want to eat and probably just lie down and sleep. It is now a tradition in my house. Anytime I get back home, no matter how many times my kids have eaten, when I get served, nobody only made they chop that food. They will go, they don't chop. The two of them will come and meet me anywhere I am. Sometimes they won't wash their hand. They will just dip their hand into. I dare not try that with my dad while growing up. I dare not try that with my dad. They always come and make sure they know at the end of the day, daddy is coming. And when daddy is eating, they want to eat with daddy. They love the way I use my fork and knife to cut. If it's egg, if it's beef, if whatever, they like the way I put it, and I position it, I portion it, I put it in their mouth. They love it. They love it. And if I'm eating, their mother dishes my food and she dishes her own, I'll tell them, "Go and meet your mommy." They'll be like, "No, we want daddy's food." It is a bond you build with them. And in the morning, in the afternoon, when their mom prepares food for them, they don't come and meet me. It is their mom. So it's a division of labor. We need to absorb this. We need to understand this as parents. We don't need to push it away. We need to accept it. All these tiny things I just mentioned, these are memories that these kids will have at the back of their minds when they grow up. Make it difficult for them to make their choices. So between daddy and mommy, who do you want to stay with? And you see them looking. Both of you, they will drag the two of you together. Do you know what that is? You've given them a situation whereby they don't have any choice. If they cannot have the two of you, they have no choice. There is nothing else. You have to keep it that balanced. You have to. And that's the beauty of understanding our kids. It's not just about providing. It's not just about walking, buying clothes and doing all that. The connection needs to be there all the time. You need to communicate with them. Homework, when their mom does the English, if it's a little bit of math, they wait for daddy to come. And the moment I get back, Max will run, "Daddy, homework." I said, let me rest. Let me at least grab something and eat. And when I'm done, we run it together. We do it together. Some people will get what's it called? Teacher that will teach their kids maths, English. It got to a stage, my wife said, "Hey, hope we won't join school too, because some of these their assignments, me, I don't understand it again." It is the teachers, they deliberately put some of the assignments like that. So we, the parents, can actually get involved. We can do the critical thinking together and work on it. They want the parent to get involved. That's why they designed these things. But anyway, I just thought I should put that out there for people to understand the benefits of togetherness and spending time with the family. Sorry about the long rant, guys. Dr. O, real quick, let's move to you. Anatu, OG, NASA, and TK. TK doesn't really come up, but this one that she came up quickly now. Dr. Ho, are you there? Or you want to spare? Who wants to go? Now, Natu has been raising her hand, and TK has been. Okay, so Anatu, Anatu and TK, who wants to go first before we have Dr. Ho to come? Sorry. Oh no, when you say Dr. Ho is here and he's not here, so I don't know which one is which. Right. Okay.
God will punish uncles and aunties when they knock people for hair.
Oh my goodness. I have a scar. I have a scar on my head because of that.
God will be, oh my God. I don't want to go there.
TK, sorry, NASA, God bless you for that topic you just brought up. There's a particular uncle of mine. He knocked me so hard, I still feel the pain in my head. Recently, he reached out to me. I'm not going to mention his name. He reached out to me for help in Nigeria. I said, I was saying to my God will punish you. With all the knock where you knocked me back in the days. Now you need help. That the pain of those knock, I'm still feeling it. And I took it upon myself. I know they send you shigman. I'm still feeling headache. You know, and there's a way he does his hand when he wants to. He doesn't knock you normally. He knocks you in a way that your head will echoing. And he's good at maths. Thank you. Yes, that's the kind of knock. That's the kind of knock. It was so disastrous. It's not good for the see Karigo and Dr. O. You can imagine after 30 years, I still remember that thing, and because of that, I don't send them anything. That's abuse. No. We were abused. A lot of the things they did to us, we were. It was an. It was an.
Understand what Dr. Bo is saying. My principal, when I was in secondary school, John Martins, I will never forget that man. People will always tell me that without John Martins, I wouldn't have been who I am today because of the way this man was beating us with, you know. Have you ever seen a warrant sergeant? After sergeant, what is the next rank in the army?
Chudo go do that one now.
Yeah, he got to that level. They stick that though, I think he's warrant chief or something. Yes, they stick that those people who that is what this man uses to us. And people will tell me that he's the person that.
Oh, they call it condo. Yeah, they call it condo. That one no be stick now condo because it's thicker than the usual. But anyway, let's just go back to the ants. Nasa, you wanted to wrap up with something that we go to Dr. Ho. You were talking about the knock. The knock made a huge impact, and to be fair, simply because of that, I held it against that man, and I did not send him anything because the knock was still fresh in my head. Like I held it against him.
Jimmy, to date, if I should see my father's cousin, I don't look at him. In fact, he doesn't exist. Like me, my bad character is that I'm going to keep you mute. I'm going to look you like this. But it exists on my face. I don't give two fucks about. I'm so sorry, my friend, but I don't give two fucks about it till date. Because I'm going to need a greater. My mother don't talk about that stories that touches. At the age of what? 5 years, they give me knock when they say if you keep dancing and you tell me you're teaching me. This is what they tell you. That I'm teaching you. I'm trying to make you better in life now, so that when you become that nurse or when you become that engineer, you will remember that I am the one. Till date, that nurse I never even become the kind of engineer. Becoming again, God will punish those aunties and uncles that give knocks on the head because they know you born them. But if you say to knock another person picking, now your achievements in the name of saying the tutor the person. Jimmy, are you?
Thank you. Thank you, Nasa. We'll get back to you.
Jimmy, please go ahead and send money to buy your uncle. Not for how many years ago?
30 years. If Yeah, so the thing is this. Besides the fact that it was painful, it was embarrassing because it came with a lot of belittling, saying things like, look at you, you never amount to anything. Olodo eri. All you know how to do is just say you understand. So yeah, so but I mean it's not yeah, I understand, but I mean yeah, so I understand, which is the reason why we're having topics like this, so we can do better with our kids, right? I was exposed, and it was due to that exposure that is actually guiding me not to do such with my kids, right? But when something like that actually happens, I believe it has to go through a process of realizing, you know what, he never knew better. I'm still looking for a way to have a conversation with him and be like, maybe jokingly. No, so maybe he doesn't know what he did was wrong. So I've been thinking of reaching out. Sorry? Yeah, so I've been trying to figure out a way to reach out to him to let him know, maybe jokingly, and say, Egbon, what you did back in something. I still remember it was back in 1988 or so. 88. I can't remember the month, but I know the year. 1988. Yeah, 1988. Yeah, so yeah, and 1988. So you see, yes. So now for me to actually remember the year. OG, mute your mic. There we go. Yeah, I think it's coming from OG. So from 88, I still remember what happened, how it happened, and how I processed it. It happened on the dining table. We're doing maths. Happened on the dining table. We're doing maths. Then I think it was quantitative aptitude. We have verbal aptitude and quantitative aptitude. My goodness. You see that knock, the middle finger, the FU finger, it was folded and the middle one was pointed out. Is good. He has the specialty of knocking. We know him in the family, and he knows maths a lot. So it was the one that they used to teaching us back then. That knock is not once. It's not just you. It's not just him knocking you and you carry on. He will knock you. You cry. Real tears comes out of your eyes, and while you're trying to do the correction, your tears drops on the paper, and the paper is somehow wet, and you get another knock because you've ruined the paper. So now they will now put it outside, maybe to get dry a little bit. Then you come back, and this time around, and when he knocks you, he'll look at you like, shh, and you want me to forget that? Meaning he knocks you and he's telling you, if you breathe, like Benny, like if you want to scream out, he tell you Benny, meaning swallow it. And that time you just I can still feel that tremor in my head. So to be fair, I think I need to communicate with him to let him know that these were the things you did back then, and I've not actually forgotten it. It's painful, but I knew I could do better. But it was when I went schooling in the UK, I understood the meaning of studying. Like I had different options of how to learn. And that was when I knew, okay, you know what? There are different ways of understanding something, different perspective of understanding a particular topic or a particular mathematics. There are different ways to going about it. You don't have to smack people. You don't have to flog them in the bonbon with pankere, some with koboko. Name the kind of ways you can be disciplined. Name any. I will tell you I'm a beneficiary. Is it Pankere? Is it Koboko? Is it Knock? Is it Slippers? Is it Skull shoe? Those women's skull shoe. My mama gets skull shoe that time. Is it the throwing? Is it Orogun? That one that they used to turn Amala or Eba? Those ones. No, that one. No, that one. If you want that one, if they want that one, if they want, if I go hospital, if they want inject me, because I don't like needles. But anyway, let's go back to the topic. I'm getting derailed now. Dr. Ho, jump in. I can see Anatu, TK, OG. You guys don't worry. Everyone is gonna speak. I promise you. Dr. Ho, let's go. I'm sorry. As usual, I mean, if I don't collect them back.
Yeah, good evening, guys. It's been a lovely conversation so far, and I like that you ended up changing the key word from open to dysfunctional. When I initially saw it, I think I was itching to come having to ask you on that one. But I might came in and then asked the band and topic, because just like Madam Icon said, just like I think today was the first to bring out that concept that the Nigerian mentality of what we call open marriages, when you have a divorce, for example. But actually, before divorce happens, so many things have already broken down before we get to the actual state where everybody goes their separate ways. But Nigerians don't always, I think it's a problem we have in a society that we don't think of process. What we think about is outcomes. Nigerians, we believe the end justifies the means. Actually, it's supposed to be the means should justify the end. So before the divorce happens, there are so many red flags, so many things that happen that makes that relationship already broken. So the divorce is just the final, according to the final icing on the cake. Every other thing that happened already left that place broken, and once it's broken, it is done. So in terms of generally calling it broken, like you guys have done, dysfunctional is the right word for it. Dysfunctional, because anything that's not functioning properly becomes opposite that dysfunctional.
Right.
Now, talk about causes and impacts. Jimmy, I would like to start from just highlight some causes. Our major problem we have as a society in Nigeria is that culture. And when I say culture, it wraps around our traditional and religious beliefs. That is where the major crisis we have in Nigeria is coming from. So when I think about the political change that we are making from that country, I just laugh. Because that political change might not yield any good result if we do not change the traditional and the religious beliefs that we hold so dear to our heart. For example, the issue of divorce, both in the traditional setting and in the religious setting, everybody frowns at it. That is why many Nigerians turn a blind eye to a married man being beaten and battered until she dies, unfortunately, like this pregnant woman. And people will still not see anything wrong in telling a married woman, if you are in an abusive relationship, for your own safety, move out. And as a country, because we demonize such scenarios, we forget that kids raised in an abusive relationship turn out even be many times monsters that perpetuate the circle of abuse that we have in the Nigerian society.
But not all the time, though.
And as I said, many times.
Okay.
Many times. Not all the time, but many times. It takes like what Eric said, it takes self-determination to say, I saw this negative thing, I don't want to replicate it in my life. It cannot be because we were not true. might not be because you have some spiritual backing, like only believing only. It just be because a personal decision from that child that says, "Oh, I saw my mom."
OG, no, OG, just don't worry, mute your mic. Let him wrap up. Don't worry. He doesn't want any interjection, please. Don't worry. No one is going to interject you as well. Please, let's do it that way. Yeah, let him go ahead.
Personal determination, for example, for a child to think, I saw my mom suffer at the hands of my dad, and I don't want to do that route.
Right.
I'll make it that example myself. I am a living testimony of that statement I just made. I saw my mom.
Living testimony of what?
Of the statement I made that it takes personal decision for a child to say, I saw my mom suffer at the hands of my dad.
Right.
Or I saw my dad suffer at the hands of my mom.
Right.
I don't want to propagate that cycle anymore. And I'm saying I'm an example because my dad is a polygamist. And I said to myself, I don't want to go down that route.
Please break it down for people that don't understand that.
My dad married many wives.
There you go.
Like Solomon.
There you go.
Like Solomon. Just like he couldn't break the record of Solomon. He married, he had babies with 4 women. My dad had babies with 4 women. My mom has 5 kids for my dad. And as I was growing up, I was asking my mom every day, why are you still with that man? And this man is my father, right? He's not, I would not say in several aspects, he's a good man. But in this aspect, this particular aspect of humanizing, it's just, I don't know how he got it, because when I look at his lineage, you might say, oh, maybe he got it from his grandfather. No, my grandfather married 1 wife. My own father's elder brother, they were just 2 sons. My own father's elder brother married only 1 wife. Every of his sister got married to 1 husband. So, where my father, as the last child of the family, out of 6 kids, got his own virus from of polygamy, I have no idea. But then I looked at it and I said, no, I cannot go down that route. So it says personal decision. And my other brother, I love it, my other brother said the same thing. They are not going down that route. But we saw everything play out. They're not happy.
So Dr. Ho, I think regarding that, that's a different topic entirely. And the reason why I said that is this: it's not just your dad. It's not just your dad. It happened to a lot of people as well. And I think to them at a point in time, it's more like a retirement plan, thinking of having as many kids as possible, that at the end of the day, when they're when they're old, these kids are going to look after them. That if one is not going to be wealthy enough to do that, another one will be wealthy, another one will be wealthy. So it's like a gamble to them. And that's the reason why. That's another topic entirely.
That kid did not ask you to give birth to them, and they put this mental burden on them that you will take care of them.
They even use it as a prayer. You hit the fruit of your labor.
Exactly. That should not be the issue. That should not be the issue. Every parent should say, if I am bringing a kid to this world, I'm setting that kid up for success, and I'm also planning my own retirement for myself. If this kid becomes successful, and they choose to take care of me for what I do to their life, fine and good. But if they don't, I should have a fallback for myself, because I have taken myself as a human being first to plan for my future. And the reason why we're having these issues is because
sorry to butt in. Don't say you don't want attention, but you go fit me that one now. See, that it comes down to what we need. The first thing you said is we need to change.
So Karigwe and Lassa. Yeah, so Karigwe and Lassa, please, I beg, let Dr. O finish it to be unfair on OG. OG wanted to interject as well. I stopped in. So let Dr. O finish. So when it's done, I'll create time for Karigwe, Nasa, and OG to ask him whatever question. I want it to be even with everyone. When everyone finishes their submission, I think I'll incorporate the idea of people asking questions based on that submission. And by the way, due to the initial line I gave, anyone that comes on live stream goes next, because there's a priority on people that comes on live stream, priority on people that comes on live stream, priority on people that is part of the community. Yes, Off the Cuff with Jimmy has a community, so I prioritize those. But anyway, Dr. Ho, wrap up, then people will ask the questions they have for you. But I think TK don't run come live stream now, so she might be going next. But go ahead.
Jimmy, our dysfunctional society, even though the family is the first unit of the society, right? I would say the impact of our general society on the family in Nigeria is huge. And so many things that are wrong in our country today are rooted in our tradition and our religious belief. And lastly, Jimmy, I made it to yesterday, because most times when we discuss things wrong in Nigeria, we don't look at the root causes. What we look at is just the symptoms. One of the root causes of the dysfunctional system that we have in Nigeria, or the family system that we have in Nigeria, is this bride price issue. Bride price issue. I heard the post and said, whether I am alive or dead, no family member will come to collect bride price on my daughter. Our daughters should not be for sale.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's another topic entirely. It's debatable.
It's all connected to the dysfunctional system that we have, because let me tell you why I'm saying this is connected. If a man, for example, is beating a wife in Nigeria, many men will say, I paid you bride price. It sounds like I bought you in my head.
Right, but not all bride prices, you know, are expensive.
Jimmy, whether expensive or Jimmy, well, even if not them combo, right? Even if not them combo, as long as it's a price, as long as a list is given, Jimmy, and they negotiate, as in the one is that they negotiate it. They negotiate it. Jimmy, the issue now is going to be the price of the actual bride price may be 1 naira to 10 cents, like in my village, for example. But the list that have been given to this man in the first place makes him feel as if he's buying a human being. And that is where the dysfunctionality starts from, because that's why we want to have a family where a woman cannot talk, a woman cannot say anything, a woman cannot contribute, and when a woman says something, you say, shut up, I paid your right. Shut up, I beat you up. That is the issue. And when many of these women cry to their family and say, oh, my husband is maltreating me, what would they say? Go back to your husband's house, you already paid your bride price. It doesn't make sense. So the root cause, our culture and our religious beliefs all contribute to what we have as dysfunctional families. Time will not allow me. I have many, I grew up in villages, right?
Right.
So many of these dysfunctional families, and the children today wanted to, unfortunately, almost nothing, because of the way the system, their parents, especially their fathers, the brutality that I saw, this fear that they instill on these children. And when they grow up, they became rascals. And in the end, children suffer only because mentally they were not prepared for all the fights that they got. They were not prepared for it at all. They saw their father do to their mother, or they saw their mother mashing their father. And in the end, because they were not mentally ready, they became neutrals in society today. And it's really sad. The circle continues except we go to the course. And that is reorientating our people and telling them our cultural and religious beliefs. The good ones we have to to the next generation, but the bad ones we have to throw them away. And one of those throwing away should be the right price.
Right. Thank you, Dr. O. OG, you have a question for Dr. O. Go ahead, real quick. Ask the question so we can move on to Anatu. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you can note it down. I mean, you're going after Anatu.
Okay, so
your attention, mostly the Igbo tradition, most places are doing like, if you want to marry the daughter, maybe at the end of the day, the bride price is like 15 naira or 1,000 naira.
Yeah, so but what he's saying is it doesn't matter if no matter how small it is, it's the mindset behind it. It's the fact that you're paying something. So what's the point of the tradition itself? What purpose does it have on the society if you don't do it? So I think that's the question they're asking. Like, yeah, so what's the purpose of it? Is it to signify what exactly? Because in some culture is to signify that we brought up this girl, this child, from childbirth to university, and she graduated. We spend a lot of money on her, so therefore you need to pay a certain amount of that money. So that's some culture. I'm not saying that's entirely based on what everyone thinks, but yeah. But if we are to look, yeah. So, but I mean, real quick, if we are to look at the reason why they do the bride price, I think we need to focus on why. And different culture have different reasons. Interestingly, maybe that will be my next topic for next week. So I'm gonna do more search on the Yoruba culture, Igbo culture, Hausa culture, and many other cultures in Nigeria. What is the purpose of the bride price? What is the purpose of paying a certain fee in the ceremonial exchange of a bride? I know the Indians, they do the what's that one called? When the woman pays. I think that one is what's it called again? No, there's another name for it. I've forgotten. There's bride price, and we have I've forgotten. But yeah, the point is in some situations the women actually pay the dowry. Thank you. That's it. They pay dowry. That's it. Beautiful. Thanks. So but the point is, what's the mindset? Because if we want to debate the bride price, what about the dowry? Are the women saying, or the women family saying, because we brought this boy up from infant to an adult, finish school and everything, so the woman's family should pay a certain amount? What is the purpose of that traditionally? We'll look into that, but that's a very great point. Dr. Ho, you said 10 seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds. What if what we actually
Anand, to get ready, you're coming next.
An exchange of gifts between families rather than truths in price on a woman?
Yeah, well, don't you think it's transactional? I mean, it's all about having something in exchange. It's more like trade by barter. Why must it be transactional? Why must I give you something to get something? So it's not necessarily about the kind of transaction, because what you're focusing on now is about the money. That it might be cowrie, it might be dollars, it might be naira or pounds or any kind of currency. So you're saying using something else. That's not the point. The point that
What I'm saying is, I'm coming to get married to your daughter, for example.
right.
And as what's it called? As a symbol of my interest in your daughter, I bring a gift. And as a symbol of your interest, of acceptance of my interest in your daughter, give me a gift. And it's not called a prize, it's a gift exchange to signify the bonding of these two families.
Yeah, so but what's the purpose of the gift? What's the purpose of the gift?
Just to signify bonding, acceptance of the two families.
That is transactional. So because on a normal day, let me point out something. On a normal day, you could have gifted each other randomly. Do you think that is possible? No. The only reason why you're gifting each other is because of a single cause, and that cause is because a woman is involved. Like, you brought me, you are interested in my daughter. Okay, fine. Your way of saying you're interested is bribing me with a gift to say, I like your daughter. And you two be like, yeah. You two, you are a correct guy. Take. Yeah, so you two, you are a correct guy. You look fit. You get money. You get correct car. Oh yeah, you two. Handshake. Oh yeah, take. Why can't you come and persuade me? You like my daughter. She likes you, and you guys are good. Nothing. Bring your family. Let us know each other. Boom. That's it. You don't need to pay for any bride price. You don't need to pay for anything. So my point is, if you don't pay for the bride price, what happens? Is it a taboo? Is something gonna happen? Are they not gonna have kids? Are they gonna die, or is the marriage not gonna last? Those are the questions. We'll look into the in-depth of that conversation next week. And now to jump in.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. It's such an interesting conversation.
Thank you.
But let me just say something quick about the bride price before I make my point of why I asked to speak. Yes, marriage is actually transactional, in a way. But it brought back memories of my wedding, because the day my bride price was being paid, I cried so much. But now I think about it, and it's really heartwarming. So my bride price was 50 naira, and my uncle said he wanted it in 10 naira notes, 4 goats. Not 2 people. Oh my God.
4 goats.
What else again? What do you call it? Maize, salt. Anyway, I didn't have a box. I didn't have anything. So I remember, raising it up and saying, how come I don't have a box? How come I don't have this? And my dad said, it's borrowed culture. So it was a time, and it was quite emotional, even for my in-laws, who I don't have, because they're like, maybe these people will call one kind of money for her after she has gone to school. I was already working and all those things like that. But for me, I think I don't want to throw the baby with the bath water, and I want to say that, and that's why I really look forward to your conversation next week, that we should begin to raise these questions. One thing I know is that marriage at least was a beautiful thing, and people could afford it. But now that it has become one kind of cash money making thing, in fact, these days it's even easier, man. Let the man just go pregnant the girl. So, because when he impregnates her, everybody will now be begging him, well, come and carry wife, free of that, rather than going this whole long route. But
Right.
The point of it, I feel, is that it is a beautiful thing that's a symbol of both families, whatever it is. And I think we can keep the culture, but it has become so monetized and ugly, and I know we'll do justice to it next week. But back to this conversation that you were having, because I've listened for almost 2 hours. And thank you so much, Jimmy, for this. I was listening to it like a radio in the background, actually.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So when I just finished work, I said, let me chime in. Because let me give a disclaimer. I'm going to speak as if I'm speaking from 2 sides of my mouth.
Okay.
One, as if I want to play a devil's advocate. But let me start this way. My parents, both my mom and my dad, come from very, very troubled backgrounds. Very troubled. That's another even gist on its own. My mom till today, she would tell her story, and sometimes she'll be in tears. But I did not, if I open my mouth today and I say I grew up in a troubled home, God will not forgive me. I have the most loving father, the most caring, the best parents any child could have, and I don't take it for granted. I do not take it, because when I grew up and I now married and I now had I said, wow, these people put in the work. And so that brings me to the conversation. I asked my mom one day, because early marriage, now first 2 years, it was tough. I was going mad. I'm done. I'm almost, one time I'm done today, I'm done tomorrow and all. And so I was having a conversation with her, and I said, Mom, how did you do this? How come I never heard you or that child? How come because then we'll sit down, and then I would even tell my dad, I say, Daddy, if I want to marry a man that's just like you, exactly like you. And my sister and I, we meant it. And so my mom will smile and say, me when you get husband, you never ask me. It's who you see. You're not going to marry your father. It's different. Now I know the difference of him as my father, and he also being my mother's husband. And anyway, so with that, I then asked her, I said, how were you able to do this? And so she shared about how, before they got married, they spoke.
like just my mom's probably polygamous. It's ugly. She never even had a father figure denied her, all those things. Anyway, so yeah. So she told me, she said, they decided that they were not going to allow whatever they've been through or whatever wounds they've had affect them. And they were not going to pass on that hate, family hate, cousin issues and all of that to their children. And so in many ways, we felt shielded. Like, by the way, when I tell people this and people who met, friends who come to my household, I say it wasn't perfect. There were times when I thought my mom was my arch enemy, because she wouldn't let me do some things and all of that. But the other point I wanted to make is, so now they have their home, they're doing well, all of that. My mom has a heart for people. She kept people from my father's side, people from her side. I'm telling you that all this drama, there's a step cousin, step brother, many of them lived with us, and it was one wahala to the other. But the way they were just this united front was what shocked me. So one day I remember one of our cousins was living with us, and they were really just terrible in their behavior. And I came back from university and I just said, Mom, you know what? This person should go. They should leave our house. The wahala is not giving you people, and all of that. And she looked at me and she said, they're not going anywhere. And this word that she told me is what I want to kind of just share with everyone, that life is a privilege. Not everyone has the privilege of what I had. And then she told me something again. She said, you can give birth to a child, but you cannot give birth to. In Hausa is more meaningful, but in English it says you can give birth to a child, but you cannot give birth to their will. So there are two sides to the coin, right? That this child can be born in a very, terrible background, everything. And then the child says, you know what, I'm going to be better. Then there's also a scenario where this child can have everything. There are parents today that are sitting down and I'm crying and I say, God, where did I go wrong? What did I do for this child? And yet the child has all these excuses. As a medical practitioner, what I'm concerned with, I'm living abroad. What I see every day gives me concern, and that is why I love conversations like this. There is no time in history. This is the best time in history when we've had almost all the tools to deal with mental health issues, to deal with any kind of issues. Yet we have the most number recorded, and people are not getting better. Why am I saying this? Right now in my community, the other day I was having a conversation with someone, and I just noticed that there are more people on the street, drugs, and all of those things like that. Then she told me, so the thing is now a complaint for everybody. Then she now told me, she said, pedophiles, somebody who steals. Somebody came to somebody's house with a gun. The person couldn't shoot. Thank God the person shot and then they missed. The person was sent to jail for 6 months and was released. So we don't have consequences anymore. When they go to stand in court, the excuses, oh, this happened, oh, that happened, oh, this happened. We know it happened. But we're living in a community or in a world right now where people are not facing consequences for their lives. And the truth is, there will always be consequences. So let me end this way by saying, yes, I want to give slack to many parents and to many people who find themselves in different marriages and all sorts of things that sometimes you didn't plan for it. So other times they will tell you, don't marry this person. You won't see, you go and put yourself. You bring in children in. The point is, it has happened, it has happened. How do we help as a community? Be kind to people. My mom, in her life, even though she didn't have people in her family, she talks about people that God put in her life that helped her. She didn't have to live with them. There was a teacher, there was someone she worked with, there were different people. So I want to encourage everyone that listens, we can talk about this, but where you have opportunities to sow into people's lives, positive comments, or you're working with someone, or you're a counselor, you're whatever, that little seed, you don't know what it will do for somebody. Saying hi, smiling, your neighbor, if you're an uncle and you have nieces and nephews, you're living abroad, call them. Be that
you're seeing things, they cannot talk to their children. Call your nieces, call your nephews, talk to them, let them have your number. There are many ways. Let's just go back to it takes a village to raise a child. Frankly, we can't save all. Sadly, we can't save all. But I love the fact that this conversation is happening, because imagine if each family here, look at what Jimmy was talking about with his children. That's already hope. And every other person that says, you know what, I'm going to be an intentional father, I'm going to be a present husband or wife or intentional mother, that is a win. And then we're going to have, our kids marry responsible people and all of that. So one family at a time, we will do this. But thank you for this conversation.
Thank you, Anato. That was beautiful. Thanks for that. I'm going to refresh our memories with the scenario I painted. That's what we've been talking about. That's what has been the basis of our conversation all day. Thanks to the speakers, Karigwe, Dr. Otina. OG will be going next, and NASA. TK dropped. She's busy. She's going to come back. I think Zari is also busy. He wanted to speak quickly. Tina, I see you. Scar, I see you. Fatai, Tudo, Icon, Anze, Chooks, Ari, thanks for being part of this. I got your message. Thanks. It's about a woman that got killed by the husband. The woman was beaten to death and she was pregnant. So they buried her as quickly as possible, trying to cover the case. It's on the Jumbotron. That's the reason why we had that abuse to the marriage. So you can see the scar on her body. She's been going through a lot for a long time, but now she was beaten, she was killed by the husband, and the police are trying to cover it up. So she was buried almost immediately. The thing happened. Normally they're meant to go through autopsy and figure out what happened, but they just told them to go and bury it and just forget about it, which talks about my inspirational talk for today, which was accountability. I spoke about that. When things like this keeps happening, it will keep happening because there is no accountability, and when there is no accountability, it turns into a pattern, and no accountability turns into repeated failure, and nobody pays for wrongdoings. Wrongdoings become culture, and culture becomes a curse, and that is what we're facing in that country. So thanks for retweeting that. I hope the right authorities gets it and they act on it. Abayomi, I see you. Mr. Joe, Oluchi, Big E, Teke, Achalam, Cherichi, Joy, Lavevi, Lavezi, Best, Bagi, Samuel, Namdi, Watanda, Solicis. I see every single one of you, and the anonymous listeners, and the 180 something people watching on live stream. I see every single one of you. Before we go straight to the next speaker, let's take a word or two from our sponsors. I'll be right back, guys.
Give me better food.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad. Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun dried to retain the natural color color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obgfoods.limited.com. Website www.obgfoods.com. OBG Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our conversation is powered by OBG Foods, proudly nourishing homes with love, taste, and tradition. When the home is well fed, the soul has a reason to stay and have a great conversation. And that's what we're doing here. Welcome back once again. To refresh our memories, I'll go back on the conversation foundation and the scenario that we've been talking about. We've based our submission on. It's about a family. There's a true life story. It happened in Lagos. The Mako family fallout. I decided to come with a realistic, real life scenarios so we can talk about that instead of suggesting, presuming, and thinking of what might have happened or imagining things in our heads. But these are real life impacted stories that happen to people. The Mako family fallout, Lagos, Nigeria, 2021. Dayo Mako, a successful banker, and Ada Mako, a businesswoman, divorced after 13 years. Both of them. Now, they have two kids, a boy and a girl. The boy's name is Fikayo, a 13-year-old boy, and the girl's name is Chidemma, 10-year-old. And they had to split custody amongst these children. The father took custody of Fikayo, the boy, the son. And the mother took custody of Chidimma, the daughter. But guess what? 2 years after the custody and the court case, 2 years after precisely, Fikayo, the son, was arrested in an armed robbery operation. And Chidimma, the daughter, got pregnant. By the way, they're both still minors. Got pregnant by a neighbor. Now, the reaction after that, Ada, the wife, is blaming Dio, the husband, for being absent and remarrying quickly, because immediately after the divorce, it was almost as if Dio has been, dating someone. So immediately after the divorce, he got married quickly. He remarried quickly. And he took custody of Fikayo. And it was under his nose and the so-called newly wedded wife that Fikayo got arrested for an armed robbery operation and is in jail. While the mother, Ada, focusing on her business, right under her nose, a daughter, still a minor, got pregnant by their neighbor right under her nose. So Ada is blaming Dio for being absent and remarrying quickly. Dio is blaming Ada for turning the kids against him and raising them to be bitter. So here's the debatable questions we can ask ourselves.
this person, okay, don't watch your screen phone, your mom will do it. But my mom taught me that, like, you have to start at this very point in your age and start appreciating, knowing the value of labor. Knowing that, oh, I have to cook before I eat. I don't have to wait for someone to do it for me before I could eat or something like that.
Sorry, OG, hold on a minute, please. Sorry, 1 second. I just got a message now from people on live stream. Before I got your message now. Hold on a minute. It says, is it me or we lost the audio on the live? So I don't know if people can still hear me. It's clearly okay from my side. I don't know why that is going on. So guys, if you can still hear me, I switched the mic. I switched the mic to something else. So let me know if you can hear me. But go ahead, OJ, I paused your time. You have 2 minutes. OG, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Actually, since I have like few more minutes left, so Jimmy, I want to say something about you and your uncle. I think it's that time you forgive him. Find a way, tell him what happened, tell him what you did in life. And then, because there's a very big chance he doesn't even know what you are thinking. Maybe you still have it in your mind. You can just end up at the end of the day telling him, and he's going to be like, oh, now that thing, I don't remember. Sorry. Nasha, I saw you disliking that what I said, but I think that's true, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, we are all human. We just have to make peace with each other.
Yeah, OG, have you gotten small?
Yeah.
All right, so telling Jimmy to forgive something that the person hasn't apologized is not right. Maybe you didn't word it well. What I would have advised Jimmy is speak to him, then hear him out. If he apologizes, if his decision to let it go or not. But you can't tell somebody to forgive somebody that hasn't apologized yet.
That was why I said there's a high possibility that you might end up telling him that, I don't like this thing, and he might just end up telling you, oh, that thing I don't remember, or I'm happy with this.
Just the only thing, Jimmy, even me too at the back. If you can call the man and speak to the man, see if he will apologize.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely do that. And the reason why
Nasa, you too, that your uncle where you the best for, speak to him as well.
Yeah, that's also what I want to say.
So the difference. So the difference is this. To be honest, I don't think he remembers anything like that. But the bottom line is to let us know that whatever it is we do to kids, they remember. I can still tell you the year this thing happened. I mentioned in 1988. 1988. Integrity was saying, Jimmy, 1988. I remember the year because this man knows how to knock. And it's the middle finger. You see that middle finger? He folds it and it knocks you in a way that you have migraine. Then we didn't know it was migraine, now headache. He knocks you.
PKSD.
Whatever it is. And it's been like that for over 30 years. Like anytime. So what happened was the guy, he knows I'm in America now, and he reached out to me. Was it last year or 2 years ago? He was like, Aburo, how far? This was it. And the first thing that came to my mind, I didn't say it to him. I was saying to my you that you knocked the shit out of me, and now you're asking me for it. I will not give it to you. So
Jimmy,
I just came up to tell you that some scores take your grade. Don't listen to us.
Right. So I felt like out of all the teachers, I mean, there are other teachers. My agric teacher, though I've forgiven that one. That agric teacher, he can actually beat you with cutlass or hoe. That one, that was back in secondary school. But you see, this particular uncle, agric teacher, we are not related. But this is uncle that comes to your house, and he was good in mathematics back then. I think he used to teach foreign maths. But back then, it was quantitative aptitude. I was good with verbal aptitude, but this was quantitative aptitude. This man will knock the shit out of me, and my head will be echoing. Like, he'll knock you, and when you want to cry, you just shh. Baby! Baby means swallow it. Like, you want to cry, the tears is about to come out, and it tells you to swallow, and you have to swallow it. You swallow it, you show the expression that you swallow it, and it shows you, oh yeah, keep doing it. Oh yeah, do the calculation, count again. And now you swallowed it. But the pain, you can't, your soul is hurt, right? And tears are coming out of your eyes. And you have to clean it very fast, because if it touches the paper, another knock is coming. And it's good at one thing. It won't let you know when the knock is coming. It won't be like when you make a mistake, it's going to knock you immediately. It will just be like, do it this way, or there. Then maybe when you're doing it and you get it right, you now knock his head. You know, things like that. And you'll be like, but I got it right. Before you got it, besides the knock, the words, the belittling words that came afterwards, man, PTSD. And that was why I mentioned what I saw with my niece and nephew when I went to London. I was looking after them. I took care of them. I prepared their breakfast. I prepared their lunch boxes. Weetabix, that was when Weetabix was a thing back in London. I prepared all those things for them. I go to, Tesco to get their ham, butter, bread, and sandwich. I make everything for them. And when I go to pick them up in school, I go to this particular hall, and you have every kind of instrument there. When these kids are just jumping around, you have chairs, all games, anything, name it, it's there. Chairs, draft, all kinds of musical instruments. And the purpose is to let the kids explore. They'll just play with anything they can lay their hands on, and they watch them closely. If you do something unusual, Rubik's Cube as well, all those fidget toys, if you can, work a Rubik's Cube in such a fast way, they pick on you, they observe you, and they will scatter it again, give it to you. So when you do it, they're focusing on what you have, the talent. It's not back in Nigeria. Back in Nigeria, your father wants you to be an astronaut or a doctor, and you don't know maths. They will knock it into your head. They want you to know it by force. They believe it's when they flog you with pankere, kuboko, or kondo, that is when it will enter your head. That is not the case. So I suffered from something that I will never forget, right? And to be fair, I think I need to reach out to him. I'll probably just jokingly tell him that, you did something back in the days, or, you knocked the shit out of me, and I'm still holding it back. I still feel the pain. And man, we didn't have Panadol back then. I think it was Fensic. It was Fensic and Alabuco.
There was
Alabuco and Fensic. Panadol is a new thing. This Gen Z will not understand Panadol. It was Fensic, and there's another one that they used to do the advert on TV. We have to do it. No. That, you don't put Alabuco in a glass of water. That's Andrew Liverso. That one is Andrew Liverso. When you don't chop different kind of things together, that one is always comes in handy on Christmas Day.
But Jimmy, some people dilute Alabuco. They dissolve Alabuco inside water. People that don't want to put it in their mouth directly, they put it inside water and then swallow it.
Okay, fair enough. They do that. But yeah, OG, I get your point.
Jimmy, I want to ask Nasha something. Nasha, can you hear me?
Yeah, Oreo, do that so we can go to NASA real quick and go to after that.
Sorry, NASA. I want to ask you, what was the reason why you felt like you don't want to forgive him for your own situation?
Scar, don't worry, I see you. I see Scar, I see Tina. I'll move as fast as I can. But I mean, Icon is on live stream, so you know she's a priority now. I told you guys come on live stream. But yeah, you guys wrap up with the question and answer, guys. OG, go ahead.
Yeah, a few minutes.
No, you don't have a few minutes, so your time is up.
Yeah, sorry, I just asked you that about.
Yeah, ask.
OG, have you asked your question?
Yeah, did you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, he said, why don't you want to forgive your uncle?
Reverend Karigwe, I heard him. I don't know if you're using speaker, Karigwe. Ogini dinner, what's going on? You are so loud.
Hey, Anze, I saw your message. Yes. Guys, 1 minute, guys. Let me appreciate Anzi. Anzi is a real OG. Anzi don't update me with one of the besides Fensick. There's another one. I will never forget the advert. After they don't talk everything, they say Daga. I will never forget Daga. Anze, your head dead here. Hey, Daga. How did I forget Daga? That's the advert. After they don't talk everything, they say use Daga. And you could hear Daga, and the echo will be going down slowly. Those were the original, the OG Panadol back in the days. Fensick and Daga. Now big competition with that. All right, guys, wrap it up real quick. Let's go. Thanks, Anze.
OG, hi Anze, that's true. Anze, hi. OG, I'm gonna make my submission. While making my submission, you get your answer so that we'll not waste time, and then we'll go to Icon. So what?
Okay, so let me just round up what I have to say. So one of the reasons why I say you guys should just create awareness and forgive is most importantly to create that awareness, because there are 80% chances that the person you are keeping malice because of that issue doesn't even still remember what made you upset or what made you angry with him. So just try in a way to build that bridge and for the person to forgive you, and then move on with it and clear off your chest, because it's also a chance of you creating awareness for that person, so that in case of tomorrow, even in their old age, maybe their granddaughter or their grandson ends up in that situation, they won't still keep solving that problem the same way they used to. So since you've had that exposure and you are lucky to have that self-experience of how to, make things right, don't just make it be all about you. Create that awareness for them, and so that people doesn't end up keep falling victim over and over again, because probably a closed mouth is a closed destiny. If you were sure you keep quiet, nobody will know where they pay you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
The kind of one people are opening now. Someone just sent me a list of medicines that I've forgotten. Hey, I'm seeing Daga, Orepta, Alabukun, APC, Cafenol, TCP, After 5. Who remembers After 5? Fensick.
I do, Jimmy. I do. After 5, thank you.
Hey, and the last one here, Solotone. That Solotone was eventually banned because Solotone is that drug they will use and they will just be getting fat anyhow. They will be swelling up, or they will be craving to eat as much as possible. Solotone. We once bought Solotone in our house like that, and it disappeared from where we left it. We have a box where we keep all these things. So the Solotone disappeared. Guess what? When we found the Solotone, it's been eaten by rats. Now, you know Solotone makes you eat and it makes you beat. Now imagine rats eating Solotone in your house. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Icon, you dropped. I was gonna pull you in, right? Okay, she's back. I want to hear from your perspective. She's on StreamYard, and that's the reason why she's going ahead, everyone. Icon, how you doing? Jump in. If whoever wants to go next
fine,
can come
Jimmy.
on the live stream as well. Icon, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Icon.
Jimmy, let me just go quickly since she's not responding.
I think she's responding. I'm not sure what it is.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Can you hear me? Hello? I can't hear anything if you can hear me.
Into your grave. OG, I bet you've never been knocked on your head multiple times in the space of 5 seconds.
Oh, sugar.
When I make in the space of chasing this thing when Jimmy the dog say tears go they drop. If you drop for paper, they will knock you again. No, scatter go they drip. OG, as I'm talking to you, when I first said what I said, Jimmy, I felt that Jimmy, if they knock you, there's this sharp sinking pain. In Igbo language, they say,
Sorry, Nasa. If you can hear me, check if the audio is back. I just tried fixing it, so please confirm that. Thanks. Go ahead, Nasa.
When they knock you, there's this sharp pain. This pain lasts for, I don't want to exaggerate, 2 blown weeks, if not 1 month. Pain that when you still touch your skull, you're feeling it. When I mentioned this, I remember that psychological pain, that pain psychologically, I remembered it, I felt it. And that was how I sounded the way I sounded, right? There is no forgiving in this one. And OG, this person went to university. This person had a master's, so you can't tell me that he doesn't know what he's doing. He knew what he was doing. To the point that when I was in secondary school, I met him again when I was in secondary school. Guess what he said to me? And now you are all brushed, you're not speaking good English because of me. And I told him, is your knocking that made me who I am right now? He said yes. Now that if he didn't treat me the way he treated me, that by now I would have been a useless girl. He said, and you asked me to forgive such a person?
Hell no. No, I think that one is personal now.
So
Never.
What if there is
Hold on. Please, I don't want you to take my time. I'm so sorry, but just hold on. Now, let's come to the present. Icon, you're back on Twitter. Please come back on the live stream. I want to be certain I've fixed it because I saw the problem. I got a notification. I tried fixing it, but I think it's back now. So whoever wants to come on the live stream, the link is in the comment section. You have priority over people on Twitter. But yes, let's go real quick. Scar, I see you. Thanks for your patience. Tina, I see you as well. We'll move it accordingly, guys.
I would let me just quickly go touch on what Jimmy said concerning his niece and nephews, right? My sister's children, while I help them with their assignments, these children, if they don't get it after explanation of 10 times, if they don't get that, they cry, say they don't get it at all. And I told them one day, I told the eldest one day, and I said, see, do you know what my uncle did to me because I couldn't get this thing? She said no. I told her, she shouted, she was like, why will he do such a thing? No, Auntie Tina, don't do such a thing to me. That's evil. I was like, as per Gen Z, as per what? No wahala. But this is what I went through. But right now, at date, you cannot touch any child or treat those child that way. I don't know if some people do it, but I don't feel down to my sister's children. Because it's abnormal. It's abnormal. They don't even forgive me because they will continue to remember it till I'm old. This children would tell me, I wouldn't be till I'm old. They will say it reminds me of those things. So my dear, and I don't even know where that man is right now to talk of. I don't know where he is. He is a twin, but one is dead. I don't know where that particular one is. So forgiving him is not an option. I don't even know where they talk about. Now, waiting Jimmy talk, that make me remember saying they exist. There was a time I had one uncle like that. But right now, I don't even know if he's still alive or not. So, that's on that. Jimmy, you painted a scenario real quick about the two married couple that separated and the child, basically, they know, to the man. Right. Now, one thing I would just say is, those children are a reflection. They are a reflection of their parents' character. They are a reflection of their parents. They are reflections of their parents. It's nobody. Both of them, both parents are to blame. Because guess what? Their divorce was probably unforeseen, and they were bearing grudges between the both of them, between themselves. And at the end of the day, they intentionally decided to neglect their children. Now blaming themselves. So the reflection of their parents, that's the only thing I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasa. That was straightforward. And yeah, I think you're right. Looking at it from how you just painted it now, a lot has been going on and they've been bottling a lot inside. And the fact that the man just remarried almost immediately, shows he has lost interest in even trying to make the marriage work. And is more focused on whoever it is dating. I mean, for you to now just marry immediately means you've been courting the person secretly and you're just waiting for the right time so you can just go all out. So that's the way it seems to me, because it's one of the major points the wife made in regards to how the guy moved on so quickly. But yeah, I think you have a point towards that. But again, it's broader than that. That's just one of the key points. But I believe Scar would have an alternative view towards this, and I'll be eager to hear what you think about this. All right, Scar, welcome. Go ahead, 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I wish I could do my own business, no, it's fine. First of all, there are multiple aspects of this conversation. So I'll touch on each of them and try and tie them out to a central point at the ending. Firstly, you see, our ancestors, the people who survived natural selection at the early times, throughout history, the people who survived history were the smartest, strongest, and most competent, the fittest as well. From natural selection law, you will see that it chooses, it prioritizes survival of the fittest, not just physical fitness, both mental resilience, endurance, the smartest of people, these are the people who had survived. Our ancestors were not fools, they were not backwards, they were not stupid. The solution for the tradition they came up with was born from dire circumstances when being confronted by unimaginable threats that were threatening their entire existence. They were threatening to wipe them out. In such dire circumstances, they were forced to come up with solutions because they understood what was at stake, what they stand to lose. And as such, the solution they came up with cannot possibly be one that benefits them as individuals. It has to be one that helps them achieve the goal of preserving or ensuring the continuation of the survival of the species as a whole, which some of them involve making personal sacrifices for themselves and sacrificing the happiness or the comfort or the individuality of some other group of people to ensure that they achieve success or survival of the majority or the greater good. People who face problems at this particular point in time could not be bothered or distracted by the happiness of an individual. They cannot be bothered by the resentment of a child because they have slightly lesser concerns at all times than what a child likes, what a child doesn't like. None of us would have acted differently based on the same parameters that they were facing. None of us would have acted differently. You see, peace is a luxury. As a matter of fact, stability that we all enjoy now is a very big luxury that people take for granted. The freedom we enjoy, the security, the stability we enjoy is a big luxury and it is not real. It was bought at a steep price. It is also very recent. Very, very recent. So we need to acknowledge our privileges when we criticize these people and they don't take back down or how they treated us. Because if we are faced with the exact same parameters or exact same issues, we will not act differently. As a matter of fact, we might not even survive it. So we should salute these people instead of criticizing them all the time. Case in point, this brings me to my next point, that doing whatever a child wants is not proof of love. Doing whatever makes the child happy is not proof of love. Or hurting children or doing things that is not like is not proof of hatred. As a matter of fact, we should treat children on the way that benefits them, regardless of whether they like it or not. We should do what is best for the child, not what the child likes. If what is best for the child makes the child unhappy or makes them cry, it does not matter. We cannot put the happiness above what makes them happy or what makes them sad. Case in point, the child does not know what is good for them. They prioritize what makes them happy. And the things that make them happy are not necessarily always good for them. For example, if you give a child chocolate, sugar, milk, ice cream, biscuits all the time, they will love you to the ends of the earth. They will love you forever. But giving them constant sugar and carbohydrate, is that proof of love? When you know them consuming that such outrageous amount of sugar or glucose is hurting them or will harm their health. It is sweet in their mouth, it's going to make them happy. And they will request it as much time as you want. If you allow them, when you do something like that, does it mean you love them? No, it doesn't, because you're actually killing them or you're sacrificing their life for their happiness. And that is not growth, that is not progress, that is negative growth. Prioritizing their happiness at the cost of their health is stealing. Number two, if a child is sick and the treatment for that sickness involves an injection, we know how children feel about receiving an injection. They hate it, most of them don't want to feel it. They cry when they see it. They scream, they don't want to feel the pain because it involves piercing their skin. They will also see blood. Does it mean because they hate it and the people who insist on giving that injection, does it mean those people hate them? No. Does it mean because they are crying or they scream when they are giving injection, we should stop giving them injections? Or does it mean because they will hate the nurse or hate the doctor who is inflicting such pain on them? It means the doctor should stop or we should start telling the doctors not to give them injections anymore. Of course not. We are going to let the child cry and give them the injections. We cannot prioritize or pay attention to the fact that they might hate the doctor for treating them because they don't like the treatment that they are receiving. Because at that particular moment, the concern and the priority is what is good for them, whether they like it or not. forcing them to eat vegetables, forcing them to take medicine, forcing them to go to school, whether they like it or not. These are things that are good for them, and things that will make the children hate the person forcing them to do these things. Now, what do we make the choices cannot be to say, oh, let us do what the child likes. It has to be let us do what is best for the child, whether the child likes it or not. On that note, the discussion we're having here, knocking children, slapping them, beating them. The issue with this particular action cannot be whether it makes the child happy or it makes the child sad or whether the child hates the person that is doing it to them. It should be whether it is effective or not, if it works or not. If knocking children makes them learn better, if knocking them makes them assimilate, if it is the only or best way for them to learn what they are refusing to get after beating them or telling them 50 times, knocking them is good. Whether they cry or they hate the person knocking them is irrelevant. If telling them 100 times with their mouth without eating or disciplining them will never make them learn that particular thing that they need for their survival, and not doing it to them will ensure or will deprive them ability or the skills they need to survive. Not doing it to them at the cost of them like because you want them to like you is not good. Not something to be encouraging. Now on that note, the criticism attached to a lot of these things is not one that is born from solutions. It is one that is born from lack of offense and how do I put it now? An unwillingness to offend people, an unwillingness to make people unhappy. But
yeah, it's gonna wrap up in 30 seconds.
I have one more point about the abuse.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'll let me give you 2 minutes because I know a lot of people are going to engage you. Because you've raised a lot of controversial points of view. But yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate. I'm going to quickly run through the abuse part and then I'll stop. Now, so it can the things we suggest, even the criticism attached to all of these things, is not born from solutions. It is born from an unwillingness to offend people. And in order to be able to think, you must be able to raise being offensive, whether to children or not. We must be willing to raise them 18 months if it will ensure them having the best for them. Now, coming to abuse, you see, the research has been done, okay, and just like the one for children, the one from the topic of this causes impact of dysfunctional family abuse leading to death. The research has been done. A lot of the mistakes, a lot of the points on this case have been raised before. False, a lot of them, misleading, a lot of them, ignorant, a lot of them. The research has been done to address some of these points, and the actual causes of the dysfunction in this family abuse, especially the one that involves intimate partner violence, domestic violence, that leads to them, it has been done. There's a meta-analysis of more than 400, and I'll just read one and I'll end on that particular point. But the problem with a lot of people is they prefer a good story to the truth, because the truth burns. And if the truth does not align with what you personally believe, people tend to reject the truth and accept a good story. The causes, the solutions are available for us, but because it does not sound appealing to the ear, we will reject it and cling to the ignorant one that confirms our bias. Now, I'll just read one of the causes of abuse that have led to death, and it's going to make a lot of people angry. But it does not change that it is still the truth. Now, in intimate partner violence, this is from National Library of Medicine, SDBI. I'm going to post the link on this page. And it says, yes, thank you. A recent meta-analysis found that the woman perpetration of violence was the strongest predictor of her being a victim of partner violence. I'm going to read one more paragraph and then I'll stop there. Now, half of all relationships are reciprocally violent. A non-reciprocity was associated with much more frequent violence amongst women, but not men. Regarding injury, men are more likely to inflict injury than women, and reciprocal intimate partner violence was associated with the greater injury than non-reciprocal intimate partner violence, regardless of the gender. I want to repeat that. Reciprocity was associated with much more frequent serious infliction of violent injuries amongst women, but not men. When it comes to injury, men are more likely to inflict injury than women, and reciprocal intimate partner violence was associated with greater injury inflicted than non-reciprocal intimate partner violence, regardless of the gender. Based on what I've just read, prevention of violence between intimate partners is much more achieved when we do not encourage things. I think Dr. Wood is saying, when we do not encourage things that escalate the violence, because there has been a serious mistake or a bias when analyzing issues like this, that it is just a man attacking the woman because he's drunk, he's stupid. There's nothing that used to be. He's just a stupid man who has anger issues that is beating a woman and killing her. But the study has done. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. The study has been done. That there are actual circumstances which leads to this very disastrous outcome that we see. Case in point, reciprocity. In layman terms, when the man is talking, the woman is talking. When the man eats, the woman eats back. The man eats with the greater force. Or in non-reciprocal violence, the woman starts, the man responds with greater force. In all of these cases, violence and injury and death is not considered reciprocity. So in this case, there are a lot of beating women. Most times, the woman and the man insulting each other, beating each other, but the man inflicts more injury because he's younger. So to prevent this thing, one person must be escalating. It is not a bad thing for the women to be quiet or not to talk back at men or not to eat men or not to start eating men. Because to stop this particular thing,
Time.
men to have to
Start. Yeah. Right. So. Right. So I know a lot of people want to have a go.
I want to come from a purely mental health and safeguarding angle with Scar now.
All right. So yeah. So I think I will allow it, and the reason why I'll allow it is simply because I want, though I have questions for Scar, but I want it to come from a different perspective because you're single, you're not married yet, you don't have kids. Scar is single, he's not married yet, he doesn't have kids. So I don't want it to be from a father to someone that hasn't given birth. It doesn't necessarily have to do with parenting, but having a child changes the perspective of a lot of the points he has made. But I'll allow that to happen, Karigo, and I will jump in before we go to Tina.
Alright, so Scar, first of all, I want to correct something before I start asking my questions. Since we started talking about this thing, both abuse and everything, nobody is saying that you should give children what they want or have the fear of offending the children. Best interest is what we are talking about, and best interest doesn't mean abusing the child. Then when it comes to the abuse in marriage that you talked about, beating, as in inflicting injury and de-escalating, you are the only person that have come to this topic with a biased mindset. Everybody has been trying to be balanced. You're the only person that trying to defend men. All the people that have spoken is trying to balance it. We are not making it a gender issue. We are making it solely on dysfunctional family issue. We are not trying to say it's men that causes it or it's women that causes it. The only time we talked about men causing something is the man that killed the wife.
Right.
And if two people, even if the woman is abusing the man, if I fight in the street with a man and I kill the man, I'm going to jail. Whether even if the man is the instigator.
100%.
So the person that, as far as the woman is dead, who is at fault is no longer on the table. The person that committed the crime is the person that is on the table. Then Scar, it comes to my question. Scar, when it comes to parenting, I know your
parenting books since being an adult.
Okay, very good. I don't believe in appealing to authority. I don't really think so. I believe in thinking and processing problems and coming up with stuff, not just copying what other person has read.
So you just read research that other people did, but you can't read.
Yeah, research is not everybody's thought. Research is not the person's thought. It is
the people that wrote the parenting book also do research before they write their books. They don't just write books.
It is a research. It is a research. Of course, I've read multiple researches, but it is a book. Many of the authors are just writing their opinions on what they believe and think.
The second one.
Maximus
Safeguarding children, when it comes to safeguarding children, especially vulnerable ones, what do you understand by best interest? Because you keep talking about best interest.
Yeah, the best interest cannot and can never be what makes the child happy. It has to be
that is what all of us understand. But
no, it's not.
It's not a child. Inflicting trauma on a child is on the child's best interest.
That is not the only outcome. Don't do that. There's a purpose for it.
No. It gave Nathan. No, stop it. You're saying it's not the only outcome. What is the two people that have talked about it here is one of their outcomes.
No, there's a bias out here. There's a bias.
How is there bias that you're telling people that their trauma is not real? Are you trying to tell them that their trauma is not real?
Why you get let me respond?
I don't understand the life of me. Why you guys should stop calling my name. Jimmy and need my own trauma. Use Jimmy. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
The other outcome is to check why the person did it or what the person was intending to achieve. And if he was able to achieve it after that particular act. Like if you put in Jimmy's case, if it was because he was unable to
No, Scars. NASA. No. Let's not do that. So guys, please, 1 second. Scar, hold on a minute. Hold on, guys, hold on. Let me address this. So I don't want it to be rowdy. So NASA, just don't worry about it. Just ignore it. I don't want it to be a back and forth. And Scar, thanks for the way you handled that, because on a normal day you would have went ballistic. The platform is about having an intellectual conversation and tackling it for the merit, based on merit. I like that. And I love the way Karigo is actually engaging this. If left alone to NASA don't come with pump action. And if Scar was to reply, it's going to be chaotic and I'll probably drop people. But I want us to have this conversation because a lot of people are listening and some people wouldn't think people have this kind of mindset. It's justified in its own way and he's trying to prove the reason why he thinks that way. But I love the fact that Karigo is engaging him on an intellectual manner. I still have lots of questions and counter points to change the narrative he gave out, but I want it to be one at a time. Maybe after Karigo, whoever wants to ask him a question, but let's make it snappy so Tina can go. But I'll allow the back and forth between him and Scar.
Jimmy, what he was saying that it's not the only outcome. Scar, I like that you said it's not the only outcome. Conking a child while you're teaching the child is not the only way to make the child learn as well.
Correct.
Inflicting pain is not the only way to teach a child. Why must you? In the UK, they tell you spanking. Spanking is just even tapping the
corporal punishment.
Or they tell you, let that be the last resort. I work with people that are violently. I've worked in the forensic units in the mental health world. These are criminally insane people. I've worked with a serial killer, but they will tell us if this person becomes violent, the only time
you telling me that my job is nonsense? Because I've worked with people. I've worked with people when they are very, very violent. They became well, and now they are functioning very, very well in society. One of them is actually working as a mental health support worker now. Okay, that's the time I was looking for. As long as it works, that's the point. So this is now, when it comes to raising kids, African parents go directly to beating the child, and that is what we are trying to stop. If you read parenting books, there are suggested ways to try and punish your child, and it will pass. Stopping this kind of ways. When I said last resort, why are we stopping it? Why did it be last resort? Why should it be the first resort?
Good question.
When I was in school, I used my principal as an example. This man beat us to the extent that we got used to it. We no longer fear that flogging.
Of course, you got on dusting.
We were doing things. We were doing anything we want because we know highest what you could do. Not just flog people.
They will flog you in the on assembly ground. They know they flog now for assembly line. They will call you guys to the front. Of course, boarding house.
So it was messy,
but you know, assembly is two. You have two assemblies. The one in the dormitory.
Our first class is 7 o'clock. Assembly just 2 minutes. That school was rugged, guy.
Oh, okay. So I mean, because boarding house, they have the hostel assembly with the seniors. You first deal with, and when I say seniors, I'm talking about seniors with we call them ogbos. Seniors with beards. Seniors with beards that their leg, one of their leg, you know these ones are agba. Seniors that they are almost the same age mate with teachers.
Our principal was so rugged that he was living inside the school. During the day, he wears school uniform. During the evening, he wear body uniform.
Of course. It's in the same compound. It's a large compound.
So the boarding assembly we do is around 5 o'clock. Go for mass because the principal is a reverend father.
Right. Oh, your own is even better. It's a Christian school. This one is.
After mass, we then go for the general assembly where the states come. So the principal is already in the gate. So what's beating the child does is use Nigeria Secondary School as an example. Genius, which as in they can't wait to become revenge everything they were done. That was done to them as genius.
God bless you. God bless you, Karibu. That's a good point. That is a great point. That is a great point.
They are listening to you not because they actually think what you're telling them is right. They are listening to you because they don't want to be beaten.
Right.
They fear you. And that is the reason why if people start abusing them outside, they will be scared to tell you about it.
And the best way and the best way for you to avoid that, is to have a very, very strong school father. A strong school father, but SS3 to be precise, because that one you are under his care. You're dead. You hand over, you're being handed over to another one. Then that school father, if you can't get girlfriend, that is your school mother.
I want to bring this thing back to that's your first case study. Yoruba and Yoruba guy and Igbo girl.
Right.
Beating children is probably the reason why that 14-year-old girl was being abused by an adult and she couldn't talk to the parents about it.
That's a good point. No, but it's a good point.
I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened in that situation, but it's part of the reason why children avoid speaking to their parents because they fear their parents. If child. Nobody said you should stop it at all. But when that child understands that you've tried everything, that beating was probably the only thing you had, it will not inflict the kind of trauma beating them first will inflict. Because at that point, they might, when they grow up and start thinking back, they will understand, oh, my mom tried her best before she laid hand on me. But some people lay hand, people just do, immediately the child is, there's this thing I learned from safeguarding. When your child breaks plates, you don't beat the child for breaking plates. Because if you know what you do to the child, he must have seen you break plates before and nobody beat you. If he breaks plates and you beat them, what you're telling them is that he's not allowed to make mistake, but you are allowed to make mistake.
Karigwe, it's not just about beating them. It's not just about beating them. They will use the broken plate self to put scar on them. No pun intended.
So all that thing, what you're trying to make, that's the reason why Africans, we are not so creative. Because they've picked out that creativity from us. We are not allowed to make, we didn't grow up given the chance to make mistakes. We saw mistakes. We saw Japan. I did not say Japanese people only have to answer that punishment. See, Scar, have you tried to research how Japan do their parenting at the moment? I'm not talking about the olden days. They value discipline a lot. Sometimes they value discipline, but not corporal punishment. Corporal punishment.
All right, guys, we need to wrap up the back and forth so we can move on. Yeah.
Let me just explain and wrap up. What I'm trying to tell you, I'm not telling you that Japan don't do corporal punishment now, but most countries that understand the impact of those things now make it the last resort. They now make it the last resort. I think you should just Google safeguarding children. You don't even need to read the UK one. Google safeguarding children and read about it. Read the things you need to do to safeguard a child, both in your house and outside your house.
Thank you, Karigwe. I love your stand on the defense based on Scar's submission. And I'm going to say this. From a father's perspective, there was a space to them held some times ago about parenting, I think corporal punishment and parenting. And the truth of the matter is, will cause trouble. Yeah, I know. So, but the truth of the matter is, as a parent, you learn every day. There is no manual to parenting. None. And it is so sensitive that the way you treat your first child is not the way you treat your second child, because they have tolerance, differences, they have ways they can absorb and make mistakes and correct themselves. The way you discipline your male child is different from the way you discipline your female child. The way they react is different. The way they assimilate information is different. When your kids misbehave and you tell them to stop, one might get it as stop, the other might not. And when you beat that other one, it's passing a different message to the first one. So you need to observe the situation and figure out a way of going about it. Now, there are other rules you put down to justify what is being done. So while my kids were growing up, I put a lot of things into consideration, and I had this mentality based on the fact that I had the experience living with my auntie in London. So I learned a lot from her. There are certain things I leave around the ground for the kids, like sharp objects, coins, things they can put in their mouth, things that can fit into their mouth, the kind of toys you buy. It's not something they can swallow. You need to pay attention to those things. Needles, pins, blade. You need to pay attention to those kids. Glass cups in the kitchen, where you place them, where their hands cannot reach. If you place a particular item where their hands can reach, they try reaching it and it breaks, it's your fault. I had that back and forth with my wife at the point in time. Sometimes I will do it too. I'll place something at the edge, and maybe when the kids reach it, it breaks, and I'll ask myself, why did I put it in their reach? But guess what? If I put it where they cannot reach, but they can see it, and they try looking for a chair to go and put it there and climb and reach it, that is you passing your boundary. Then you get smacked. Now, smacking a child is one thing. Knowing how to smack a child is another thing. I'm not talking about abuse. I'm talking about smacking a child and letting them know the reason why you smack them. And when they know that, you don't need to tell them to apologize before they apologize. My kids portray these things. In fact, when you smack my kids, they know they've done something wrong. And they will keep repeating, I'm so sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry, Dad. Now, here's the annoying part. They will keep saying, I'm so sorry, Dad. You were still angry until you said, it's okay, I'm fine, don't worry. Then they're still not convinced. And they'll tell you things like, Dad, can I have a kiss? They want to be certain that you've not rejected them. And sometimes I'll still be angry. I'll just do, mwah, I blew a kiss. And will come closer and say, I kiss on my forehead. And you just smile that you dare not try this with your old parent. And you just kiss their forehead and it runs away. Go ahead.
I am so sorry that come without this man.
Huh?
I am so sorry that come without this man.
How do you mean? I don't understand.
You said you smack your kid and then. No, see, don't let me rephrase the question. You said you spank your kid, right? And then you tell them why you spank them, and then they go on to apologize and they continue apologizing.
Until you tell them, okay, fine, no problem. I'm not angry.
Exactly. So I'm asking you, can they apologize even without you spanking them?
All right, so here's the catch. Before you do that, myself and their mom, we always warn them. So we do first warning, second warning, third warning. So when you keep repeating it, that means you're being disobedient, right? So when you push it to the level at which you've disobeyed direct instructions, and it's more like you're doing it deliberately, don't do it the first time. And by the way, smacking is not all the time. It's when they do something to hurt themselves so badly that you probably want to do that. And you let them know what they do, what they did rather. But then again, it's not all the time. There are other ways, like, naughty corners, watching cartoon today, no TV today, go to your room, things like that. But you see, when you do the smacking, you're passing a message across to them that what you did is exceptionally wrong and I'm not happy with you. Because I warned you the first time, I warned you the second time. But guess what? It is a language, not all kids, certain kids. And that's why I said parenting is not a child's play. It is your duty as a parent to figure it out. It is your duty as a parent to know the right and the wrong time. Guess what? I've seen people that probably never had to smack their kids. So you can compare kids with other kids. In Yoruba, they will say, meaning you can compare different kids to themselves. Different kids are made in different manners, right? In fact,
in English, they call it person-centered care.
There you go. So it's a situation. It's more like follow come. One kid gets it immediately. In fact, sometimes the elder brother can come and challenge you that why did you beat the older brother self? And sometimes when the two of them are having misunderstanding, one will smack the other. The two of them will cry, come and meet you, reporting themselves. And The one that came to report the other one explains himself, and the one that did the damage will keep quiet. And you say, is that true? He'll probably not talk. He'll lower his head. And when you tell him to apologize, he said, I'm so sorry to the other one. And the person where they apologize go meet them, hug them, say, that's okay. And the two of them go. Now you look stupid. Like the way they do that's okay. Like it only needed that apology and move on. You are now left alone with you look stupid. But guess what? If you try to get in between the two of them will gang up against you. Parenting is not a child's play. Now, to the other point you mentioned, I need to address those points. You said something about other ways to. You said something about injection. That are you saying if a child requires an injection for particular treatment, you say because they don't like it, you will not give it to them? It's not because they don't like it. You need to figure out why don't they like it. There's something called phobia. They might have a phobia for needle. I have a phobia for needle. In fact, I never knew I had phobias for needle. It took me a long time to realize I had phobia for needle. And how did I get to realize it? I think I was watching the movie Saw. At the point in time, I realized that it's been a long time I went to the hospital to get injection or whatever. And I was watching a particular movie, Saw, and it involved a lot of syringe in a container like that. And someone had to walk on the syringe to go and grab a key to unlock something. So the needle was just sticking in and out. I threw up that day. And that was when I realized I had phobia for needle. I couldn't watch. I watch a lot of horror movies, but when it got to that needle part or something pointed and sharp, I couldn't stand it. Now, are there other options to that? Yeah. It might be slower in treatment. So when you notice your child don't like needles, there are other options to that. There are patches, there are medicines, there are capsules, there are tablets you can use. It might be slower to get into the bloodstream. The needle is just, there's even one painless needle that they have now. Whatever the situation is, the point is understanding why they don't like it. You look for other options to making sure they get it. You spoke about food, vegetable. Growing up, we didn't even see it as a big deal. But our kids these days, they don't probably like their vegetables. They use it to, school rhymes and all that. But guess what? They don't necessarily have to like it. It depends on the method. Some of them might be allergic to some vegetables. I want us to accept that. It could be broccoli, it could be cauliflower, it could be beets, name it. They might be allergic. We need to pay close attention to these things. And they might not like it, maybe the smell, the way it's prepared. You need to explore. That requires a lot of spending on different, you throw away foods out of curiosity. But thank God in a society like this, they give them these things in school. And it comes in different methods. Now we have chips that comes in vegetable. Chips made out of vegetables. It looks like crackers, it looks like Pringles, but these are vegetable-made snacks for kids. They've done it in an edible manner for them to consume. At the end of the day, it's still vegetable. We might debate about the amount of chemical they put in there to preserve it. But here's the point. All the things you've said seems to be primitive. There are other ways to go about these things without getting aggressive. Now, the corporal punishment we're used to is the abuse type in Africa, right? The abuse type. In fact, we get so abused that when they beat us, we will run to the next neighbor's house. That's how severe it is. Now, in my own case, I saw that, I experienced that, and I saw it as an abuse. It can never happen here. Because number one, corporal punishment means a bodily inflicted harm on kids. When you smack your kids, you do it in a very lenient manner. But at the same time, they will get the message.
You don't put marks on your kids. That is abuse. Or you want to smack them so they will have scar on their body. Guess what? They go for regular checkups. They check their body. They will know if something is going on with them. You can't try that here. We need to understand this. So it's not even because of the society we live in. It's the fact that there are other methods of training your kids. There are other ways of being a parent or parenting other than, smacking. There's a difference between beating, spanking, smacking, slapping. The differences are very, 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 it's just a thin line. It's, as a parent, you need to know the line not to cross as a parent. So the conventional method you're talking about, it's severe, it's outdated, and it's aggressive. Not everyone and the ones that said, it made me the way I am right today, they are emotionally scarred within them. They probably don't want to talk about it. I've never mentioned it before, but look at me. After 30-something years, I remember the uncle that knocked the shit out of my head because it was there. I remembered it, the pain I felt at that point in time. And none of us, where did this platform right now, none of us were smacked back in the days. And we went back to the smacky of the person that beat us to apologize. We dare not. We were smacked so badly that we run away from the house. We run away from that person. That's abuse. But when you show your kids tough love here, and they know they've done something wrong, and they can come and meet you, Daddy, I'm sorry. Mommy, I'm sorry. And at that point in time, you are like, hey, do I dare do this to my parent? Then you have to be cautious. But that's just the bottom line. I don't want to erase the fact that you're not married yet or you don't have kids yet. I believe people without kids can make valid. Right. Yeah. So I mean, there are a lot of people that are not married, but they understand the concept of parenting, like you. And I think it's simply because it's aligned with what you do, your occupation. So you understand these things. Again, corporal punishment is not rampant in the Western world. We still use it in Nigeria. You see, they use different kind of things to smack you in Nigeria. Broom, orogun, igbako, remote control, koboko, pankere, name it. Anything it is, they can toss at you. The one we had last on Tudo Space, I think it was Dunke. Dunke has grown kids, and she said she never struck them. With what? Oh yeah, pistol. Yeah, that they used to pound yam. Yeah, of course they did. So I mean, I had Dunke. Our kids are grown, over 17 years old, and she never struck them. Now, I'm interested in how did you do that? This is a mother that managed to do something like that. It's quite interesting to learn from her. And how did you manage to do that? And I think she mentioned something about having conversation with them. Maybe when they get old, right? But as toddlers, as the adolescent age, how did you manage to do that with them? Again, kids are different. Even brothers and sisters, same father, same mother. The way they react to corrections is quite different from the way you compare other kids. Some kids are just born that way. It's like follow come. They listen to correction immediately. And some kids, when you teach them something, they assimilate it, they understand it straight away. But some, you have to teach them over and over and over and over again before they understand it. And it might just require a different method of teaching them for them to understand it immediately. The bottom line is parenting is not as easy as people speak about it. And a lot of things crosses our minds even before you smack. Sometimes when my son just scream, you think say the mother don't smack him. But the mom didn't touch him. The mom just told him, you know what? Leave the room. Go and stay in your room. And he will cry like maybe they banged something on his head. Exaggeration. Hyperbole. And the way they do it, they'll just come and meet your dad to show tears. They come up for a high. And I want to find out what happened. And when the mom start talking, you just laugh. And you ask him, is that what happened? And he'll be shaking his head. And you'll be like, oh my goodness. So imagine that happening in a house whereby the housemaid did what the mother just did. The real mother will just go and slap the housemaid. What did you do to my son? What did you do? There will not be dialogue. Bottom line is parenting is not as easy as it looks, Scar. I understand the conventional method, and you're trying to uphold the patriarchal standard of being the father of the house. Even at that, it doesn't stop the kids from misbehaving. It doesn't stop them from doing whatever it is they want to do. It doesn't. And that's what Karigwe said. When I was in secondary school, I was expelled 3 times. I was expelled 3 times. I was suspended 5 times, expelled 3 times. They say, make I go bring my parents home. We rented parents 2 times. We went to rent parents to come and represent us to beg. And it worked. And it was one Judas like that told them what we did. And the last expulsion letter, they wrote it there. Go and bring your biological father. On that expulsion letter, I still remember. They wrote it with bracket letter. Go and bring your biological father and mother before we can discipline you. It was when we saw that, we now be like, yeah, okay, yeah, shit just hit the fan. And we did, eventually. We did. You know what happened? Before they could take us back, it was my mom. My father didn't even want to say, is that what I sent you to go and do in school? Ah, okay, no problem. You just went to Lagos. It was my mom. We went back to Oyo. I schooled in Oyo. My mom went to Oyo with me. When we got to the principal's office, my friend that we were expelled together, that one Mama took come. And they told, in the expulsion letter, they list the names of all of us, friends that were expelled together. And the reason why we were expelled, that we were jumping fence to go and party, to go and drink beer, and we jump fence back. It was the Megad that caught us jumping fence. Okay, so they came. My mom was in the principal's office. My friend's mom came. That one, by the look on his face, you go know saying a slap, then chop from Ibadan to Oyo. The guy was just chopping different slaps. So he chop slap, enter principal office. So the moment they entered, my mom was seated. I was standing in one corner. The principal was seated. So this guy came in with his mother. So the moment I sighted him, I was like, yeah. We just threw signal that, yeah, shit just hit the fence. And the mother entered with him. The mother said, is that Jimmy? And the boy said, yes. I said, oh, shit. And the mother just came at me. You, this bad boy, stay away from my Pekin. I've been telling you, you are a demonic child. Stay away from my Pekin. My Pekin is not this kind of person. You're the one teaching my Pekin bad thing. Stay away from my Pekin. And my mom too stood up. It is a lie. It is your son. It is your son. Your son is a bad child. It is your son. Before you knew what was going on, the principal was trying to settle the whole thing. Now, this was where it got crazy. My mom checked on the principal's table, saw different kinds of king, pancake. They've never even taken off the leaves. She just grabbed like 10 and she just started flogging me. And you see the insult that someone else's mother is talking to me anyhow. Just bang, bang. The other guy's mom too carried pancake. They flogged the guy. 2 of us ran away from the office. Now, that display showed the principal that, yeah, confirm, these are the 2 parents. Because the other ones, we paid them, right? I think it was, how much did we pay them? I think it was 50 naira. We paid them 50 naira to come and apologize. And those ones were just begging. And, the way they were acting, like, they couldn't insult you too much because they need to collect their balance, maybe 20 naira balance. So they were lenient. But at the last minute,
it took violence for the principal to be convinced that, yeah, these ones are real Abiamo. These are the real mothers. Because they were flogging the two of us. And they came to an agreement that, you know what? Yeah, now that we have the two parents, this is what they've done. And they knelt down. So both parents, they knelt down, they were begging the principal, hey Joe, the father has said he doesn't want to see him in the house. Yeah, can you go? So uniform torn, everything torn, we're looking all ragged out. And they begged. So the principal was like, oh yeah, we'll sort something out. They will have to do suspension, 2 months suspension. Then they just started crying. What are they going to be doing? What are they going to? Their life has been ruined. Okay, they begged again. I said, okay, they'll do what's it called? Service in the school. They will cut grass. They will cut grass for 2 weeks. They will do this. They will flog them assembly. They will announce it. Blah 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 blah, and that was it. So, if not because of the flogging, they wouldn't have been able to identify the real parent, because that was the way for them to know that, oh yeah, these are the true biological parent, because they knew how much they've spent in school fees regarding these kids, and that was it. But guess what? The moment the two parents left, now so me and my guy just chopping up to say, yeah, we're back in town. The two parents, then caused themselves go. Then we went back to school. The next day, they called us, our names on the assembly. We had girlfriends back then. They called us to the assembly. We're gonna flog us, I think 30 strokes. And a uniform, white shirt. Brought us to the assembly. Back then, we had girlfriends, SS3. And those ones too, they were sobbing. And we came to the assembly. They called us to the front, in front of everybody, 30 strokes. Now, they called the best teacher, we sabi flog, biology teacher and a Greek teacher. You see those two teachers? I don't want to curse them because I know they're probably going to see this video on Facebook. Those two teachers, you see the biology, the guy understands body system and he knows the places he can flog you that you feel pain. That is how the guy flogs. That is how Mr. Aremu flogs. They called us to the assembly and we're meant to take 30 strokes. So they called them a Greek teacher, biology teacher, and English teacher. Biology went first and they flogged the shit out of us on the assembly. Like they flogged us so bad that our uniform tore. You see people sobbing. Now, eventually, they ended up flogging 40 other students because we did something crazy. We were not screaming, we were not dancing. Sorry, we were not shaking up. When they flog you, you just shake body, say, that is painful. No, we stood there like an idol and we're taking it. And guess what? Seniors, juniors, school songs, plenty school songs, and they were shouting, when they flogged the first one, say, Dustin. They just said, everyone from this side, everybody knee down. People just ran away. The bottom line is, back then, we thought flogging could actually justify how we're going to be remodeled. But we went back to the doings. We went back to doing the same thing. It was almost as if we had to do that to attain a certain level. We went back. We still jumped fence. The security guy caught us again. I was like, just go. Because he's tired. So, Scar, at what point do you think that beating did any positive impact on us? I had to take time to explain this. It's a personal experience. So knowing that smacking kids back in Nigeria was not being, it still is. It's not a right way because it's more aggressive and it's not for correctional purpose. It's to put pain on them, to put scar, no pun intended to your name, to put scar on them, thinking when they see the scar, they will remember. you know, that they will remember that this happened to me, so I will not do it again. That wasn't the case. So to your point, I honestly, I don't think it's relevant. And I deliberately allowed you to give that summation. I know a lot of people requested for the mic. I deliberately allowed you to give that point because we came here to learn and unlearn. I know you've learned a lot from the both submission I made and Carigwe. Before we go to Tina, I so much appreciate your patience. But here's the final say to this. Again, to every single person listening to the sound of my voice, if you're a parent, it is absolutely up to you. It is your responsibility to figure out a way how to correct your kids. I do not support inflicting pain or marks on your kids to teach them a lesson. There are different ways to go in about that. I would never support such a thing, right? But many of us, that was how we were brought up in Nigeria. The way we were brought up in Nigeria, the way we grew up is absolutely different from the way our kids now are growing up. Back in the days, we didn't have tablets. We had to struggle to know how to play video games before we got to where we are. But the kids we give birth to these days, 2 years old, let them handle your iPad. Their level of thinking is different from ours. Level of assimilation, level of understanding, level of grasping information instantly, you cannot compare it to them. Our own lifestyle is different from theirs. Maybe our own are beating the correct way we do, but in some cases, not entirely. But right now, there are innovative ways. We've evolved. There are better ways to go in about it. Do you know it's more painful if you seize their tab from them than striking them? Like your kids have tabs. Naughty corner, or go to your room. Naughty corner, or go to your room. Or as little as my kids, as little as pack up your toys. When you say pack up your toys, they know, yeah, that's it. No more playing with toys. Or as little as piece of paper. I have a lot of A4 papers around, and my kids, they love to just draw. I love giving them papers because they do a lot of things. They draw things. They write. My son writes ABC in 7 different languages, and all they just need is pencil and paper. Pencil and paper. So when they ask for paper, and I say no paper for you, go to the naughty corner. Simply because of that, then go cry, go think it and slap him. Because it craves writing something. And sometimes if he doesn't see paper and pencil, you just see him doing his finger in the hair. He's writing something. So when I see that, even when he's under punishment, I call him, I give him the pen and paper, pencil and paper. Because I know there's something he's trying to put across. And he writes it on the paper. And you'll be seeing different kind of shapes and sizes. It was from his school. They told me he could write ABC in 7 different languages. 7. So there are different ways of treating, handling, and disciplining kids. The way we were brought up, we cannot use the same with the way we're going to bring up our kids. Even in this generation, I'm not even talking about the Western world. Even in Nigeria, the kids we are giving birth to now, I think it's an evolutionary kind of pattern. We've gone above that, and we need to accept that. Thank you so much. Let's take Tina before we come back to you, Scar. I know you have 1 or 2 questions to chime in. Tina, thanks a lot for your patience. I give you 6 minutes. Tina, you there? You probably slept off. It's been waiting forever. Tina, are you there? Yeah.
Jimmy, sorry, Jimmy, can I say something quickly before Tina? I guess he's sleeping.
Right, go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if you notice my reaction to what Scar said, before I call him Scar said, right? And he said something about letting go of the trouble or something like that. I reacted because that pain is still there. I reacted because that anger is still there. I'll be like, okay, right? But you cannot, I've come to understand what Sky is doing, right? He's very controversial, and he knows he's very controversial, and he likes the fact that he's very controversial because guess what? He gets a lot of attention out of it.
Nasa, I don't think so, and this is why I say so. No, hold on, Nasa. This is what I think. I don't think he's doing it for attention. This is Scar's mindset. I've heard him speak on other spaces.
Scar is just set in his ways.
Thank you. Of that belief. So
That's the reason why I said
hold on. He's the only person that came to this discussion with the bias mindset of making it a gender thing.
Right.
That is the kind of person he is. He's so set in his ways that makes everything about him.
Yeah.
If you tell Scar now that Chelsea and Man U are playing, he will find a way to make it men and women.
Women, yeah, there you go.
So that's the thing. Hold on. If we don't enable that, what do you call that? It's attention. We give him attention.
No. It's not giving him attention. So here's the thing. I think a lot of people come up with this point on my platform, and here's the thing. The reason why I let this happen is this. Would you believe that there are people? Do you think there are other people like Scar, Nasa? Do you? Okay, so now, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? We had the topic about masculinity and feminism. People that are worse than Scar came and speak here. What's the name of that guy? I've forgotten his name. Even Scar was passing the mic to him, say, let him talk. So they are not doing this for attention. They believe they are the alpha males, and they are trying to protect the men's world. They are trying to protect these the mentality of men has power to do everything, and men has been doing this for a very long time. So society cannot just switch and change everything to women now. Women can never take over. It's uncalled for.
You know what it's like? It's like me and Dr. Ho making everything about
religion. That's exactly what it is. So are you saying they are doing it for attention? They are doing it because of that is what they believe. They know that is the fact. So people always come up to say, in fact, if you know how many people decided not to come to my space because I platform Scar, I allow Scar to speak on my platform. And every time Scar comes, he has read the room. He understands that my platform is not a place for bad news. And I love the fact that he respects that. So if you engage Scar on different platforms, so that's the thing, because it's an intellectual conversation. So from the back and forth, and that's the reason why when you said God will punish us, if we go that route, you get bad mouth too, and the space is not going to end well. So, but I want people to know that people have this mentality, and I want people like Karigwe, Dr. Owutudo, and others to come with an intellectual confrontation to let him know, look, this might be your belief.
Jimmy, are you trying to say I'm not intellectual right now?
Well, you don't want to get intellectual with Scar. You don't even want to engage him. Because you already believe emotion. Exactly. And you know what Scar will do? On this platform? He has done it to other people too. You know what Scar will do? He will not engage you, he will not abuse you. He will now use reasoning to counter all the abuses you're coming at him. So people listening to you, now you are engaging him based on how you know him on other spaces. So the way he will now be engaging you are still carrying the pain of the things you've heard him say on other spaces. And people will be wondering, wait, what's wrong with this mad girl? Why is this one talking? And Scar will be talking to you calmly and talking on the point of the topic. He has done that to 3 different people. People were paying attention, and people were like, who is this guy? You know, people have been complaining about it, but it doesn't seem bad to me. I say, go on other spaces and see what Sky is doing on other spaces. You know, so that's the mindset.
So no problem. Since you guys, as in, I mean, take it to that way or probably explain it like that. They say if somebody shows you their true color for the first time, Jimmy, believe that. And yes, that is how, and that's the reason. If you notice so far, I don't engage him, especially on your space or any spaces at all, because I've engaged him frequently on other people's spaces.
Yeah, that's because you guys are doing basketballs.
No, it's not even about basketballs.
It's about basketballs.
Well.
Yeah.
Not between me and him though, but then again, he kind of attacked me on that space, and I was like, okay.
It was a basketball space. See, okay. Scar doesn't want to speak to feminism. In fact, my feminist rather, my space is the only platform where they will engage on a normal ground. Like, God will punish your father, you idiot imbecile. I don't allow all those things here on my platform. But you see, on other spaces, that is how they address themselves, right? So a lot of feminists have actually come on my platform here that they want to rip Scar off. Like, they want to rip him apart. But the way he talks to them, they feel so angry that, they want to... Jimmy allow us to do this on this platform. But no, this platform is not like that. I've had people that I've blocked on my handles. They come here and we still chat. We talk on my platform. Doggy, me and Doggy will block ourselves on my other handles. But Doggy comes here, he gives submission. So I want it to be a neutral ground where people can actually come, engage based on facts, and you know.
And the funny thing, Jimmy, Doggy comes here and makes sense.
Sure, you understand? Doggy will come here and you say some things and you'll be like, it was him. And people were like, wait, is this Doggy? So people were like, oh, is this not the APC Doggy? I said, nah, him. Oh. And he's speaking on my platform.
Jimmy, if you notice, last week, I don't think I really like engaged Scar because I made it an intentional thing, not true. To me, he might be making sense on his head. And I said something to him last week.
Yeah, Tina just showed it. So Nasa, I think Tina is back.
Okay, sorry, Tina. I'm just going to finish,
right? Right.
In his head, to me, this is how I feel, like, or probably how I think. Let me not use emotional before I say I'm emotional. I feel like it's all upon, just like what you guys said, probably it's all upon his head. He wants to, for me, I feel like he wants, or think like he wants to listen to himself talk. But then again, the reason why I said what I said to him was, you are aware of people's trauma. You are aware. Somebody came out, identified that something happened to me. This is a trauma to me. And you're making the trauma feel invalid. That's insane.
So
I will not take it. That's even the reason why I even said what I said to him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'm not gonna apologize to that.
No, well.
Jimmy, I'm so sorry, Jimmy.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. If you're gonna say things, if you're here talking about women are evil, this and that, I'm not gonna talk shit to you, right? I won't say anything. But when somebody comes and say, oh, I almost committed suicide so day, but thank God, and you come and tell the person, your suicide is invalid, why would you do that? Come on, guy, come on. There are some things you will say, somebody will say, okay, now you. But there are some things when you want to downplay somebody's trauma, that's a bit too far.
All right, thank you. So I think I'll put a disclaimer on this particular platform, so people don't bring other spaces, what's it called, depression, other cases, back and forth on this platform. So that way they can put it at the listener section. So when they come up, because it makes people look stupid, it makes people look stupid. In as much as we have the likes of Scar, I want you to know that we have the female version of Scar as well. We have it. We have them rather, the female version of Scar. And
those female version of Scar are the people that always, if husband and wife get issue now,
right,
they are already making it
a gender thing. There you go. Exactly my point.
Two people that have issues.
So
if you just, anything you talk about, they switch to gender, this and that is exactly why sometimes I don't. If I come to your space, I engage Scar more. I don't really go to other spaces here, so I've never encountered him anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, so the truth of the matter is, when they come to my DM and they'll tell me, why are you allowing Scar to speak on your platform? And they'll send me screenshot of the things they have said, or video screen recording of spaces he was cursing people out. And the funny part is, these same people, they've said worse things, and they want to make him look bad. And I'll be like, okay, look, I'm not whitewashing him. I know he's a crazy dude, right? And he does his thing on other platforms. But look, I created this platform for a reason. If you want to speak on my platform, come with open mind. And most of the time, they let the hate they have for him overwhelm them so much that they don't make any much point when they're meant to be making point. They want to make it about Scar. And that way, it makes them look stupid eventually. And when they sound stupid and they cannot engage people properly, they have the feeling as if he's winning, and they think I'm the one giving him the platform to win. No, this dude is psychologically fucking your minds up. He knows what he's doing. He knows he's using my platform to get at you, because you guys are carrying the trauma you have about him, the things they have said about you people on other platforms. But no matter how crazy people go at Scar on my platform, I've never heard him retaliate or abuse anyone on this platform.
Are you sure he's not using the psychology on you, Junior?
No, it's not psychology. It's the fact that he respects the rules and regulation on my platform. But other people don't want to. Other people don't want to. He's not the first person to come here to speak. And I allow other people. Obedient. They've attacked me. Now, why would I be allowing APC people to come and speak here? And I let them know, look, I don't have time for all this nonsense. The platform is open for Tom, Dick, and Harry. If we don't have stupid people talk, the smart people, it will be an echo chamber. When we make up scenarios, people will think we're just making it up. Let Double Chief come and talk here. It will sound stupid. When Scar speaks, he has a contradicting view about the topic. It's only fair for people to engage him based on facts and figures. And that was the reason why I allowed Karigwe and him go. Because number one, Karigwe is a single guy, but he knows and understands the topic due to his profession. So it doesn't necessarily have to be you having kids. It's about the intellectualism that comes out of the conversation. And at the end of the day, he admitted that he agreed to some of the things Karigwe said. He probably might have not heard them before, but hearing it come from an expert is called learning. And that's the whole point of the platform. Learn, unlearn, and moving on. So let's leave it at that. Tina, sorry for the late wait. I'll make it 7 minutes for you. Thanks for your patience. Are you with us?
Yeah, I might not use up to 7 minutes. So I will just be preparing. I was listening to so many people who came up and speak. And honestly, this topic is really nice because they deal with the social fabric of our society, and then I would just look at a family, like the balance of having a father and a mother. It shapes an individual into a balanced person. They are able to look at things constructively, and then you want to look at the way things are being done in times in Africa and in the West. And one thing I've tried to do is I try to look at the difference, and I'm picking some things, and it's not far away from what I would just come into conclusion, and I would just like to admit we have to take some of those culture in with the train kids over there in the West and adopt it here, because kids that were born in the millennials, and if they try to tell you what they have gone through, I'll take for example football. When you have kids going to play soccer, they show interest in the game. Is that not a time whereby you just critically look at this tendency and look like, wow, this boy is showing interest in this, can I invest? And at the end of the day, you will become the father of Erling Haaland. You will go there to go and sign a deal of almost how many millions of pounds, and you become the father of a superstar, you become the father of Lamine. But instead,
some people will tell you are commodifying children.
Yeah, they will beat me. I remember my dad will wait for me. Oh God, where is he? He has not to play football again. He's supposed to okay. I've told you not to play football. Like what?
Only if they knew.
Yeah, so parents are not involved. You don't have to go and buy. My dad will stop me from playing football. Then my younger sister asked me now, you have to go and buy football jersey or whoever is celebrating. I mean, is this what you are doing this now? But honestly, if you had supported my dream, I wouldn't know, maybe I would have been a professional footballer right now. So, and some professional footballer will tell you what they actually saw, because it was not that easy, right? I don't think the parents actually invested in this because they actually went against the warnings of the parents not to play soccer and chasing their cloth and come back dirty on it. So this is how we have to look at parenting. Evolution is happening, and at the same time, I want having that family, because there are some things, like a lot of people said, things you can't control about how the how family turns out to be. You understand? The dynamics in family relationship, some things are out of control. And just like you said, some family, one of the parents died, and then only one is left to train the kids alone.
Right.
And then in some cases, DV, and also in some cases, several issues comes up. And honestly, but I don't want to use it to. I think we should move away from that. However, we want to use it to define a person. Oh, you are not a good person because you were only trained by your mother. You are not a good person because you were only trained because. At the end of the day, we are actually destroying self-confidence of people. We are not getting close to people to really see them for their quality. You understand? And even if the trauma is there, can't it be fixed? If you personally this reason why you don't want to marry somebody from the family because trauma, can't it be fixed? People have come out of this situation and they've outgrown it. Well, so in my own understanding, I believe tenderness and discipline, there is a way we have to strike a balance in bringing up kids. And then at the same time, what you don't want is you don't want the kids to lose their self-confidence. You understand? Because when you are actually adopting, like what Scar was saying, like that he was making an analogy about injection, that injection is very beneficial to the health.
Right.
You understand? But at the same time, they have to administer the injection. But what a lot of people are trying to explain here is that you don't want to destroy the self-confidence of that child. Because if you are trying to correct them for something they have done wrong, like you said now about spanking and the medium and how they can administer it, some people go through the round of taking away toys.
Right.
Some people go through the route of saying, no, you are going to sit down in one position and you're not leaving there.
Naughty corner.
Yeah, I don't want you to leave there. I'm watching you. I will deprive you of just moving. I'll sit down there. When you have to sit down, I'll be giving you words after the other what you have done. We'll be having a conversation, but you won't leave there. I will do it. There are several things. Like, I think the way we administer this correction can evolve. There are different styles. And at the end of the day, it will come out positively. That is what I'm saying here. But one thing, when a child is growing up at the age of 2 to 3, please, that idea of cautioning them, trying to stand them. I'm having that issue with my best friend here, where I am. He tends to. What he told me is that whenever any stranger comes around, the boy is always trying to jump at them, trying to play at them, trying to touch them. And I look, this boy is going through a self-discovery stage. And this idea of you don't want him doing this and you're always tapping him and always being like, I'm just trying to there's a limit to how I can try to correct him, but I'm trying my best. I'm making sure I'm going at it step by step because I don't want it to come off like I'm doing too much.
Right.
Yeah, so that's one thing I used to like trying to do is I don't want it to destroy the self-confidence of the child because when you're doing that,
that's not sorry. That is why I asked whether you read parenting because parenting will tell you how children behave at each age.
Right.
They will tell you what is natural their behavior so that you understand what they are doing. But Nigeria, parenting comes from the come when you don't immediately you have children, you learn how to get.
What are you doing?
So not like that.
Yes,
I'm on the phone. I'm on the
they are
phone.
learning to speak. They are learning to identify. They are learning to differentiate.
No, not
A
now.
lot of things is going in that head. What you want to do is
Thank you.
and assist them. And at the same time, even if that's your correction, the way you do it is evolving. And if you feel like, okay, it's so playful, we can channel that positively into doing something constructive, like learning how to play instruments, like learning how to. There are a lot of things you can channel. So
Absolutely.
is evolving.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This, I think the parents of the 21st century, wow, I think we
Are you a parent?
No, not yet.
All right. So, I mean, I love, again, it's not necessarily everyone that has parent has an idea of what parenting is all about. You can read about it. Again, we can debate about the practicality of having a child because sometimes all the things you've read about parenting will disappear at a point in time. A situation will happen to you,
Jimmy, what those books does is
guiding you, right? Giving you an idea.
the experience because you understand children.
Right.
You now know how to handle them specifically.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so like normally we come on spaces to learn, we come on spaces to discuss. And what we are, I think what all of us will agree now is that the problem the parents back then in the 90s are facing is different now. It's different. The dynamic of saying you want to now marry, find a wife, even the Muslims they are finding it difficult. Economic realities are like, wow, this thing is not sustainable.
Right.
And that's how the world will continue to evolve. And just like I said I have admitted that the laws in the West in how to protect mother and child, honestly, is something that has to be looked in Nigeria, in the National Assembly, whereby when a man is aggressively handling issues in his house more than he's supposed to be issues, kicks him out of that house and let him go and sleep off some. I'm being serious here because one of those results is what I see in the job control now. This thing has happened last year. It happened this year.
Wait.
The year before.
The one on the job control happened last year?
No, I
Oh.
think this thing has happened.
Oh, okay.
It happened this year and it keeps reoccurring. So honestly, I think we are getting to that point. To be honest, if we're going to leave this in the court, I think that's protection or safeguarding, as Khalid was saying, is for children and mother, most especially when the man is aggressively addressing issue more than he's supposed to be. Please, police should come and walk out that man out of his house. At least let him go for classes on emotional intelligence, classes on trauma. Sometimes it may even be from some pressure he's even facing his own realities. Maybe like an economic pressure or some things like that. You are just directed that at the pregnant woman. God, like this thing is any man that is going through this is obviously not there's sickness somewhere. This man I've seen in the jungle drone is actually sick. He needs to get medical attention. That's why I feel those laws there in the West, admittedly, there are some we can pick, and one of these what we can pick is on this domestic violence issue, and it has to be. I know they will continue to evolve and we'll get to a stage whereby that law will pass into Nigeria law, whereby you can't want to address issue against women and children and you go aggressively. It is It's very difficult. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tina. Thank you, beautiful submission. Thank you, Scott. Before we come back to you, let me shut down on the live stream so we can focus on Twitter in that manner. We do this every Friday, so let's do that real quick so we can have 2 hours wrap up on Twitter. So bear with me, guys.
Give me better food.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, a quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad. Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and banla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings, from ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obidifoods.limited.com. Website www.obidifoods.com. Obidi Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, welcome back, guys. We've come to the end of today's live stream. Thanks for being part of this, guys. I see every single one of you on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. Over 190 something people. Quite different from the amount of listeners we had last week. I think last week had to do with feminism and masculinity, or sort of those topics. Full crowd, a lot. About 7,000 people were here last week Friday. But we'll see how it goes next week. But to the topic and the closing remark is just, it's a normal thing for me. And we often see children as resilient. But resilience isn't healing. It's, to me, adaptation to pain, which was what I explained in my experience both in secondary school and with a particular uncle. And the pain has a funny way of growing roots when love never finished its job. I never knew I could still remember something like that. It's the conversation that just reignited that memory, and it came right into my head. So before we point fingers, dad or mom, maybe we should ask, who loved the child more? Not in money, not visits, but in sacrifice, in presence, in discipline, and in emotional safety. A broken home is not always, the one that ends in tragedy. Um, the tragedy itself is when broken parents raise children to inherit their own bitterness. That is not good. In fact, it's not a lesson to the kids. It's a bitter experience to the kids. And it is because of things like this I create topics like this on my platform. And I thank you all for being part of this week's episode. We changed the topic a couple of times due to the breaking news we put up on the Jumbotron. The initial topic itself was causes, impact, and broken homes and broken children. Whose fault? That or more? And I laid out a couple of scenarios for us to weigh in on, and a lot of people did justice to it. I believe a lot of us would learn from those views and perspectives. Thank you so much for being part of today's episodes. Until next time, we'll keep talking. We'll heal. We'll try to fix what is left. But let's try and be better parents. And for those that are still single, I believe we've learned on how to be a better uncle, aunties, and father figures to every kids around us. Thank you for being part of today's episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. I'll see you next week, same time, same venue,